Chapter 1 Time Travel Apocalypse, Encounter with Garp. Highwan Calendar Year 1521. East Daxia Sea. The clear sea reflects the sky, making it as beautiful as water and sky. But on this beautiful sea, there was a listless and handsome young man lying on a dilapidated boat, sighing helplessly, "Oh, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck." The boy's name is Ike, and he is a time traveler. Since he is a time traveler, he naturally has a system, but Ike's system is more deceptive. According to common sense, the system starts to change the world after it is acquired, but Ike's system changes the world first, and then distributes the system according to the degree of changing the world. What a cheat! In this vast sea, how can I, a weakling who knows nothing, change the world? Do I rely on singing and dancing to rap and basketball? As soon as Ike finished speaking, a fish jumped onto the small broken boat where he was. Ike, who was already a little hungry, opened his mouth to eat fish when he saw it, regardless of whether it was raw or cooked or had parasites. Just as he killed the fish, an option box appeared in front of him. Ding! You killed a fish and caused slight changes to the world. Do you want to enable the system? If so, you will get a black iron level system. Whether. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Ike subconsciously poked his finger towards yes. But soon, the fingers stopped in mid-air. Damn, how rubbish is Kurogana's system. If there is a black iron system, there will probably be bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. For your own future, you must not get black iron. You must at least get gold or platinum, or even diamonds. One fish was quickly eaten by Ike, and then he began to think about how to change the world without any strength. Next, Ike started nodding and shaking his head on the boat. After thinking of a way, Ike quickly rejected it. At the same time, a few nautical miles away from Ike, on a warship with a dog-headed bow, a sailor holding a telescope spotted Ike's small boat in the distance. "Lieutenant General Garp, there is a small boat directly in front of us, and there are people on board." Garp, who was sleeping standing up, heard the report from his men and immediately woke up from his nap. Then he ordered, "Let's move the ship over and take a look." Naturally, Ike also saw the dog-headed warship approaching. With this iconic dog head and the tall old man wearing a cloak of justice standing at the bow of the ship, Ike recognized the identity of the person at first sight. It was none other than Marine Hero Garp. Seeing Marine Hero Garp, Ike suddenly had more plans in his mind. For example, if you join Marine under Garp's tutelage, then train yourself in Marine to become stronger, and finally catch some pirates that appeared in the original work. Wouldn't this be equivalent to changing the original plot of the world? Just when Ike was thinking wildly, he had been pulled onto the Marine warship by a Marine. "Boy, why are you drifting alone on the sea?" Seeing that Ike was about the same age as his grandson, Garp asked curiously. After hearing Garp's question, Ike thought for a moment and weaved a miserable life experience in his heart. "I was on a cruise ship with my family, looking at the sea view, eating hot pot, singing and dancing rap, and broadcasting live, and suddenly the pirates came. My whole family was killed. But I narrowly escaped death." After listening to Ike's explanation, Garp didn't say anything. After all, this is the current era of great pirates, even in the weakest East Daxia Sea. "If I meet those pirates, I will help you take revenge." Garp patted Ike on the shoulder and said. Ike almost fell to the ground when Garp slapped him like this. Can I join Marine? I want to become stronger and take revenge myself." Just as Ike finished speaking, Bogart, who had been standing behind Garp, came behind Garp and said softly, "Lieutenant General Garp, we are already here." Upon hearing this, Garp smiled and said to Ike, "We'll talk about it when I get back." Then he flew towards the island not far away on the moonwalk. Ike was a little confused and didn't know what Garp was doing, but he didn't care too much. No matter how he got on Garp's ship, he must make good use of Garp. If Nami's hometown is still occupied by evil dragons, you can ask Garp to deal with a wave of evil dragons first. After all, the evil dragon is also a boss in the early stage. After being solved, it should be regarded as changing the direction of the world. In addition, there are also early mini-bosses such as Buggy the Clown, Krieg the Pirate, etc. Naturally, all of this must be done when Luffy has not gone to sea. If he has gone to sea, these bosses will be his experience. Thinking of this, Ike asked Bogart, who was always expressionless, "Mr. Marine, may I ask what year this year is in the maritime calendar?" "Hey? This year is 1521 in the Hainan calendar," Bogart replied. Hearing 1521, Ike was also stunned. He thought to himself, isn't this the year Luffy goes to sea? Suddenly, there was a sound of water waves. When Ike heard the sound, he looked around and saw a huge sea monster like a crocodile suddenly appeared. Under the sea monster was a small boat with a young man wearing a straw hat on the small boat. He was raising his fist and planning to punch the sea beast. At the same time, Vice Admiral Garp, who had left earlier, returned to the ship. "Lieutenant General Garp, have you made a decision? Are you really not planning to keep Luffy now?" Bogart asked, looking at Luffy, who knocked the King of the Sea over with a punch in the distance. "Ha ha ha. There is no way. Even if I keep his people, I can't keep his heart. Let's let him freely ride on the sea." When Bogart heard this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he said to himself, "It is because of your indulgence that Mr. Long defected to Marine. Now even his grandson is going to become a pirate." At this time, Ike also reacted. Luffy just went to sea, and he did so in front of Garp. The most important thing is that Garp didn't stop him. But Ike could also see that although Garp seemed indifferent, he still felt a little uncomfortable about his grandson going to sea to become a pirate. Although I understand Luffy's character and know that Luffy will never become the kind of pirate who commits all kinds of crimes by burning, killing, looting, but, the moment he hangs up the pirate flag, the grandfather and grandson are already on opposite sides. Ike looked at Luffy in the distance and had a bold idea in his mind. If Luffy doesn't want to be One Piece and becomes the Marine King, then the world will go. With the hint of this idea, it lingered in Ike's mind. Seeing that Luffy was about to leave after defeating the King of the Sea, Ike immediately shouted to Garp, "Mr. Marine, is that your grandson? If you don't want him to become a pirate, I have a way to try." Ike's words immediately made Garp, Bogart, and the surrounding Marines look at him. Seeing so many people looking at him, Ike scratched his cheek in embarrassment and suddenly lost the momentum he had just spoken. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. Chapter 2, Luffy gives up his dream of being a pirate. Late at night. The sea is very quiet at night, and the only light source is the moon and stars in the sky. "Hey, boy Ike, does the method you mentioned really work?" "Mr. Garp, didn't I say before, give it a try? It won't be too much trouble if you give it a try." Hearing what Ike said, Garp pointed at the pirates who were captured alive and said, "You want me to capture so many pirates alive, and you think it's not troublesome?" At this moment, Bogart came over and said, "We have already negotiated with the Icelanders of Yami Island, and they are willing to cooperate with us." Seeing that Bogart was speechless, Ike immediately reminded, "Exercise." "Yes. Exercise." Garp nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Just follow this boy's command. I'll catch Luffy." After saying that, Garp took advantage of the moonlight and flew towards a small boat in the distance on Moonwalk. That small boat was the one that Luffy was riding on. At this time, Luffy didn't know that his grandfather had rushed over, and he was still sleeping peacefully. Mid-air. Garp fell into deep thought while stepping on Moonwalk. Garp has two grandsons, Ace and Luffy, and both grandsons are inspired to become pirates. Ace is adopted, and his identity is relatively sensitive. When Ace went to sea, Garp was also nearby. The reason why he didn't stop him was because he knew Ace's identity was too sensitive and he still had hatred in his heart. As for Luffy, that kid is just stubborn, and he was poisoned by the red-haired free pirate's thoughts. As long as the red-haired poison can be cured, Garp will definitely bring Luffy into Marine. Even if Luffy is not a Marine, he will never be allowed to become a pirate. It is enough to have a son of the Revolutionary Army who causes trouble for him every day. Adding a grandson of a pirate will not make Sengoku nag him to death. That's right. For Garp, the so-called trouble is being nagged by his friends. Soon, Garp arrived on Luffy's boat. At this time, Luffy was still sleeping soundly. Seeing that his stubborn grandson dared to sleep alone on the sea, Garp went up and punched him awake with a loving iron fist. Luffy woke up clutching his head, and soon lay down again when he saw Garp. It turned out to be a dream. I actually dreamed about Grandpa. Garp. Wake up. UBD. Garp struck with 2 more iron fists of love, and Luffy's head turned into a candied hawse. Only then did Luffy realize that he was not dreaming, and that the grandfather in front of him was also his real grandfather. When he saw his grandfather, Luffy's first reaction was naturally to run, but in this vast sea, he was a devil fruit user, so where could he run? He could only be captured. Garp carried Luffy back to the ship. Although he was caught, Luffy was still struggling crazily, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. Ignoring the noisy Luffy, Garp looked at Bogart and asked, "How are the preparations?" Upon hearing this, Bogart glanced at Ike who was standing aside, and then replied, "Everything is ready." Just as Bogart finished speaking, bursts of killing cries and desperate cries came from the island not far away. Luffy immediately stopped making trouble after hearing this sound, and Garp also put him down after seeing this. Luffy turned around to look, and what he saw was fire, pirates, massacre, plunder. Seeing all this, Luffy stretched out his arms and wanted to fly over to save people, but was stopped by Garp. Garp did not speak, but gave the right to speak to Ike. "Hey, Grandpa, the villagers over there have been plundered, we have to go help quickly." "It's okay to go and help. But in what capacity do you want to go?" Ike's words immediately stunned Luffy. Seeing Luffy stunned, Ike continued to point to the fire not far away and said, "You see it, Luffy, these are the pirates you yearn for. They burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil." "No. They are not pirates," Luffy denied decisively. In Luffy's heart, pirates yearn for freedom and are definitely not the kind of bastards who only know how to burn, kill, and loot. "Haha." Ike smiled and said, "Since you said they are not pirates, then what are they?" Luffy didn't know how to answer Ike's question. Seeing this, Ike continued, "I know Luffy, you yearn for freedom, but, can you only be free if you become a pirate?" Immediately, Ike winked at Garp. "You see, Lieutenant General Garp is very free." Garp didn't see Ike's eyes. He picked his nose and replied directly, "Don't mention freedom to me. The old boy from Warring States just called me and asked me to go back." Ike. Bogart. Garp's words left the two of them speechless. On the contrary, Luffy looked at Ike as if he were a fool and said, "Is this the freedom you are talking about?" Ike knew that Garp had no hope and could only rely on his own mouth evasion ability. While the few people here were talking, a large number of Marines had already landed on the island and began to capture the pirates who were burning, killing and looting wantonly. Of course, this so-called burning, killing and looting was completely a drill, and the acting skills of these pirates and Icelanders were really not good. If it weren't for the fact that it was dark now, the secret might have been exposed. Without going to see the situation on the island, Ike looked at Luffy and said with emotion and reason, "Luffy, if you want to have freedom, you don't have to fly a pirate flag. You can hang a merchant flag and go out to sea for adventure." In fact, Ike's persuasion is also well-founded. The Straw Hat Pirates in the original work just hung the pirate flag and did not do serious things. There are several countries saved by the Straw Hat Pirates alone, and there are countless islands. Are these things that pirates should do? They obviously did good things, but in the end they were wanted. It was completely unnecessary. In fact, as long as you change the pirate flag to another flag and have the relationship with marine hero Garp, you won't be wanted at all, and you may even get bonuses. Luffy fell into deep thought about Ike's words. Then he took the straw hat in his hand, first looked at the burning village in the distance, and then looked at the straw hat in his hand. At this time, Luffy was confused. He felt that what the person in front of him said made some sense. But I promised Shanks that he would definitely become One Piece. He couldn't be someone who broke his word. In the end, Luffy put the straw hat on his head and said, "No. I promised Shanks that I will definitely become One Piece." Seeing that Luffy was still so stubborn, Ike was also a little helpless. I said, "One Piece is just a title. As long as you go to sea and find One Piece. No matter you are a pirate, marine or even an adventurer, everyone will recognize your achievements. Then you can complete the promises made with Shanks. Your agreement is just to find One Piece, right? It doesn't mean that you have to be a pirate." Ike's words immediately stunned Luffy again. At this moment, Garp, who had been silent until now, suddenly shouted, "Luffy, since you don't want to be a marine and want freedom, then I'll give you a new career. How about a private marine? You recruit all the marines yourself, and I will take care of all the activities for you from behind." Hearing Garp's words, Ike was speechless for a while. Luffy would be crazy if he could agree to this. Wouldn't he have been running away for a long time without even looking at him? "Okay, I agree. But my goal is still One Piece. I want to become the Marine King." "Ike. What if I don't agree to be a Marine? Why are you going to be the Marine King?" "Ha ha ha ha." Garp laughed when he heard his grandson said he wanted to be the Marine King. Chapter 3, Trapped by Luffy. Turn on the Justice Marine System, the first lottery. Seeing Luffy and Garp chatting happily, Ike was also speechless. He is still waiting for the system light curtain to appear. Now that Luffy is going to be the Marine King, why should he get a platinum level system for himself? But after waiting for a long time, and even after Garp prepared a new boat for Luffy, the system light curtain never appeared. At this moment, Garp came up behind Ike and said, "From now on, Luffy will be left to you, Marine King's deputy Ike." After saying that, Garp handed over a letter of appointment with the seal of Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General and a dog-headed phone bug to Ike. When Ike saw the so-called private Marine appointment letter, he felt bad. This so-called private Marine appointment letter is completely handwritten, but fortunately it at least has the seal of Marine Headquarters, so it is probably valid. As for the phone bug, it is a phone bug that has a single line of contact with Garp. In this way, Ike somehow became Luffy's first crew member, as a private Marine general. As for who is the private Marine's fleet admiral? Of course it's Luffy, because he's the captain. Just after Ike stepped onto Luffy's boat, the system light curtain finally appeared again. Ding! You successfully joined the Straw Hat Pirates and changed the world's plot to a moderate extent. Whether to enable the system or not, if so, you will receive a gold level system. After seeing you have successfully joined the Straw Hat Pirates, Ike was also stunned, and then looked at Luffy in disbelief. I was actually played by this guy Luffy. His eyes returned to the dog-headed warship. Lieutenant General Garp, you should be able to tell. Luffy is playing you. When Garp heard this, he laughed ha ha ha. Of course I can see it, but it's interesting, isn't it? It's the first time I've seen Luffy perform so hard. Garp knew that Luffy was the worst at telling lies. When Luffy was talking to him just now, the corners of his mouth would curl outward from time to time, which was obviously a sign of guilty conscience. But it was also through this incident that Garp knew that Luffy was really determined to become a pirate. All we can do is see if the boy named Ike can convince Luffy on the sea. On the boat, Luffy was eating the food that had just arrived from his grandfather's warship. While eating, he looked at Ike, who was in a daze, and said, "Ike, don't you want to eat?" Ike stared at the system panel in front of him and said without looking back, "Eat it. I have no appetite." Ike really didn't have much of an appetite, so he had no choice but to accept the system. The main reason is that he can't accept it. Your sister. She has already boarded Luffy's ship, and she will definitely encounter all kinds of hardships next. Without a system to take care of it, she might be in trouble. I don't have the perverted physique of the One Piece natives. Like Usopp, his skull was smashed, and he was still alive and kicking even though he was wrapped in a bandage. Ike originally thought that the gold system shouldn't be too bad, but when he saw the name of the system, he felt bad. Ding! Congratulations on opening the most powerful marine system. As long as you change the world as a marine, capture pirates, save civilians, and other justice activities, you will receive points, which can be exchanged for unlimited draws. The draw pool is divided into bronze, silver, and gold. Ding! The system is turned on and you will be given 3 random lottery opportunities. After reading the introduction of his system, Ike was completely stunned. He failed to persuade Luffy to become a marine, and now he is on his ship. Damn, the system is still a marine system, and you must act as a marine to get rewards. How funny is this? Suddenly, Ike's hand accidentally touched his trouser pocket. There was an appointment letter with the seal of Marine Headquarters printed inside. In the appointment letter, Ike and Luffy were appointed as private marines, who could recruit and expand their subordinates independently. Appoint Luffy as the Private Marine Fleet Admiral, and Ike as the Private Marine Fleet Admiral. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, Ike suddenly had an idea. Damn it, isn't it just a marine identity? Although it's a private marine that Garp randomly pulled out, it's still a marine. As for Marine's missions and activities, most of what Luffy does on his adventures should be done by Marine. Such as defeating the Dragon Pirates, defeating the Creek Pirates, saving Alabasta after entering the Grand Line, saving the entire Sky Island and rescuing all the civilians on the Sky Island. It feels like basically apart from making a fuss on Justice Island, these things should be done by Marine who prides himself on being righteous. Thinking of this, Ike decided that if the identity system of his private marine really recognized him, then he would stay. If not, he would have no choice but to leave and join the real marine. Now that I have traveled to the world of pirates, I absolutely cannot remain unknown and become a salty fish. After thinking everything through, Ike decided to draw him in the 3 draws given by the system. With a thought, a lottery roulette wheel appeared in front of Ike. Looking at the lottery wheel that only he could see, Ike began to crazily pray to God and Buddha, hoping that he could win. After praying for a while, Ike turned the wheel. The roulette wheel spun faster and faster, and Ike whispered in his heart, "Stop." Immediately, the turntable slowed down and finally stopped in an area. Just when Ike wanted to know what he had drawn, the turntable started spinning rapidly again. So, this means we have to smoke 3 times in a row. Next, Ike stopped the turntable twice more. Final. The items obtained by Echo are: Obtain, Sky's Dragon Slaying Magic Crystal, a gold level item. After use, you can use Sky's Dragon Slaying Magic. Note, the conditions for use of this item have been modified according to the system of the One Piece world. Obtain, TX Penguin's Cabin silver level items. After using them, you will open a cozy cabin of your own. Note, if you want to live a more comfortable life, please keep recharging money. Obtain, Endless Candy Box silver level item. After using it, you will get a candy box, which can pour out 1 candy with a 15-minute special effect each time. Note, the previous candy must be eaten only, then can the next one be poured out, otherwise it will take 3 hours of cooling time before the next one can be poured out. 2 silvers and 1 gold? You're pretty lucky. Not to mention anything else, just a magic crystal of dragon-slaying magic can make Ike temporarily worry-free. After using the magic crystal of dragon-slaying magic, you can not only inherit the corresponding dragon-slaying magic, but also greatly improve your physical fitness. This is exactly what Ike needs now. Chapter 4 Cozy House. Just when Ike had just finished the lottery, the sky suddenly began to become covered with dark clouds, and the originally calm sea began to surge. The sudden change in the sky caught both Luffy and Ike a little unprepared. After all, it was their first time to go to sea and they had no sailing experience. At this moment, Ike suddenly discovered that a huge vortex appeared in the direction of the boat. Seeing this scene, Ike handed one of the oars to Luffy. "Quick, let's paddle back immediately." Luffy also knew that if he was caught in the whirlpool, he would definitely die, so he paddled with all his strength. But no matter how the two paddled, the boat was still pulled by the whirlpool and could not escape the scope of the whirlpool. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Ike directly threw the oar away, then took Luffy with one hand and swiped the other hand in the air. A space door appeared, and the two of them got into the space door. On the other side of the space door is naturally the cozy cabin of the TX penguin that Ike just drew. After entering the cabin, what comes into view is a 2-meter wide bed. In addition, there are desks, bookshelves, computers, air conditioners, water dispensers. Basic modern furniture and household appliances can be seen here. It's really not a cozy hut. The house is filled with pink, it's so cozy. Luffy looked at the cozy hut with a look of disbelief on his face, then looked at Ike and said, "So you are also a person with abilities?" Then, Luffy asked curiously, "Ike, are you really willing to be my partner instead of becoming a marine?" In Luffy's opinion, Ike has been persuading him to give up being a pirate and become a marine, probably because he himself wants to be a marine. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike shook his head and said, "Since we are on your ship, we are companions." Although Ike's words were very plain, Luffy was very satisfied when he heard them. Although Ike has been persuading him not to become a pirate, Luffy has no ill feelings toward Ike, but feels that he is a very interesting person. For Luffy, as long as he thinks you are an interesting person, he will invite you on board. No. To be precise, he doesn't care whether you are human or not, just whether it is interesting or not. Ike took off his wet clothes and threw them into the pink drying box, and then said to Luffy, "Luffy, take off your clothes and pants too. Let them dry." Oh. Luffy didn't hesitate and took off all his clothes. He looked at the cozy hut and smiled as he took off his clothes. "But, this room is full of pink. It's just like Dodon's room." Ike. "So, Ike, you also have a girl's heart, right?" "Well, that should be it. When I asked Dodon why he likes pink, she said he has a girlish heart. Although I don't know what a girl's heart is, I always feel so powerful." Ike held his forehead and said, "Luffy, I need to rest, please don't make any noise first." At this time, Ike didn't want to discuss the girl's heart problem with Luffy. He extracted the dragon-slaying magic crystal and planned to take advantage of this time to absorb the magic crystal. The absorption of magic crystal is very simple, just put it on your forehead and think about absorption in your mind. It can be said to be a very stupid operation. Within 10 minutes, Ike had completed the absorption. After successfully absorbing the magic crystal, Ike felt that his physical fitness had become much stronger. And if you want to activate dragon-slaying magic, you don't rely on the magic power stored in the body, but through your own physical strength. At this time, Ike is equivalent to taking a devil fruit with no side effects. Just when Ike realized his own changes, Luffy asked curiously, "Ike, when can we leave here?" Hearing this, Ike thought about it and said, "At least wait until the storm outside stops." While talking, Ike opened a space door and began to check the situation of the sea outside. Finding that there were still rough waves and howling typhoons outside, Ike closed the door again. Let's take a nap first. After a nap, the weather outside will probably clear up. After saying that, Ike took the lead and lay down on the big bed to get ready to rest. But before taking a break, he took out the endless candy box and poured out a candy. Holding this pinky-sized candy, Ike looked at it carefully and found 2 words written on it: avoid water. So, eating this candy can help you avoid water, right? Judging from the size of the candy, you can probably hold it in your mouth for more than 10 minutes. In other words, you can swim in the water for 15 minutes with this candy in your mouth, but I wonder what will happen if a person with devil fruit abilities eats it. After putting the candies away, Ike planned to take a nap first. Since traveling through time, Ike has not had a good rest for more than 2 days. Before taking a break, I took a look at Luffy and found that the big-hearted Luffy was already lying on the floor and asleep. More than 10 hours later, the sea surface of the East Daxia Sea returned to calm. A space door suddenly appeared where Ike and Luffy disappeared. Then a head popped out. It was Ike. Well, it's okay outside, let's go out. Hearing Ike's words, Luffy cheered and crossed the space gate directly. Hearing a plop, he fell directly into the sea. Ike, who was speechless, took out the waterproof candy he had poured out of the endless candy box and put it into the mouth of Luffy, who was struggling in the sea. Luffy, don't swallow this candy. It will have no effect if you swallow it. At this time, Luffy did not listen to Ike's words. He found that a transparent film suddenly appeared around him. With this film, he could swim in the water. Most importantly, he can also swim and breathe water. It's amazing. Seeing that Luffy was planning to take a deep sea dive, Ike immediately jumped into the sea to stop his stupid behavior. After telling Luffy that the effect of the waterproof candy was only 10 minutes, Luffy stopped. With the water avoiding sugar, Luffy's speed in the water was no different from that on land. Then he took Ike and ran all the way, trying to find an inhabited island or ship. 10 minutes later, just when the effect of the waterproof candy was about to disappear, the two finally saw the ship, and it was also a passenger ship. But before he could come and go, he saw a pirate ship flying a skull and crossbones flag also eyeing the passenger ship. The flag of this pirate ship is a skull with a red heart. Ike recognized this flag. It was Arita, the first pirate boss Luffy encountered. It looks like I can use Alita to test the recognition of my system for private marines. Thinking of this, Ike shouted to Luffy, "Luffy, speed up, let's." Before he could finish his words, Luffy had already started splashing in the water. Ike knew that the waterproof candy should have failed. In the end, Ike could only lead Luffy to swim to the side of the passenger ship and climb up the rope ladder. As soon as they got on the passenger ship, Luffy started clamoring for something to eat. Ike reluctantly left Luffy alone to find food, and he began to carry out justice as a private marine. Just at this time, several pirates were threatening several wealthy businessmen on the cruise ship deck, asking them to hand over their gold and silver jewelry. Seeing this, Ike naturally rushed forward without hesitation. A stream of air gathered on his fist, which was the power of dragon-slaying magic in the sky. At this time, several pirates also noticed Ike. Chapter 5 The identity recognized by the system is Private Marine. Oh, there's actually a pretty boy here, tie him up and give him to the captain. The captain will definitely get a reward. While talking, 2 of the 4 pirates came to Ike with knives. Boy, just surrender and capture me. Don't worry, our captain likes a novice like you very much. Before the roguish pirate could finish his words, Ike punched him in the chest. But before Ike's fist touched the pirate was already blown away by the airflow from his fist, and fell into the sea without any sign of rising for a long time. Seeing this scene, the 3 pirates behind immediately gave up on the other fat sheep and rushed towards Ike with their swords in hand. When Ike saw this, a smile appeared on his lips, and then a vortex of airflow visible to the naked eye appeared on his entire right arm. Just when several pirates rushed over, he waved his arm and the 3 pirates were knocked away. This is Tianlong's wing attack. Seeing the 4 vicious pirates being beaten away, several wealthy businessmen immediately took their wives and daughters and bowed to thank Ike. Don't be so polite, this is what our private marines should do. Private marine. Several wealthy businessmen looked at each other, all a little confused. Is there a marine branch named Private Marine in Donghai? Okay, you guys should quickly find a place to hide, and come out after I clean up these pirates. As soon as Ike finished speaking, the system prompt appeared. Defeat 4 pirates and the normal pirate justice value +4. Seeing this scene, Ike knew that his idea was correct. The private marine appointment letter that Garp casually gave him was useful. The system did recognize his identity as a marine. Ike is very happy, then there is no need to join marine. It's not that Ike doesn't want to join, but, with the marine system, he is destined to do things in the name of marine. But if you become a marine and get promoted to a certain level, you will face the dark and disgusting side of world government. With Ike's character growing up under a red flag, he might one day beat him up because he couldn't stand the cruel style of the celestial dragons and finally judge him as marine. If he judged marine by himself, then his own system would be. It's no use anymore. Therefore, the current situation of being a marine is the most perfect. No. Not just me, but also Luffy, after all, his name is also on the appointment letter. Just when Ike had this idea, the system prompt popped up in front of him again, and the points were +6 again. At the same time, there was a vibration at the location of the cruise ship warehouse. What the hell? Will the enemies defeated by Luffy also gain points? Thinking of this, Ike immediately ran towards the warehouse. When Ike arrived at the warehouse, he saw a fat lady with heavy makeup glaring at Luffy and a small boy with pink hair. Luffy, who couldn't see the situation clearly, pointed at Arita, who was holding a mace, and asked Kobe, the pink-haired boy at the side, "Who is this rude Obazan?" Hearing Luffy's name to Arita, Kobe and the surrounding Arita pirates opened their mouths. Then everyone became frightened. Just when the people around were preparing to help Luffy, Ike came over. "I said Luffy, you are too rude." Everyone followed the sound and saw the handsome Ike walking this way. "Don't you see it? This is Obazan. This is an old woman." Luffy was also stunned when he heard Ike's words, and then bowed deeply in the face of Arita's uncontrollable angry expression. "I'm sorry, old lady, I shouldn't have called you Obazan." Arita finally couldn't hold it any longer, and she roared at the pirates around her, "Kill them!" While speaking, she raised the mace and smashed it down on Luffy's head. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates knew that Luffy would definitely be crushed by their captain's mace, so they directly targeted Ike. More than 20 pirates swarmed towards Ike, while Ike took a deep breath calmly. The dragon's roar. When the pirates rushed behind him, Ike directly took everyone away with a burst of dragon breath. Other side. Luffy also shouted out the name of his move Rubber Bazooka and directly blasted Fat Arita away. At the same time, Ike also received news of an increase in points. Arita is not an ordinary pirate, but an elite pirate, so her points are increased by 10. Although Arita has a bounty of 5 million and is also a captain, she is really not strong enough on her own, so she doesn't get many points. In the Grand Line, even if you defeat the pirate captain who has no bounty, you will probably have more points than Alita. After the Alita pirates were defeated, marine ships also rushed over. When Luffy saw this, he grabbed Kirby and Ike and wanted to run away. "Hey, why are we running? We are a righteous private marine," Ike said, shaking off Luffy's hand. I was a little confused after hearing Ike's words. Luffy wanted to be a man of one piece, but Luffy's crew members said that he was a private marine. What kind of combination is this? A&D. What is a private marine? Ghost? We are pirates, so of course we have to run away when we see marine. I told you, we are certified people, there is no need to run away. While talking, Ike took out the appointment letter given by Garp. Just at this time, Marine's ship also approached, and many Marines jumped on the passenger ship. Soon, the tourists who were hiding ran out one after another, and after seeing Marine, they all slumped down on the deck with relief. At the same time, next to the Alita pirate ship, an orange-haired girl was transporting the newly stolen treasure to the boat, and soon she quietly sailed away from this place of trouble. At this time, a captain of the Marine branch also noticed Ike, Luffy and Kirby. "Are you three tourists too?" "No. We are pirates. My name is Luffy, and I want to be the man who becomes One Piece," Luffy said firmly to the Marine captain. The Marine captain heard Luffy's words and decisively drew the sword from his waist. At this time, Ike came to Captain Marine at an extremely fast speed and showed him the letter of appointment. "Brother, we are one of our own, we are Private Marine, I am Private Marine Admiral Ike, and that is Private Marine Fleet Admiral." "Captain Marine. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Just when Captain Marine was complaining in his heart, he discovered that the seal on the appointment letter in Ike's hand was actually the seal of Marine headquarters. Ike not only took out the letter of appointment, but also took out a dog-headed phone bug. This phone bug was unique to Garp. Seeing this phone bug, the Marine captain immediately believed that the other party was indeed a so-called private Marine. The official positions of this private Marine are too outrageous, one is Fleet Admiral, and the other is General. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. There is a huge gap in official positions between the Marines who return to the headquarters and the Marines who are distributed, let alone the private Marines under the headquarters Marine. He is said to be a general, but he is probably a major general at most, but the official position of a major general is more powerful than his small captain of the East Daxia Sea branch. Thinking of this, the Marine captain suddenly became respectful. Then he asked a little cautiously, "Then why did he say he wanted to become the sea?" "Brother, if you think about what he said carefully, you will understand," Ike said carefully. Captain Marine still didn't understand what Ike said. Seeing this, Ike had to remind him, what he just said is that he wants to become One Piece's man. With such a reminder, the Marine captain suddenly understood, and then looked at Luffy with an incredible look on his face. "Also, who do you think this Luffy is?" "He is the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. Back then, Lieutenant General Garp fell in love with One Piece and killed each other, and his grandson was no exception, and he even awakened something extraordinary. Property. Captain Marine." Captain Marine is very nervous now. He was thinking, if I hear such a big secret, will I be silenced? Chapter 6 Departing from Shield's Town and meeting Zoro Roronoa for the first time. Not far away, Kobo saw Marine having a good chat with Ike, and he was relieved. "I mean, Luffy, what are Ike talking about with Captain Marine?" Luffy picked his nose and said, "I don't know." Luffy, who was picking his nose, suddenly opened his mouth and sneezed, but he didn't care and continued to pick his nose. At the same time, Garp, who was still in the windless zone, sneezed violently and said to himself, "Sengoku is BG the table again." Just as Garp finished speaking, Sengoku's call came. "Garp, you've had enough of wandering around outside. Go back to headquarters quickly." "Got it, already on the way," Garp said, picking his nose. "Also, did you steal the senbei behind my bookcase?" "Well, a Poseidon appeared in front of me, I hung up first." Other side. After arguing with the Marine captain, Ike took Luffy and Kirby and left here in a small boat. Marine even prepared fresh water and enough food for them. "These Uncle Marines are really nice people," Luffy said with a smile. "My identity as a private Marine is not useful enough," Ike said proudly, shrugging his shoulders. Luffy knew that Ike must have mentioned his grandfather, but thinking that Ike wanted to be a Marine on his pirate ship, then let's do it. It's good. In the future, I will have musicians, chefs, navigators on my ship, and adding a marine will be more interesting. For the rest of the journey, Kobo was in charge of sailing, Luffy was in charge of eating, and Ike was sitting on the edge of the boat in a daze. To be precise, I'm looking at my system panel. After experiencing the battle with the Arita pirates, Ike's account gained more than 200 points, and he was able to conduct 2 silver draws. The reason why you get so many points is not because you destroyed enough pirate groups, but because you saved many people. The Arita pirates are not big, with all the pirates adding up to only 70 or 80 people. There is even one elite pirate named Arita. Most of these more than 200 points come from the saved passenger ship. Since it is a justice marine system, there will be points whether it is eliminating evil or supporting good. The more civilians you save, the more points you get. After struggling for a long time, Ike finally decided to keep the points first and wait until he has enough points to draw 10 consecutive silver draws. There is a guarantee for 10 consecutive draws of silver, and the guarantee is that a silver level item will be produced. If you draw it alone, you may get bronze rewards for many consecutive rounds. Ike doesn't think he is an absolute European emperor, so he doesn't have high hopes for just pulling out a miracle. The 3-man ship soon arrived at Shields Town. Ike knows that here, Luffy will meet Roronoa Zoro. Of course, Luffy came to Shields Town because he knew about Zoro's existence. Mr. Luffy, it's too messy for you to find that kind of person as your companion. Kirby also wanted to persuade Luffy not to think about recruiting a monster like being like Zoro as a partner. Luffy smiled indifferently and said, I haven't decided yet, if he is a good person. It's because he is a bad guy that he was arrested by Marine. Hearing Kobo's words, Ike, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Those who are caught by Marine are not necessarily bad people, and those who are Marines are not necessarily good people. After listening to Ike's words, Kobo stopped talking. The brief encounter with Luffy made Kirby know that not all people who inspire to be pirates are bad people. Luffy is a good person, and of course, there is also Ike. Ike, who didn't know that he had been given the good guy card, came to Luffy and said, it's not so troublesome to find Santo Lu Zoro, he should be at Marine School grounds. Oh? Really? Let's go to the school grounds immediately. Outside the Marine base campus. Luffy grabbed the wall and looked inside. In the center of the school grounds was a man tied to a cross. The man wore a green turban, a white t-shirt, an abdominal belt around his waist, and 3 earrings hanging from his left ear. This was none other than the future swordsman Roronoa Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates. Look, it's this guy. The beast. Luffy said with a big smile after seeing Zoro. Ike, who was also lying on the wall, naturally saw Zoro. At this time, Zoro was in a very embarrassed state, his body was dirty, and there were traces of whipping. It was obvious that he had been tortured. Luffy pointed at Zoro and said, let's let him go now. Hearing Luffy's words, Kobo immediately roared, don't be ridiculous, he is that Zoro. Just as Kobo finished speaking, a little girl climbed into the school grounds from the other side of the wall. After entering the school grounds, she trotted to Zoro and took out 2 rice balls. The arrogant Zoro naturally refuses to eat the little girl's food, mainly because he is afraid that eating the little girl's food will bring danger to the little girl and her family. In the end, Zoro could only try to scare the little girl away by roaring, but the little girl was not afraid of Zoro's scary expression at all, because she knew that the big brother in front of her was a good person. In fact, the reason why Zoro was tied here was because of this little girl. The little girl's family ran a restaurant, and one day Beelzebub, the son of Colonel Monka, the top officer of the Marine base, was wandering around on the street with his dog. If the dog is not on a leash, something will definitely happen, but because of Beelzebub's identity, even if his dog does bite someone, no one will say anything, and they will only dare to curse a few times in their hearts. Guza broke into the restaurant owned by the little girl's house and almost hurt her. At that time, Zorro beat Guzzi and Mabel Bell. Bellamibo knew that he was no match for Zorro, so he threatened the lives of the little girl and his mother. As long as Zorro can survive being tied up for a month, the matter will be over. He had just gone to sea not long ago and didn't know much about the so-called sinister nature of people's hearts, so he agreed directly. Because of this, Zorro was tied up. Just when the little girl was still trying to persuade Zorro to eat rice balls, the iron gate of the school grounds was opened, and then Amber Bell came in arrogantly with several Marines. Bellamibo, wearing a sexy suit, with oily hair parted in the middle, always looked like he was in need of a beating. After seeing the little girl and the rice ball in her hand, Mabel showed a sinister smile. Zorro, it's wrong to bully a little girl like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Bellamibo wanted to grab the rice ball and eat it himself. But before he could reach out his hand, a strong wind blew him away. Immediately, Ike and Luffy appeared behind the little girl. And it was Ike who just took action. Chapter 7 Menka, you are arrested. Zorro enters private sector marine. After Bellamibo was knocked away, before he could get up, he pointed at the sudden appearance of Ike and Luffy and shouted at several marine soldiers, "You losers, take them down for me." Several soldiers were forced to take the guns on their backs and pointed them at Ike and Luffy. Seeing this, Ike took out the letter of appointment from the private marine without hesitation. "Put down your guns. I am General Ike of the Private Marine Corps. I am here to investigate Colonel Menka's exploitation of civilians and his use of power for personal gain." Ike's words immediately stunned several Marine soldiers. Of course they know what the position of a general is, but what is a private marine? However, thinking that the other party was here to investigate Colonel Menka, although the expressions of the several soldiers did not change, they were very happy inside. They have been exhausted physically and mentally by Colonel Menka. What they do every day is not to punish evil and promote good, but to help Menka's family oppress the common people. It made them feel a little sorry for the marine uniforms they were wearing. Several marine soldiers put down their guns without thinking about whether the private marines were marines. Other side. Luffy and Kirby already knew the details of why Zorro was tied here from the little girl. After listening to the little girl's story, Kobo's belief collapsed a little. His dream was to become a marine general, but he didn't expect that the just marine would do such a bad and indiscriminate thing. Instead, Luffy laughed after hearing what happened. "Zorro, come be my companion and become a pirate with me." Zorro heard this and sneered, "Are I going to burn, kill, loot, and become a scum with you? Stop dreaming." As a pirate hunter, Zorro naturally doesn't like pirates. At first, he only became a pirate hunter to earn bounties for food, but after working for a while, he discovered that pirates are really a group of lawless people, and killing them has no psychological burden on Zorro at all. At this moment, Ike, who had finished negotiating with several marine soldiers and tied up Bellamibo, came over. He walked up to Zorro, took out the private marine appointment letter and said to Zorro, "Zorro, as long as you sign this private marine appointment letter, then you will be a member of our private marine." "Marine? Don't you mean pirates? Aren't you in the same group?" Zorro asked curiously. "Of course." Before Luffy could say the word pirate, Ike grabbed him and whispered in his ear, "Idiot, you didn't notice Zorro? Are you resistant to joining the pirates? Let him join us first as a private marine." "Oh? Ike, you are so smart." After praising Ike, Luffy pinched his waist and said, "Yes, it's private pirates, no. It's marine." Zorro. Without looking at Luffy, Ike looked at Zorro and said, "How about it? As long as you join us, your punishment will be over." After hearing what Ike said, Zorro did not answer but looked at the little girl who looked at him innocently. Seeing this, Ike also knew what Zorro was thinking, and he continued, "Don't worry. Now that we are here, we will handle Menka's matter." Hearing what Ike said, Zorro raised the corner of his mouth and said, "It's not impossible to join you, but I also have my own ambitions. I want to become the world's best swordsman. If I can't fulfill my ambition because of you, I will kill you with my own hands." When Luffy heard this, he laughed and agreed. Ike said as he cut the ropes that bound Zoro with his wind blade. Ambition leads to motivation. Just as Zoro was released from his restraints, the gate to the school grounds was opened again, and then the base's top officer, Colonel Menka, walked in with dozens of Marine soldiers. "Who dares to run wild on my territory?" Menka has a huge iron jaw and a giant axe in one hand. It is also because of this characteristic that he is called Axeman Menka. Several soldiers who had surrendered to Ike suddenly trembled when they saw the axe-hand Menka. For them, Menka is a nightmare that hangs over the entire town of Shields. At this time, Ike came over and faced Menka and took out his private Marine appointment letter again. When Menka saw the seal of Marine headquarters printed on the letter of appointment, he also trembled in his heart. He knows best what he did in Shields Town. If he is caught, he will definitely be imprisoned for life. Thinking of this, a cruel look appeared in the eyes of Axeman Menka. Regardless of whether the boy who claims to be a private Marine in front of him is a real Marine, Menka will not let him leave Shields Town alive today. Humph. Pretending to be a Marine senior executive, damn. As soon as he finished speaking, the Axeman Menka took 2 steps back, let the soldiers behind him out and said, "Shoot these people to death." Seeing this scene, Kobo and the little girl turned pale with fright. Zoro, Luffy, and Ike looked at the Marine soldiers with their guns expressionless. "Haha." Zoro smiled and said, "Your private Marine doesn't work either." Hearing this, Ike smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, no matter whether it works or not, this guy probably won't let us go, so let's just do it." At the same time, a group of Marine soldiers had fired, but Luffy blocked them all with his body and bounced all the projectiles back. "It's useless. It's useless." As he spoke, Luffy cleared a large area of Marine soldiers with a rubber whip. Seeing this, Menka said solemnly, "Are you actually a devil fruit user? Everyone, give up using guns and let me chop them to death with knives." Naturally, Ike would not watch Luffy fight alone. He wrapped his hands around the violent airflow and rushed forward. Just to know, will the justice points be deducted for defeating Marine? Thinking of this, Ike randomly knocked a Marine away. After discovering that the justice value was not deducted, he let go. In just a few breaths, all the Marine soldiers in front of Menka were knocked down by Ike and Luffy, leaving only the helpless Menka and Beru, who was tied up and could only say "Oho Mabel." "Menka, you are under arrest," Ike said righteously. "Arrest me? You are not qualified, I am a fool." Before he could say the word card, Ike knocked him away with the roar of the Sky Dragon. When Menka was defeated, Ike also received a notification that the justice value had arrived. There are 2 points in total, one is the 10 justice points obtained after defeating Menka. The other was 1500 justice points that saved the entire town of Shields. Ike also didn't expect that just by defeating Menka, he would be able to obtain such a generous justice value. As expected, defeating the scum Marine is also an act of justice. Chapter 8: The first 10 consecutive silver draws. In restaurants in Shields Town, Echo, Luffy and Zoro are feasting. Zoro has been hungry for more than 10 days, and his appetite is naturally amazing, but even so, Zoro is still not as big as Luffy. All I can say is that Luffy's rubber fruit is too buggy, and there will be no problem if he eats it as much as he wants, and Luffy's own digestive ability is also amazingly strong. Just after the 3 of them had finished drinking and eating, a group of Marines walked into the restaurant. The leader of the Marine captain saluted Ike and said, "Your Excellency, the private Marine General, don't know how to deal with Colonel Menka." Hearing this question, the citizens of Shields Town present also set their sights on Ike. For the people who have been oppressed all year round, directly executing Menka, the culprit, is naturally the best result, but this is not a choice they can make. Ike thought for a moment and took out Garp's phone bug. "Garp, who was at the Marine headquarters, took out his exclusive phone bug from his pocket after hearing a series of puff, puff, puff sounds. After the phone worm picked up the phone worm turned into a handsome face with sharp edges. "Who?" Garp asked while eating senbei. "Master Garp, I am Ike." "Oh? Ike? Did something happen to you and Luffy?" Garp asked curiously. "It's not a big deal." Immediately, Ike informed Garp about Shields Town. Garp was also angry when he heard that there was such a bad marine in Shields Town. "Detain him first, and I will return to Donghai in the next 2 days to personally escort him to the Marine headquarters." "Yeah. Got it." After saying that, Ike hung up the phone, then looked at the Marine soldiers and said, "Don't worry. Someone will handle it in the next few days." Just now, the person who just spoke couldn't be that Marine hero Lieutenant General Garp, right? The leader, Captain Marine, asked with an incredulous look on his face. "Yes, it's him." Other side. After hanging up the phone, Garp showed a smile. From Ike's words, Garp could tell that Luffy did not dislike the so-called private marine. In this case, as long as he operated the marine well, even if Luffy was flying the pirate flag, it could be regarded as private. Marine logo. Who says Marine can't carry the skull and crossbones flag? They are privately owned marine. As long as Luffy doesn't take the initiative to go against the world government and doesn't cause big trouble, Garp can help him. Suddenly, Garp started to smile triumphantly. "Ha ha ha! I'm really smart to come up with a private marine." Looking back to Shields Town. After settling the matter with Monka, Echo, Luffy, and Zoro embarked on their journey again. As for Kirby, he still stayed at the Marine base in Shields Town as in the original work. The only difference may be that he was not beaten by Luffy because he wanted to break off the relationship with Luffy and the others. And before leaving, Luffy held a grand banquet in Shields Town. The original story was that because Luffy was a pirate, the marine in Shields Town couldn't let them stay for a long time, but it's different now. Now Luffy and the others have saved the entire private marine in Shields Town. It's natural to have a party or something. Not a problem. Above the sea, Zoro was lying on the boat board and taking a nap, holding his Wadeo Ujimaji. Luffy was eating the food that Marine and the little girl's mother had prepared for him. As for Ike, he opened the system panel again. After saving the civilians in Shields Town, he gained another 1,500 points, which was enough for him to draw 10 consecutive silver draws. Seeing that he had a balance of more than 1,700 points, Ike thought about it for a while and then decided to try a wave of 10 consecutive silver draws. In fact, Ike's original plan was to save 10,000 points to use for 10 consecutive gold draws. But, human nature is like this. Once you have money, you want to try Ouyubo. Just do it as he thought. Ike opened the silver level lottery wheel and started 10 draws in a row. Obtain, sea bicycle, bronze level item, a bicycle that can be ridden on the sea. Acquired, wooden sword Toy Akko bronze level item. Toy Akko wooden sword is a weapon from Jin, the protagonist of the Gintama world, and he purchased it from TV shopping. Obtain, incredible wine gourd bronze level item, pour any liquid into the gourd and what comes out will be wine. Obtained, Zanpakuto shallow fight silver level item, the initial form of the Zanpakuto in Shinigami's hand can evolve into a real Zanpakuto. Note, the conditions for use of this item have been modified according to the system of the One Piece world. Obtain, telekinesis practice manual silver level item, you can learn the telekinesis ability in Full-Time Hunter. Note, the conditions for use of this item have been modified according to the system of the One Piece world. Obtain 3 portions of delicious barbecue bronze level item, this is a very delicious barbecue. Note, be careful that it is so delicious that it bites your tongue. Get, super waterproof watch. Bronze level items, watches with super waterproof capabilities. Get an exclusive fashion opportunity bronze level items, you can change the appearance of the clothes according to your own ideas. Get a box of very Coke bronze level item, very delicious Coke. Obtain boxing technique flowing water rock breaking fist silver level item, a powerful punching technique from the world of One Punch Man, which can be trained to break mountains and crack rocks. 10 draws completed. Through this lottery, Ike also roughly understood the general differences in the items obtained from bronze, silver, and gold. The things drawn at the bronze level are basically daily necessities or food. In short, they will not have any effect on increasing strength. Silver level items are all auxiliary, or items that can become stronger, but becoming stronger requires your own development and training. Gold level items are relatively simple and crude. As long as you draw them, they will be a piece of strength. You can use them directly after drawing them, and you can directly enhance your own strength. Just like the Dragon Slayer magic crystal. After figuring out the lottery mechanism, Ike took out the 3 silver level items he drew this time. The training manual for the shallow attack and Neon ability and the training manual for the Liashui and Shattering Fist appeared directly in his hands. Luffy, who was eating, saw 2 books and a knife suddenly appeared in Ike's hand. He stopped stuffing the food and looked over curiously. Ike, where did the knife in your hand come from? As he spoke, Luffy took the Isaru in his hand and started playing with it. Zoro, who was dozing, opened his eyes when he heard knife. The first thing he saw was the sword in Luffy's hand. Chapter 9, Recognize Zoro as Master. Luffy wakes up. The scabbard and handle of the shallow-cut sword are pure black, which can be said to be the completely opposite color to the word Wado in Zoro's hand. Zoro felt the difference between Chienda and immediately said to Luffy, "Luffy, bring me the knife and see." Luffy wasn't very interested in swords. He still liked cool things like shields or armor, so he threw the sword directly to Zoro. Zoro took the shallow blow and immediately felt a connection between his mind and his heart. And what Zoro didn't notice was that just as he picked up the shallow hammer, the word Hideo on the side lit up, and then a ray of light penetrated into the shallow hammer. It's really a good knife. I think it is also one of the 21 skills of a sharp knife. Zoro said with admiration after pulling out a shallow strike. Hearing Zoro's words, Ike smiled and said, "Zoro, you'd better put it down. Be careful because it won't be able to pull it out." Zoro is not someone who takes away someone's love. He put the knife back into its sheath and immediately placed it in front of Ike. Ike didn't say anything. He must keep this first shallow strike for himself. The game of shallow fighting should require cultivation and communication, so that shallow fighting can evolve into a Zanpakuto. I don't know when I will be able to get another shallow strike, so I'd better keep this one for myself. I can also practice my sword skills by the way. Just after Ike's hand touched Chiende, he frowned suddenly, thinking that he actually felt resistance from Chiende. "Hey? You actually resisted me? Could it be that this Chiende already has a mind of his own?" Thinking of this, Ike looked at Zoro in disbelief. Zoro and Luffy had both touched this knife before, but when Luffy handed the knife to Zoro, the knife should be fine. In other words, this knife actually recognized its owner so quickly. Oh my god! What is going on? Chienda recognizes its master, which means, it is already a Zanpakuto without a name. Thinking of this, Ike glanced at Zoro helplessly and said to himself, "This guy is really lucky." Thinking of this, Ike said to Zoro, "Zoro, this knife belongs to you, it has chosen you." Zoro was still a little confused after hearing what Ike said. "Hey? What do you mean it chose me? Could it be that this is a demon sword?" Zoro also knows something about the demon sword. The demon sword will choose its own master. If it is not used by the person it chooses, it will gradually become crazy and bloodthirsty. Haha. Ike smiled and said, "Just think of it as a demon sword." Hearing this, Zoro revealed a smile and secretly said, "A demon sword? I want to give it a try." Immediately, Zoro picked up Chienda without hesitation. Picking up the sword again, Zoro felt a sense of empathy in his heart, as if this sword should have belonged to him. Ignoring Zoro, who was playing with shallow punches, Ike focused all his attention on the training manual of Flowing Water Breaking Rock Fist. The Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist is a boxing technique that is both offensive and defensive. The move is as its name suggests. After it is performed, this move will topple over the opponent like clouds and flowing water, causing the opponent to be defeated without any resistance. The defense can even prevent water from pouring in. Moreover, there is no upper limit to the Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist. The stronger the user's physique, the greater the power of the Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist. While Ike was immersed in the Flowing Rock Breaking Fist, he didn't notice that Luffy had taken the telekinesis training manual from him and started reading it himself. I don't know how long it took, but Ike finally read the entire book Lu Shui Sha Sha Fist. Moreover, he also combined the Flowing Water Rock Breaking Fist with his own heavenly dragon slaying magic in his mind, so the power can definitely be doubled. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared on the sea surface of the boat where the three people were riding. Ike looked up and saw that the surface of Luffy's body, with his eyes closed, was constantly releasing white steam. What the hell? Luffy has developed second gear now. Just when Ike was surprised, he saw the telekinesis training manual placed next to Luffy. Could it be that Luffy is practicing Nin? Then isn't this white mist life energy? Ike, who has watched Hunter, knows that if a large amount of vitality energy is lost, his lifespan will be shortened or he will die directly. Just when Ike was about to warn Luffy, he saw that the life energy on the surface of Luffy's body began to gradually gather, forming an invisible energy film on the surface of his body. At the same time, Luffy also opened his eyes. Woohoo, I succeeded. My body suddenly became so comfortable. Luffy said with a smile as he jumped. Ike himself also read the telekinesis training manual just now. In Ike's view, if you don't meditate for a few days and nights, let alone practice trance, it would be good if you can master the sense of chi and feel the existence of chi in your body. But what about Luffy? He just looked at the training manual and directly awakened Nyan by exploring. Giving Luffy a genius title is definitely not too much. Is this what is called great wisdom and foolishness? Zoro discovered Luffy's abnormality and focused on him. At this time, Zoro could feel a sense of danger from Luffy, something he had never felt before. But when he took a shallow hit with his hand, this sense of danger faded. So hungry. Because of the loss of a small amount of life energy, Luffy began to eat crazily, and soon all the food on the ship was eaten. But even so, Luffy still shouted that he was hungry. At this moment, Luffy discovered a big bird in the sky. Seeing the meat, he stretched out his arms without hesitation to catch the bird, but who could have imagined that the bird was so big that not only did Luffy fail to catch it, but he was hung up in the air with his head on his head. It was also held tightly in the bird's beak. Ike! Zoro! This idiot! Zoro cursed and started paddling frantically. He knew that Luffy was a devil fruit user and would definitely die if he fell into the sea alone. Zoro and Ike paddled like crazy, but no matter how hard they paddled, the boat couldn't pick up much speed and couldn't catch up with the giant bird flying in the sky. Seeing this, Ike asked Zoro to hold on to the hull, while he came to the stern and took a deep breath. The roar of the sky dragon. As soon as the dragon's breath went down, the whole ship flew up as if it had eaten a magical cookie. Just as the boat rushed out, Ike's system panel reminded him that he had 3 more points of justice. This made Ike a little confused and didn't know what happened. As everyone knows, just as the boat flew out, a small boat with the logo of the Buggy Pirates was shattered into pieces by the impact, and the 3 pirates on the boat also sank into the sea unluckily. Chapter 10 Meeting Nami in Orange Town. Orange Town. Nami, who had short orange hair, ran wildly on the streets of Orange Town, with several pirates chasing her behind him. Nami is being hunted because she stole the great route chart that Buggy stole from Monka. Thief, look, where are you going? Although Nami was not slow, she was still blocked by several pirates. Just when she didn't know how to escape, Luffy fell from the sky and brought up bursts of smoke. Seeing such a good opportunity and the candidate to dump the blame, Nami was also happy in her heart. Just when he was about to fool a few pirates into saying that the man who suddenly appeared was his boss, another burst of wind came. This time, it wasn't a person, but a ship with 2 people heading towards this man. The location comes flying. The direction of landing happened to be where a few pirates gathered. With a boom sound, the ship Ike and Zoro were riding exploded, and the pirates affected fell to the ground. Another amount of justice has arrived. Ike, you are so messy. Zoro stood up with his sore legs and said, "Aren't you okay? If you fail at this little thing, how can you still be the number 1 in the world?" At this moment, Luffy ran over and shouted excitedly, "Ike, Zoro, what are you playing? It feels so exciting. You must take me to play next time." "Okay, okay." Ike waved his hand and then turned his attention to Nami. After seeing Nami, Ike rolled his eyes, pointed at her and shouted, "Which thief are you? You, please give back the 20 million belly you stole from me." Nami. Nami really wants to say who are you? Nami has indeed stolen a lot of people's money, but she has never seen this handsome young man in front of her. The most important thing is, she has never stolen 20 million in one go. "Hey, don't be slanderous. When did I ever steal so much money?" Nami said angrily. "Humph. I'm not talking about 20 million in cash, but 20 million worth of gems." Having said this, Ike directly took out his ID, which was the letter of appointment from the private marine, and said, "Nami, the thief, you have been arrested by me." Nami looked carefully at the private marine appointment letter and was shocked to see it. 1 private marine fleet admiral and 2 private marine generals. Seeing these 3 positions, everyone in Nami went numb. As for who is the other private marine general besides Ike? Of course it's Zoro. Before letting Zoro board the ship, Ike asked him to sign the private marine appointment letter. Now Zoro has become a workman who made Ike stronger. As long as the pirates defeated by Zoro do an act of justice, they will bring justice points to Ike. After being stunned, Nami smiled awkwardly and said, "You got the wrong person, I'm not a thief." As soon as he finished speaking, Nami turned around and ran away. Nami's adoptive mother Belmere was once a marine soldier. Although she was a female soldier, she knew a lot about many things inside the marine. Marine Fleet Admiral and Marine Admiral are extremely powerful beings. And Nami doesn't have the slightest fondness for marine either. If the first one she hates is pirates, then the second one is definitely marine. If it weren't for the evil dragon's collusion with marine, the evil dragon wouldn't have been working in Cocoa West Village, Nami's hometown, for so many years. Seeing Nami about to leave, Ike smiled and then said to Luffy beside him, "This little girl is a very powerful navigator." Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard about the powerful navigator, and he immediately chased after Nami. But before he took 2 steps, Luffy fell to the ground. So hungry. "Ike, do you have anything to eat?" Seeing Luffy slumped on the ground, Ike was speechless, and then took out some food from the cozy hut and handed it to Luffy. After Luffy had eaten and drank enough, he was full of energy again. Luffy, who had just stood up, looked around and laughed. "Where is it? Where is it? Where is my navigator? She ran away a long time ago." Luffy was not discouraged when Ike said that the navigator had escaped. He, I have a feeling we will meet again." Other side. After leaving the streets of Orange Town, Nami took out the nautical chart for the Grand Line. Looking at this nautical chart that was of no use to her, Nami gritted her teeth in frustration. Finally, she decided to give up the nautical chart and find a way to make a fortune in the buggy pirates. The most important thing now is to earn enough 100 million to redeem Kokosia village from the hands of the dragon pirates. After figuring everything out, Nami came to the buggy pirates alone and handed over the navigation map to express his surrender. The reason was that he broke up with his 3 original partners. The 3 partners she calls are naturally Luffy, Zoro, and Ike. Nami's plan was to bring the buggy pirates into conflict with the 3 guys who called themselves Marines, while she quietly found the buggy pirates' treasure house and stole all the treasures. The plan was perfect, and just as she thought, Buggy did believe her words and sent his capable subordinate Machi to capture the 3 of Luffy. "Navigator, where are you?" As Luffy walked on the street, he would shout something from time to time. Seeing Luffy's weird brain circuitry, Zoro looked at Ike speechlessly and asked, "Does he often do this?" Ike shrugged and said, "Just get used to it." Just then, a huge lion appeared, with a man wearing a ridiculous hood sitting on the lion's head. That was none other than Machi, and his lion companion Leaky. Shouting to that straw hat boy, "Are you Nami's former partner?" Machi looked at Luffy and asked coldly. "Nami? Oh, yes, she is our navigator. I am still looking for her. Do you know where she is?" Seeing that the other party admitted it, Machi didn't want to continue communicating with the other party, so he directly ordered his pet Leaky to attack Luffy. The huge claws swatted towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy dodged nimbly, and then shot the Machi off the lion's head with a rubber pistol. Machi fell just in front of Ike and Zoro. While Luffy was playing with the lion, Ike came to Machi and squatted down, putting one hand on his head and trying to take off his hood. "It hurts, what are you doing, UBD? Hey? Isn't this a hood?" "A hole, this is my hair, it's just that my hair is thicker." Ike. "Oh. Got it." After there was no doubt about the headgear, Ike knocked Machi unconscious with a straight punch. Other side. Luffy, who was tired of playing, also used a spinning windmill to knock Shilagi into a coma, losing his ability to fight. Chapter 11 Battle against the Buggy Pirates. After dealing with Machi, the 3 of Ike naturally chose to break into the Buggy Pirates base camp directly. After all, the navigators of their own group were still in their hands. After arriving at the Buggy Pirates base camp, the 3 of them were already targeted by the muzzle of an artillery piece. In the eyes of all the Buggy Pirates, as long as the fuse is lit now, the 3 ignorant guys below can be blasted into slag. "Nami, since you have joined our Buggy Pirates, this certificate of nomination is handed over to you. You can send your former partners on the road with your own hands." After saying this, Buggy motioned to his pirates to hand over the torch to Nami and let Nami light the fuse herself. The surrounding pirates also began to cheer, and kept shouting, "Fire the guns!" Nami looked at the 3 of Ike and was very conflicted in her heart. Although she hated pirates and marines, it was really hard for her to let him kill people with her own hands. But if he didn't fire, he would definitely die miserably. At this moment, Luffy, who was not far away, looked at Nami with a smile and said, "It seems you don't have the consciousness to challenge the pirates." Hearing Luffy's words, Nami became angry. "Does your so-called enlightenment mean killing people?" "No." Luffy shook his head, and then said something very skillful, "It's the consciousness of risking his own life." Luffy's words stunned Nami. At this moment, an impatient little pirate saw that Nami was still reluctant to take action, so he grabbed the torch from her hand and said, "A newcomer is a newcomer, and it takes a while to light a fire." After saying this, the pirate put the torch close to the cannon fuse. Seeing that the flame was about to touch the fuse, Nami subconsciously took out her 3-section stick and knocked the pirate unconscious. Realizing that Zay couldn't bear to stop him subconsciously, Nami also knew that something was wrong, and immediately bowed and apologized to Buggy. Buggy was very angry, he hated people cheating him the most. "So Nami, you want to be my enemy? You should stop fooling people." With a roar, Buggy ordered his men to kill Nami. Luffy, who was not far away, would naturally not let his navigator get hurt. When Nami knocked out the pirate who wanted to set him on fire, Luffy knew that she must be his partner and his navigator. Luffy rushed forward to block Nami, and used her rubber whip to knock the oncoming pirate away. Seeing this, Ike and Zoro also rushed forward. Zoro did not use 3 knives this time, but only took out the shallow strike he had just obtained from Ike. Zoro wanted to use the Ito style to get a good feel for the new sword. Even if they are just one sword style, these pirate minions are no match for Zoro. Zoro basically uses one sword at a time. At this moment, a man riding a unicycle and holding a long knife appeared. This was Kabeji, the second in command of the buggy pirates. Kabeji's swordsmanship is completely integrated with his own juggling skills, so it looks a bit nondescript. Facing this kind of swordsman who was not a swordsman, Zoro had no intention of fighting with him. He clenched his hands and struck lightly, and then his speed suddenly increased, and he was behind Kabeji in an instant. Kabeji was still planning to release his top. But at this time he discovered that there was a blood mark on his chest that was deep enough to show the bone. One sword style, ghost slaying. Only then did Kabeji hear the name of the move shouted by Zoro, and then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. In this way, the only leader of the buggy pirates is Captain Buggy. Originally, Buggy thought of a sneak attack when he saw his subordinate Kabeji fighting Zoro. But who would have thought that Kabeji would be chopped down by Zoro after just one encounter? Buggy was very angry, not only because his men were cut down one by one, but also because the straw hat on Luffy's head reminded him of the man he had always hated in his heart, the red-haired Shanks. Many years ago, Shanks and Buggy were trainee pirates in the One Piece Roger Pirates. At that time, I got a devil fruit while fighting other pirates, but almost no one on Roger's pirate ship would eat the devil fruit. However, thinking that devil fruits could be sold for 100 million belly, the clever Buggy planned to fake them and then sell them on the black market with the devil fruits. The plan went well, but just when Buggy was admiring the devil fruit in his hand and the treasure map he had secretly hidden before, Shanks suddenly appeared and was so frightened that he stuffed the whole devil fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. At the same time, the treasure map in his other hand also fell into the sea. It was also because of this incident that Buggy engraved Shanks' name in his heart and mind. Looking at the straw hat on Luffy's head, Buggy narrowed his eyes, and then shot out his right hand to sneak attack Luffy. Just when his hand was still a few meters away from Luffy, Ike appeared and stepped on Buggy's hand, carrying out a sneak attack. Isn't this too embarrassing for the former members of the Roger Pirates? Hearing Ike's words, Buggy was also shocked. He thought to himself, how did he know this? For Buggy, although he was very proud of his identity as a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, he did not dare to tell anyone about it. If anyone found out, he would definitely be targeted by Marine. In the East Daxia Sea, the happy days will no longer exist. Thinking of this, Buggy looked at Ike with murderous intent in his eyes, and then activated his ability to split the fruit, and flew out with the other hand holding a dagger, aiming directly at Ike's throat. Seeing this, Ike dodged calmly, and then used Lia Shuiyan's shattering fist to hit the hand he was stepping on. As the saying goes, 10 fingers connect to the heart. Ike's punch directly made Buggy doubt his life. Other parts of his body also began to twitch in pain, and he even lost control of his ability to split the fruit. After this punch, Ike also confirmed one thing, that is, Buggy is not a big boss who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger as analyzed by many netizens. He is really weak. Ike lifted his foot and let go of Buggy's hand. After Buggy's hand returned to his body, Buggy blew into it like crazy, hoping to relieve the pain in this way. After feeling that the pain in his arm was gone, Buggy was about to say something harsh to Ike when he heard a rubber, bazooka. Then he felt a pain in his abdomen and flew out. Luffy, you can actually carry out sneak attacks, Ike said with a smile. No. Luffy shook his head and said, I think he seems to be ready. So he took action. Luffy's current combat effectiveness is much stronger than in the original work, mainly because he has initially mastered Nen, and he also has enhanced Nen abilities. As for why you know that Luffy is an enhanced type? Of course, it is a conclusion reached through character analysis. All in all, people in the enhancement department have very simple minds. To put it bluntly, they are inferior. This fits Luffy's character very well. Chapter 12 The banquet will be held wherever you go. The battle is over. Except for Captain Buggy, all members of the Buggy Pirates were tied up with ropes by Ike, and then they used a phone bug to contact Marine in Shields Town to come here to take over. Ike won't be like Luffy, who will just leave after the fight. Pirates are pirates. If you don't deal with them after the fight, they may come back to this orange town to take revenge on the citizens here. The only regret may be that Buggy was not arrested together. Just as Ike was tying up the pirates, an old man wearing homemade armor came here with a group of townspeople. Everyone was a little confused when they saw that the Buggy Pirates station was in a mess and all the members of the Buggy Pirates were tied up. "Who are you? Did you do these?" the mayor asked curiously. "Oh. We are the Sea." Seeing that Luffy was about to admit that he was a pirate again, Ike decisively covered his mouth, and then said, "We are a private marine dedicated to serving the people. I heard before that there are pirates here who are causing trouble. We are here to deal with these pirates." After saying this, Ike also took out the letter of appointment from the privately owned marine. When they heard that the other party was marine and that he had produced his ID, the townspeople immediately cheered. The townspeople of Orange Town were also exploited by the Buggy Pirates. Not only was they exploited, Buggy would also fire a few Buggy shells from time to time to destroy the town. Now that they know that the Buggy Pirates have been eliminated, everyone feels like Buggy is hanging over their heads. The shells seemed to have disappeared, and I felt very happy. The excited townspeople started the banquet by lighting a bonfire at the Buggy Pirates station. It has to be said that in the world of One Piece, neither marine pirates nor civilians have any resistance to activities such as banquets. Seeing that there was a party, Luffy also had a good time. Last time in Shields Town, Luffy had a lot of fun. In Luffy's opinion, this is the free life that a pirate should have, and he would hold banquets wherever he goes. As everyone knows, if it weren't for Ike's status as a private marine, he would even be expelled, let alone holding a banquet. I want to be a man who is One Piece. Maybe the party was too exciting, so Luffy shouted out his catchphrase. It was also these words that immediately silenced the noisy banquet. Ike knew something was not going well, and immediately shouted, "That's right, Luffy is going to be One Piece, man." Luffy didn't find anything strange about Ike's strange sentences. He just wanted to be a One Piece man, so there was nothing wrong with him. Instead, the townspeople immediately understood the meaning of Ike's words, and then looked at Luffy with strange eyes. Zoro, who was drinking on the side, spit out a mouthful of wine when he heard Ike's words, and then began to hold his stomach and laugh wildly. Seeing this, Nami pointed at Zoro and shouted loudly, "This Zoro is going to become the world's best swordsman, man." Zoro. In this way, a cheerful banquet ended, and Luffy and his team embarked on a new journey. Just like leaving Shields Town, the townspeople of Orange Town also prepared a lot of food for Luffy. Luffy was also generous. He directly said that all the money Buggy had collected in Orange Town was returned to the townspeople. Luffy has no idea about money. In his opinion, the money should be returned to the townspeople. On the contrary, Nami was indignant at Luffy's behavior. After all, it was a treasure worth millions. This time when Orange Town defeated the Buggy Pirates, Ike thought he would get more justice points than Shields Town, but he didn't expect that he only got 1,000 points. Including the justice points brought by defeating the pirates and Buggy, the total adds up to more than 1,100 points. But it's enough for 10 consecutive draws of silver. But Ike doesn't plan to draw the lottery now. He wants to save it and finally have a wave of 10 golden draws. On the boat, Ike took out the things he had drawn in the previous lottery, first of all, the sea bicycle. As the name suggests, a sea bicycle is a bicycle that can be ridden on the sea. There are floating boards on both sides of the bicycle, and the rear wheel of the bicycle becomes a propeller. As long as you step on the pedal, you can drive the propeller to spin. As for the speed, it's not fast, it's just a gadget for leisure and entertainment. Ike tried riding a bicycle and felt that it felt quite good to ride a bicycle with the sea breeze. No wonder Marine General Aokiji likes to ride a bicycle on the sea. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up after seeing the sea bike. It's so handsome, the bike. Seeing this, Ike handed the bicycle to Luffy, and he took out the next item. They are Mokuto Toyako and a sake gourd. Hanging Lake Toya around his waist, Ike focused all his attention on the wine gourd. The function of this wine gourd is that as long as liquid is poured into it, it can turn into wine. Thinking of this, Ike poured some seawater into it, then shook the wine gourd. After opening it again, a stream of water floated out of the wine gourd. Rich wine aroma. Zoro's nose suddenly twitched while he was dozing, and then he opened his eyes and looked in Ike's direction. I saw Ike take a sip of the wine in the wine gourd. Because Ike didn't drink, he spit it out after just one taste, because the alcohol content was a bit high. It was estimated to be at least 40 degrees. At this moment, Zoro's big face came close to him and he sniffed the wine gourd's mouth with his nose. Great wine. Did you conjure it up too? Yes. Ike nodded and handed the wine gourd to Zoro. Before taking out the things, Ike had already told a few people that he had the ability to conjure some magical things out of thin air. What's the use of a wine gourd? Why don't you produce gold? Nami said while looking at the navigation chart. Gold, there may be a chance. But it's not impossible to make a fortune from this wine gourd. Hearing the word get rich, Nami immediately turned his head and asked curiously, is this wine gourd valuable? Nami had already thought about it. She would follow this ship for the time being and leave secretly when she found the opportunity. She would not become a pirate. This wine gourd can make unlimited delicious drinks. As he spoke, Ike snatched the wine gourd from Zoro's mouth and poured all the wine into the sea. Hey, why did you pour it? You might as well let me drink it. Ike smiled and did not reply to Zoro's words. Instead, he showed the empty wine gourd. Finally, he poured a gourd of seawater into the wine gourd. Closed the lid and shook it. After opening the lid again, the seawater in the gourd directly turns into wine. With this gourd, this sea can be turned into wine. Do you think we can make money with this? Ike said with a smile. Both Nami and Zoro were shocked by the function of this wine gourd. Nami, who quickly came to his senses, already had the idea of getting the wine gourd. Zoro took the wine gourd and drank a sip of wine, and his expression became excited. If this happens, there will be endless wine to drink in the future. Chapter 13 Meeting Usopp for the first time. Next, Ike took out 3 more delicious barbecues, a waterproof watch and a box of Coke. Just after Ike took out the things, Zoro, who had been playing with the wine gourd, suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Ike, do you feel like you are missing something? After hearing Zoro's words, both Ike and Nami started thinking, and finally shouted, where is Luffy? That's right. Ike has come up with so many interesting things, and it stands to reason that Luffy will definitely be interested in them. The 3 of them looked towards the sea, but they didn't see a single figure. Where did that idiot captain go? Zoro complained, holding his forehead. There. At this moment, Nami, who was looking around with a telescope, pointed to the distance and said, Luffy seems to have landed on that island. Zoro heard this and grabbed the telescope. When he saw that Luffy was indeed fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ike, next time you conjure something like a vehicle, don't let Luffy do it alone. Hearing Zoro's words, Ike also nodded secretly. He felt that Zoro was right. Not only could Luffy not be allowed to touch it alone, but Zoro, a road idiot, could not be allowed to touch it alone. Knowing that Luffy was fine, Zoro turned his attention to the box of Coke. Zoro has tested the function of the wine gourd before. As long as different liquids are poured into the wine gourd, the taste of the wine produced will be different. Is this for drinking? Zoro asked, pointing to the very Coke. Yeah. Ike nodded and then took out a bottle of Coke and handed it to Zoro. Zoro took a sip first and thought it tasted good, then poured it into the wine gourd. After a little shaking, what was poured out from the wine gourd turned into cola-flavored sparkling wine, which was very magical. Putting the waterproof watch on his hand, Ike picked up a piece of barbecue and started eating it. After the 3 pieces of barbecue were eaten by Ike, Zoro, and Nami, the boat finally drifted to the edge of the island. At this time, Luffy was chatting with a man with a long nose. Next to them were 3 children with strange hairstyles. They looked like they were having a great time chatting. Ike knew that this long nose should be Usopp's next partner. Usopp is also a magical being in the Straw Hat Pirates. As the saying goes, Zoro is with the wind, Luffy is with the wind, and Usopp is in desperate situation. This famous saying is definitely not true. Usopp indeed has an irreplaceable position in the entire journey. I saw my partner coming. Luffy immediately introduced to Usopp. Usopp, let me introduce to you. These are my companions, Navigator Nami, Swordsman Zoro, and Marine Echo. Usopp was confused. He understands both this Navigator and Swordsman. What the hell is a Marine? Through the conversation just now, Usopp already knew that Luffy was a pirate and also knew his father Jesus, so Usopp was particularly kind to Luffy. As if he saw Usopp's thoughts, Luffy smiled and patted Ike on the shoulder and said, "He is a private marine, not a regular marine. Hey, it's not just me who is a private marine, but you and Zoro too." After saying this, Ike glanced at Nami. Nami turned her head away when she saw this, indicating that she didn't want to speak. Previously, Ike also invited Nami to sign the letter of appointment for the privately owned marine, but Nami simply refused. Nami doesn't want to have anything to do with Luffy and his gang. She will definitely leave if she finds the opportunity, and she will definitely not sign a letter of appointment for a private marine. Oh. So, this little Ike is actually a pirate who dreams of becoming a marine. Usopp found the key point directly. This also made Luffy laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, yes, he does dream of being a marine. Ike. Seeing Luffy smiling so brightly, Ike directly sent him flying with the roar of the Sky Dragon. However, Ike's blow was too strong, so it didn't hurt Luffy, it just knocked him into a tree. When Luffy got up from the ground, he immediately became angry. Ike, how could you do this? Seeing that Luffy was a little angry, Zoro and Nami were a little confused. After all, when they were on the ship, several people beat Luffy. Luffy basically laughed it off, never cared, and didn't do anything. Captain Rack. Just when the two of them were curious, they heard Luffy continue to shout, Why is there such a delicious smell of barbecue in your mouth? Are you eating barbecue behind my back? Zoro. Nami. I'll go, this guy's nose is really sharp. Ike thought to himself. Seeing that the 3 of them were silent, Luffy knew that Ike and the others had indeed stolen some barbecue while he was away, and Luffy could tell from the taste that it was very delicious barbecue. Oh. We did eat it, and you had a share in it. Who told you to run away, so I ate it for you. Ike said with a smile. If you sneak away again next time, we might even sneak in some delicious food. After hearing Ike's words, Zoro and Nami also nodded. Usopp on the side was dumbfounded. Is this really the captain of a pirate ship? Why doesn't he have any airs that a captain should have? Usopp thought of this and suddenly looked towards the horizon and found that it was getting late. He also asked Kaya to tell a story. You guys, if you want to eat, there is a restaurant in the town. If you mention my name, Usopp, you can eat for free." As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp took the 3 imps and ran towards the end of the path, which was Kaya's manor villa. "Oh? All you can eat for free?" After hearing that it was free and all you can eat, Luffy immediately forgot about Ike and the other 3 stealing food and started running towards the town. Just when he ran out a few steps, he suddenly thought of what Ike said before, and he slowed down again, planning to follow a few companions. Ike also smiled when he saw this, and then walked towards the town with a few others. On the way, Nami, Zoro, Ike, and Luffy were discussing the issue of the pirate ship. After all, a few people certainly cannot rely on a small boat to enter the Grand Line. "I think there is a very wealthy family on this island. We can go and ask if we can buy a boat." Ike pointed to the top of the mountain and said. After hearing what Ike said, Nami and Zoro nodded. However, Nami still raised a very critical issue. "Even if there is a sailboat, we don't have the money to buy it. Do we have to rob it?" When Nami said rob, disgust suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ike shook his head and said, "Of course we don't rely on robbery. We can catch the pirates and send them to Marine in exchange for the bounty. I guess after 1 or 2 trips, the money for a ship will come out. Although there are not many pirates in the East Daxia Sea, and the most powerful pirates are only 1 or 2 million, there are still quite a lot of them. If you catch a few million-level pirates, you will get enough money for the ship." Nami was relieved to learn that Ike was not trying to steal. Chapter 14 Beta Kilo's Conspiracy. "Hey? Doesn't Usopp's name mean you can eat all you want for free?" In a restaurant in Psylop village, Luffy pointed to a pile of empty plates and asked in disbelief. "Hey? You said Usopp, you were deceived by him, how could he eat all you can for free? Even if it's a discount, it's impossible, it's almost like breaking a bone." The shop owner said speechlessly. "So, you want to take advantage of Usopp's name to get free food?" The store owner's words left Luffy speechless, and in the end he could only look to Ike, Nami, and Zoro for help. Zoro, who had no money, could only hold his wine gourd and say nothing, while Ike smiled and said that he had no money. "Nami, I can only rely on you." Luffy also knew that both Ike and Zoro were poor, so he could only look to the richer Nami for help. Seeing this, Nami sighed helplessly and said, "I can help you pay the bill, but my interest rate is very high." Luffy immediately laughed when he heard that Nami agreed to help him pay the bill. As for the interest that Nami said later, he didn't listen at all. In the end, Nami paid Luffy. After eating and drinking, the 4 of them walked towards Kaya's manor. Halfway there, Luffy, who was looking around, noticed a strange man. He was wearing a blue top hat, a weird beard on his chin, and a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses. He looked very funny. The reason why he is strange is not only because of his appearance, but also because he always moonwalks backwards. Is that person so strange? Ike followed Luffy's gaze and saw Django's figure. Seeing him, Ike smiled and said, "It seems like our ship doesn't have to go around looking for bounty criminals so much." After hearing what Ike said, Zoro also looked at Zongjao and said, "Are you saying that this person is a prisoner with a reward on his head?" "Yes." Ike nodded and said, "The current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Master Hypnosis, has a bounty of 9 million. 9 million shouldn't be enough. Even a small sailboat needs at least 30 million to start." Nami frowned and said, "Haha. Of course it's not about his bounty. It's about the people behind him." Ike did not continue to explain anything and walked directly towards Zongjao. Zongjao heard footsteps from the side and looked over immediately. "Zongjao, the vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates, you have been arrested." As he spoke, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and said. Zongjao frowned immediately after hearing this. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami have long been used to Ike's habit of handing out letters of appointment to the privately owned Marine Corps. Marine. Zongjao was not afraid when facing Ike and the others. Instead, his eyes under the sunglasses flashed with murderous intent. The Black Cat pirates had killed many Marines, but they were just 4 Marines who didn't even look like they had all their hair. He didn't take it seriously at all. Zoro felt the killing intent and immediately put his hand on the handle of the knife. "It seems that you are not going to be arrested by us." As he spoke, Ike withdrew the letter of appointment from the private marine, and then assumed a posture of flowing water and rock-breaking fists, with his hands still wrapped around the air current of the Sky Dragon's magic. Zhang Jiao, on the other hand, didn't do any ink. Without saying a word, he threw the boomerang in his hand straight at Ike's throat. This boomerang is Zhang Jiao's weapon. Its effect is that it can fly back on its own after being thrown out. Many people were fooled by his move, thinking that they had escaped the boomerang, but they didn't know that this thing can still fly back. Unfortunately, he met Ike. Ike had no intention of dodging. He raised his right hand and swiped lightly, and a wind blade slashed out and split the boomerang in half. Just when Zhang Jiao was surprised, Ai Kikiu stepped forward and continued to punch out water-breaking rock fists. After just a few punches, the guy lost consciousness. With Ike's current strength, pirates with over 100 million levels are basically no match for him. After defeating Django, Ike asked Zoro to pick up the lying corpse, and they continued walking towards the manor. As soon as they arrived at the manor, Ike and the others saw Usopp punching a very elegant-looking man in the face and knocking him down. Seeing this, Ike also knew what had just happened. Usopp has been secretly coming to tell stories to Kaya, the mistress of this manor, to make her happy, but her housekeeper Krabatal has been preventing Kaya from contacting Usopp. Just now, Krabater said in front of Kaya that Usopp's father was a dirty pirate, and that Usopp's body had the dirty blood of pirates. Upon hearing these words, Usopp became angry and punched Krabater in the face. Just when Krabater stood up and wanted to continue taunting Usopp, his eyes happened to catch sight of Django, who was obviously unconscious while being carried by Zoro. Seeing Zhang Jiao, Krabater's eyes also narrowed. He is worthy of being the member of the Black Cat Pirates. He has a very strong endurance. He can only run away after being beaten. At this moment, Ike's voice sounded. Everyone was stunned when they heard Ike's words, and Krabater, who was standing in the field, had murderous intent in his eyes. Krabater is Captain Crow, who has a reward of 16 million. A few years ago, Crow was tired of the life of being a pirate, so he asked his deputy Zhang Jiao to hypnosis a marine soldier Monka, and asked Monka to return to the marine branch with a fake crow. In this way, the famous Captain Crow was captured by a little-known sailor, which also turned Menka into the current Colonel Menka. In order to have a peaceful life, Crow used a trick to enter Kaya's house and became a housekeeper. By the way, he killed Kaya's parents, leaving only Kaya as a fool. And his ultimate goal is to kill Kaya and then inherit the huge assets of Kaya's family. Even though Kaya only lives in Ziluabu village and this small village, Kaya's family's business is spread all over the East Daxia Sea, or Crow won't bother to keep an eye on her family. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, but his identity was exposed by a strange boy, Crow was naturally extremely angry. Hey! Ike, who are you talking about, Crow? Could it be this old man with glasses? Luffy said, pointing at Crow. After hearing what Luffy said, Ike smiled and said, Luffy, your intuition is really sensitive. After everyone heard this, they all turned their attention to Crow in the field. Even Kaya looked curiously at the butler Krabater, who had been with her for several years. Seeing this, Crow immediately put away his anger, then pushed up his glasses and said, My plan is about to be completed, and I really don't want my hands to be stained with blood again. Chapter 15 Beta Cluo. Captain Crow's words immediately made Luffy and Zoro vigilant. Ike smiled and said, Are you angry with shame? No. You guys won't make me angry. As soon as he finished speaking, Crow stepped on the ground with his feet continuously, and his whole person disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Zoro and Luffy were both a little confused. They didn't know that this guy was ready to fight, so why did he suddenly run away? Just when everyone was confused, Crow appeared again. Crow appeared again, showing his fighting stance. At this time, Crow was wearing gloves with long blades on his fingers. "Okay, you can go die." Kaya, who was sitting by the window upstairs, looked at Craybaiter with an expression of disbelief. In her impression, Craybaiter was a serious brother who cared about her deeply. But the current Craybaiter, no, to be precise, it was Crow, with that murderous look on his face, which made her I'm a little overwhelmed. After all, they are family members who are very important to me. Crow will not pay attention to Kaya's thoughts at all. The only thing he wants to do now is to kill everyone at the scene, and then use Zhang Jiao's ability to disguise the place as a robber and kill people. He has done enough drama. Seeing Crow rushing over, Zoro pulled out his sword, and Luffy subconsciously released his telekinesis ability to wrap around his body. "Zoro, Luffy, just protect the others, leave this thing to me." Ike said something to the two people behind him, and then faced Crow's attack. Crow is also a well-known pirate in the East Daxia Sea, not only because of his scheming, but also because he is definitely strong enough. The silent step he pioneered has a similar effect to the Marine 6-stage middle shave. The only difference from shaving may be that Crow himself is not strong enough to exert the full power of this technique. As long as he uses all his strength, he will be unable to control the speed of his sudden rampage and will fall into a state of randomly killing people with a knife. This state is called a spoon. However, Crow did not use the spoon at this time. In his opinion, it was not necessary. Crow slashed at Ike with his finger blade, trying to take him away with one move. Seeing this, Ike leaned down to dodge. Just when Crow was about to slash towards Ike, he saw the airflow from Ike's hands hitting Crow's knees. Most of Crow's combat power lies in his speed. As long as he loses his legs, he is basically useless. Humph! Crow snorted coldly, and took 2 steps back to avoid Ike's attack. However, his own hands did not stop attacking, and the 10-finger blade continued to attack Ike's body. But at this moment, a messy wind suddenly appeared on the surface of Ike's body and deflected Crow's 10-finger blades. At the same time, there was a sound of bone breaking in his knees. The severe pain caused Crow to fall backwards. At this time, Crow's legs had been interrupted, and it was impossible to stand up again. How did you hit me?" Crow endured the pain in his knees and asked through gritted teeth. Only then did Crow notice that Ike didn't know when a wooden sword appeared in his hand, and it was Lake Toya. Because Ike was wearing ordinary shorts and short sleeves, having a wooden knife stuck in his waist was a little out of place, so he put it directly into the cozy hut and took it out when needed. The wooden knife? How could the wooden knife break my legs? Hearing Crow's words, Ike wrapped the wind around Lake Toya, and then smashed it hard. A stone half a meter in diameter was smashed into pieces. Seeing the wind wrapped around the wooden sword, Crow knew that the opponent was probably the legendary Devil Fruit user. Only then did Crow realize that it was not an illusion that his 10-finger blades were bounced away by the airflow before, it was true. Just after Crow was knocked down, Kaya came to the yard with the help of her servant Mei Li. Seeing Crow, whose knees were still bleeding, Kaya's eyes turned red. Seeing Kaya, Crow showed a wry smile and said, "Kaya, I'm sorry I deceived you, but I couldn't help myself. In the future, you must take your medicine on time, and if possible, don't come into contact with children of pirates like Usopp. As a pirate, I know best what the nature of a pirate is. I can't take care of you anymore. Just take care of yourself." Crow's words immediately made Kaya shed tears, and then she said to Ike and Luffy, "Guys, can Crabadle be left to my disposal?" Hearing Kaya's words, Crow, who was lying on the ground, felt happy. He knew that with Kaya's kind character, as long as he said something that touched her, he would definitely protect himself. When his former crew members arrive, he, Captain Crow, can still make a comeback and kill all the insiders present. Hearing Kaya's words, Ike was speechless. Kaya should be completely silly and sweet, she is so easy to fool. Miss Kaya, your kindness is in the wrong place. Ike pointed at Crow and said, if I guessed correctly, he should have contacted his former crew members. It is estimated that a large number of pirates will break into Silob village before long to burn, kill, and loot. Ike's words immediately made Kaya pale. Crow, on the other hand, was mentally scolding Zhang Jiao for being a loser. In his opinion, the reason why Ike knew so much about his plan was because Zhang Jiao revealed it. In the end, Kaya handed over Crow to Ike, a private marine. Crow knew that he was completely useless and didn't want to resist anymore. The next day, through interrogating Django, Ike already knew which entrance the Black Cat pirates would invade, so he brought Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp to stop them early. Usopp, you actually dare to stop the pirates with us, I'm really impressed by you. Zoro smiled while drinking wine and looking at Usopp whose legs were shaking. He. Usopp smiled awkwardly and said, I am, the great Captain Usopp. How could I be afraid of the mere Black Cat pirates? After finishing speaking, Usopp looked back. At this time, his sweetheart Kaya was standing in the woods behind, looking at him with worry. Time passed minute by minute. A huge pirate ship finally appeared in everyone's sight. Here we come. As he spoke, Zoro hung the gourd on his waist and pulled out 3 knives and said to Ike behind him, Ike, you have dealt with Crow, and the rest of the pirates will be handed over to you. Give it to me. Well, I leave it to you. Zoro and Luffy are both members of the Private Marine Corps, and whoever performs an act of justice will gain justice points. Just as Ike finished speaking, shouts of killing came from not far away. Zoro and Luffy also rushed down. What followed was a one-sided crushing battle. The pirate minions of the Black Cat pirates were no match for Zoro and Luffy, and they were all knocked to the ground in a short while. Naturally, Usopp didn't do nothing during this period. He also used the traps laid out in advance and the slingshot in his hand to defeat several enemies. Chapter 16 The Sword God and the Sword Master. The Black Cat pirates were completely eliminated, and Ike used a phone bug to contact Marine in Shields Town and asked them to take over the Black Cat pirates. The Marine in Shields Town was a little confused when he learned that another group of pirates had been caught. All he could say was that it was indeed a private marine. The efficiency of catching pirates was too high. And every time there is a pirate group with a level of tens of millions, the Shields Town Marine feels that if the private marine General Ike is wandering around outside, their Shields Town Marine branch may be upgraded. If the branch is upgraded, their life will be easier. Promotions, salary increases, etc. will be no problem. Last time it was the Buggy Pirates. Although Buggy ran away, his men could still gain a lot of achievements. This time, Beiji Crow worth 16 million was caught. At this time, they also knew that Menka's previous achievements were completely fake and were completely used by Beiji Kiluo. Alright, these pirates will probably be taken over in 2 days. After settling all the funeral matters, Ike and his party also planned to leave. Of course, they also got the ship, which is the Golden Merly in the original work. Kaya bowed deeply to Ike and the others and thanked them. Thank you so much for helping me and the Icelanders. You're welcome, you also gave us a very nice boat. Ike glanced at the Golden Merly and said with a smile. Just as Ike finished speaking, a burst of screams came from halfway up the mountain. Immediately, everyone saw Usopp rolling down the hillside with a huge package on his back, and he was about to hit the Golden Mary soon. Seeing this, Luffy and Zoro decisively kicked Usopp in the face to help him stop. In this way, Usopp became the 5th member of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Golden Mary left the island where Ziluabu village is located and headed to the next stop. After defeating the Black Cat pirates and saving Silob village, Ike once again gained a lot of justice. Obtained 30 justice points by defeating Beiji Crow. So far, Baby Crow has the highest single target justice value, which is 15 points higher than Buggy. The reason for this is not because of the difference in bounty and strength between the two, but the degree of evil they committed. The extent of Buggy's evil deeds is really not worth mentioning compared to Crow. When Crow was the leader of the Black Cat Pirates, he was a murderous existence, and even Marine was not spared. Buggy will never take the initiative to provoke Marine, let alone massacre civilians for no reason. At most, he will destroy people's houses and collect protection fees. This is the reason for the gap in the justice value between the two. In fact, it is similar to the evaluation of bounties. A higher bounty does not necessarily mean a strong person, or he may be an evil person who has done many evil things. As for killing the entire pirate group, Ike gained more than 100 justice points, saved Psylob Village and Kaya, and gained 1,000 justice points. In this way, Ike received another 10 consecutive silver draws of justice. However, Ike still did not choose to draw a lottery, but continued to save and wait for 10 consecutive gold draws. Above the sea, the golden merle is still moving forward leisurely. One day ago, several people set foot on a rare beast island full of strange animals, and saw an uncle who was fused with a box. After just taking a short rest on the beast island, the few of them set off again. On the deck, Ike was practicing the flowing water rock fist, and Zoro was maintaining his 3 swords. Nami was studying the telekinesis learning manual that Ike took out. Nami wanted to become stronger, so Ike lent her a training manual to read. Maybe it was because Nami's training qualifications were indeed not as good as Luffy's. She had meditated for many days and still didn't feel the slightest bit of energy. This made her feel uncomfortable. She wants to give up. Finally it's Usopp and Luffy. The two of them were playing with the cannons on the Golden Melee. The two of them used the rocks in the distance as targets. Luffy fired several times but didn't even hit the edge of the rocks. But when Usopp fired, it was a blast. Just when the two were excited, a man with a long knife climbed onto the Mary and roared, "Get out of here! Pirates!" Zoro, who was maintaining the props, was stunned when he heard the voice and said to himself, "Why does this voice sound familiar?" Luffy ran over as soon as he heard it. When the man saw Luffy, he raised his knife and struck him. "You are the ones who want to kill my partner. What are you talking about?" Luffy dodged the attack, but the attack damaged the Golden Merle. Seeing that the ship he had just acquired was slashed, Luffy was very angry, and immediately took action against the man who was looking for trouble. At this moment, Zoro, Ike, and others also gathered around. Seeing Zoro, the man immediately got up and said in a surprised tone, "Brother Zoro? Why are you on this pirate ship? Hey? Isn't this Johnny? Why isn't Joseph with you?" Hearing Zoro's words, Johnny remembered that his good partner was still waiting for him, and then Johnny carried Joseph, who had only one outlet and not much air intake, onto the Mary. Joseph started vomiting blood a few days ago, and the old wounds on his body have opened again. Originally, I took Joseph to rest on a reef not far away, but the pirate ship suddenly fired at the reef. Joseph, who was already seriously injured, now even more so. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnny started to cry. After listening to Johnny's words, Luffy and Usopp both opened their mouths. They knew that it was because of them testing the cannon that Zoro's friend was seriously injured. Knowing it was their fault, Luffy and Usopp bowed and apologized to Johnny and Joseph at the same time. At this moment, Ike came over, took a quick look, and said directly, "He is suffering from sepsis. Just give him some fresh fruits. Luffy, Usopp, go to the warehouse and get some oranges to feed him." After hearing what Ike said, the two immediately rushed into the warehouse and took out a lot of oranges. At first, the two of them squeezed the orange juice carefully, but later they simply stuffed the whole orange into Joseph's mouth, hoping that he would recover quickly. Sigh. It seems that there should be a professional chef on the ship, or we may also encounter this situation. Various diseases caused by unbalanced nutrition will appear on the ship for a long time. With a chef, if so, there is no need to worry about this. After hearing what Ike said, Nami and Zoro also agreed deeply. Only Luffy continued to stuff oranges into Joseph's mouth. Joseph is worthy of being called the god of swords. He only recovered from near death after being fed a few oranges. The so-called sword god is the title given to Joseph by the Hymes. As for Johnny, he is the sword master. After the two introduced themselves again, Joseph vomited blood and fell to the ground again. Seeing that his good friend had recovered, Johnny also began to talk familiarly with other people. If you're looking for a chef, I have a good place to go. Where? Luffy asked excitedly. That's, Sea Restaurant Barity. Chapter 17. Are you just called Iron Fist? Somewhere in the East Daxia Sea, a huge round ship with a fish head bow was floating on the sea. There are countless sailboats docked next to this ship, all of which are moored by guests who come to dine here. This is the most famous sea restaurant in the East Daxia Sea Barati. And this is where Ike and Luffy are aiming. This is the Sea Restaurant Barati. Johnny pointed at the sea restaurant not far away and said with a smile. The food here is very delicious. It's absolutely no problem to hire a chef here. Hearing Johnny's words, Luffy's mouth almost watered. At this moment, a medium-sized warship came slowly and gradually approached the Golden Melee. Just when everyone looked wary, a man stood on the deck of the marine warship. A pirate flag I've never seen before. After murmuring, Fenbudi shouted to Ike, I am Captain Iron Fist Fenbudi of the Marine Corps. The pirates across the way, please tell me your name. Seeing that the other party asked him to state his name so solemnly, Luffy immediately stood up and said, My name is Luffy, and I want to. But before Luffy could finish his sentence, Ike covered his mouth. Throwing Luffy aside, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and said, I am General Ike of the Private Marine Corps. I wonder what this Captain Funbudi does. Private Marine? Do you think I'm blind? Are there any Marines that fly the skull and crossbones flag? As he spoke, Funbudi waved his hand, and several Marine soldiers immediately aimed their cannons at the Golden Mary. Seeing that Fenbudi was about to take action, Ike pointed to the seal on the appointment letter and said, Look, this is the seal of Marine Headquarters, and it was printed by Lieutenant General Garp of Marine Headquarters himself. If you want to take action against us, be prepared. Be mentally prepared. After hearing what Ike said, Fenbudi immediately stopped his men. Fenbudi's own abilities are not strong, and he was promoted to Captain Marine solely because of the name Iron Fist and his desire for stability. So after hearing what Ike said, he immediately gave up the attack. Humph. It doesn't matter whether it's a private marine or a pirate. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys go. After finishing speaking, Fenbudi hugged the beauty in the red dress beside him, waved his hand and said, Get out of here before I change my mind. The beauty in the red dress saw Fenbudi looking so majestic and unrestrained, and immediately kissed him on the cheek. Seeing this scene, Luffy is still angry with Zoro. Ike, can I beat him? Luffy said as smoke came out of his nostrils. Ike doesn't have a good impression of guys like Fenbudi who have no strength, no courage, and most importantly, love to show off. Okay, but I'll let you do it later and you can do it again. Hearing what Ike said, Luffy smiled and started gearing up. After giving instructions to Luffy, Ike shouted to Fenbudi's back, Hey! You call yourself Iron Fist, does Lieutenant General Garp know? I only know one Iron Fist in the entire Marine, and that is Marine Hero Iron Fist Garp. You even dare to pretend to be a Marine hero. I think you are really cowardly. After listening to Ike's words, Fenbudi didn't react at all. The group of Marines under him started talking first. I think this young man is right. Captain Fenbudi is indeed a bit shameless. Yes, yes. I have wanted to ask the captain to change his name before. I wonder if Lieutenant General Garp knows about this matter. Will it implicate us? I don't know, but I heard that the generals in this headquarters are very scary beings. Hearing this, Fenbudi finally couldn't help it anymore and turned back to Ike and shouted, "Ahole! It's none of your business what my name is." Of course it's none of my business. My private Marine appointment letter was issued by Lieutenant General Garp. Your current behavior is destroying Iron Fist Garp's reputation. Fenbudi was very angry. The reason why he was called Iron Fist was because he had an Iron Finger Tiger glove on his hand, which was not the same as Iron Fist Garp. It can't be said that it didn't matter. After all, the name Iron Fist was indeed useful and could intimidate. There are many pirates living there. But who said that only Lieutenant General Garp of Marine Headquarters can use the name Iron Fist? Thinking of this, Fenbudi calmed down from his anger, and then he smiled provocatively and said, "What? What's wrong with me using the Iron Fist name? Do you have the guts to hit me? Do you have the guts to go find Garp? Lieutenant General, sue me." Fenbudi believes that people like Lieutenant General Garp, who have everything to do all day long, don't care about such trivial matters as names. As for hitting myself? Haha, there are dozens of Marines behind me. If they really dare to take action, it's not necessarily who will suffer. Hearing what Fenbudi said, Ike also laughed. I have never seen such a request. As he spoke, Ike patted Luffy on the shoulder and said, "It's your turn, beat him hard, and try to hit him in the face. And Zoro, go help Luffy stop those marine minions." The two men responded and jumped onto the deck of the warship. Fenbudi was also stunned when he saw this. Are you crazy? You really dare to be an enemy of Marine? As soon as Fenbudi finished speaking, Luffy's fist hit him in the face. Ike didn't pay attention to how badly Fenbudi was beaten. He directly took out the phone bug and contacted Garp. "Hello? What's going on with Mr. Ike?" "That Mr. Garp, we met a group of people who used your name to cheat. The most important thing is that the BD who calls himself Iron Fist actually used your name to pick up girls. You are so angry about this. This incident has shown us that if it were spread by others, it might be like the hero Iron Fist eating young grass for the old and disrespecting the old cow, and the hero Garp who is very old." Garp. Listening to Ike's words, Garp was speechless for a while. When Luffy saw that his grandfather's name was being trampled on, he couldn't bear it and beat the man. "Is there any problem?" Garp was also stunned when he heard Ike's words. He didn't believe that Luffy would get into a fight over something like this. Garp even suspected that Luffy didn't even know what his name was. But soon, Garp also knew the purpose of Ike's call. He was probably looking for his help to smooth things over. "Okay. Tell me, who did you beat up?" Garp said directly. "Gate of opening." "Oh. He's a captain of the Marine branch, calling himself Iron Fist Fenbudi." Garp. "I'm just a captain from the Donghai branch. I'll just fight. There's no need to call me to inform me." "Oh. Aren't I afraid that Marine will misunderstand it? Also, our private Marine flag has been drawn up. It is a skeleton with a straw hat. Do you think, can you help us operate it too?" Garp. Garp patted his forehead and said, "I know. But you have to make sure that Luffy doesn't cause any big trouble. For example, I can deal with Marine distribution, officers from the headquarters, or even generals, but I can't handle it, you should understand." Ike knew that the world noble Draconians should be what Garp was talking about. Garp also knows his grandson's character very well. If world noble offends Luffy, he will really dare to punch him. The implication of what Garp said to Ike was that it's okay to cause trouble, and it's okay to beat up Marine, but try not to provoke world noble. If he really provoked the celestial dragons, Garp would have a hard time keeping Luffy. Although Luffy would not be executed, he would at least lose his identity or freedom. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Garp picked his nose and said impatiently. Wait. Ike glanced at the restaurant not far away, then touched his empty pocket without a penny, and finally said, Mr. Garp, the phone is connected, you can follow me no matter what. Let's talk about that fake Iron Fist. Chapter 18 Sanji appears. Just like that, while chatting with Garp, Ike jumped onto the opposite warship. At this time, Funbuddy had been beaten into a pig's head. As for his marines, they didn't dare to move without Zoro. You are openly hostile to Marine. I want to report it to Marine headquarters. None of you can escape, all of you will be investigated. Before Funbuddy could finish speaking, Ike came over and handed the phone bug to him. This Captain Iron Fist, the Lieutenant General Iron Fist across from me wants to talk to you. Hearing Ike's words, Funbuddy was also stunned, and then the phone bug sent to him came out with a somewhat familiar voice. Oh? Your nickname is also Iron Fist. What a coincidence. Funbuddy had heard this voice before. It was a year ago when Lieutenant General Garp went to inspect their branch, walking around blindly. The voice he was lucky enough to hear was none other than Marine hero Iron Fist Garp. Are you Lieutenant General Garp? I'm sorry that I used your name. I will change it right away. From now on, my name will be Cotton Fist Funbuddy. Oh. That's not necessary. After all, the name Iron Fist is not unique to me, but please let these private marines go. They are also my direct marines after all. After hearing what Garp said, how dare Funbuddy refuse? Don't worry, Lieutenant General Garp, I was just joking with them before. I didn't do anything to them at all. Funbuddy, who was wearing a pig's head, said such words, which made the beauty in the red dress who was picked up by Funbuddy laugh. Just when Funbuddy was complimenting Garp, Luffy put his arm around Ike's shoulders and said, Ike, why did you contact my grandpa again? I felt a little hairy when I heard his voice. I always felt like he was coming back to catch me. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike shrugged and threatened, Hey, why do you think your grandpa hasn't come to arrest you yet? It's not because I used my identity as a private marine to fool you through. If I and you grandpa suddenly lost contact, he will definitely come to arrest you personally, and then you will really have no freedom. Ike's words immediately made Luffy give up the idea of throwing away the phone bug. Seeing this, Ike smiled and continued to ask, One more thing, let me ask you a crucial question, do you have money? Luffy didn't think twice and replied directly, No money. That's it. We don't have any money, but this marine does. Because of your grandfather's relationship, we can live here for free. After listening to Ike's explanation, Luffy suddenly tapped his hands and said, I see, then let's go eat. At this moment, Funbuddy carefully returned the phone bug to Ike. Captain Funbuddy. You also know that you will feel hungry after strenuous exercise. Verity is just opposite, let's go to eat together. Hearing this, Funbuddy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, No problem. Whatever the private marines want to eat today, I'll cover it all. After hearing this, Luffy stepped forward and patted Funbuddy on the shoulder, smiling and saying, You are still a pretty good guy. Zoro also took back the knife, came to Funbuddy and patted his shoulder and said, Thank you. Funbuddy. At this time, Funbuddy was on the verge of tears. Although he didn't know who these so-called private marines were, he could tell from Garp's tone that these guys definitely had a close relationship with Lieutenant General Garp. What Funbuddy is most afraid of now is that Lieutenant General Garp will use his Iron Fist title to make trouble for him, the captain of the branch, if he is unhappy. So, he must take good care of these uncles in front of him. Funbuddy glanced at the beauty in the red dress who was finally invited today, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Miss Amina, do you mind if the meal for two becomes a meal for multiple people? Amina, the beauty in the red dress, smiled and said, I don't care. Entering Verity, the person who greeted everyone happened to be Sanji, who was wearing a black suit, had blonde hair and circled eyebrows. When Sanji saw the two beauties Nami and Amina, he immediately turned into a little whirlwind-licking dog and helped the two ladies pull out their chairs in an extremely gentlemanly manner. Zoro, who was drinking, curled his lips in displeasure when he saw this scene. For some reason, Zoro felt very unhappy when he saw this guy at first sight. After serving Nami and Amina, Sanji looked at Ike and the others expressionlessly. "Order what you want to eat." "Hey, your service attitude is too different." Usopp stood up and shouted. Instead, Luffy sat there and started laughing ha ha ha, feeling that this waiter was really interesting. "Waiter, are you the chef?" Luffy asked with a smile. Sanji glanced at Luffy and replied calmly, "Yes." "Then why do you work as a waiter? Is it because the cooking tastes bad?" Luffy asked again. This question made a tic-tac-toe appear on Sanji's forehead. "The food I cook is the most delicious." "And hurry up and order what you want to eat." "Oh? In that case, come and be a chef on my ship. My pirate team lacks an interesting chef like you." It was so strange for Luffy to invite people. On the contrary, Fenbudi, who had been silent and acting like an ostrich, became a little uneasy after hearing Luffy's words. "Pirates? Isn't it a private marine?" Seeing this, Ike quickly came to Fenbudi and whispered, "As you know, we are a private marine directly under Lieutenant General Garp. Naturally, we can't go around saying that we are a private marine when we go out to do missions. Our identity as a pirate is just to deceive people." "Oh." Fenbudi also had a look of surprise on his face, feeling that this was very reasonable. If Zoro, Nami, Luffy, and others hear Ike's words, they will definitely sneer, because whether Ike faces pirates, marines, or civilians, the first step is to take out his private marine letter of appointment to prove his identity. Actually, Ike doesn't want to do that. He's afraid that if he doesn't do it, the system will no longer determine that his private marine is a marine. If this identity is gone, the system will be paralyzed. So, wherever I go, Ike must report his identity and registration number first. Maybe in the end, we will really have to form a private marine. Chapter 19 Ajin, who has countless identities, appears. "Humph. Sanji, how about you become a pirate with them?" Hearing this voice, everyone turned around and saw Chef Jeep wearing a tall chef's hat, a beard tied into two pigtails, and a prosthetic leg standing behind Sanji. Seeing Luffy looking over, Jeep said expressionlessly, "Just take away this troublesome brat who causes me trouble every day. This store doesn't need him anymore." Hearing Jeep's words, Luffy smiled and patted Sanji on the shoulder and said, "Look, this old man agreed that you should come with me. Come become a pirate with me." Sanji shook off Luffy's hand, gritted his teeth and growled at Jeep, "Smelly old man, I won't leave here." After saying that, Sanji returned to the kitchen with the menu. Jeep took a deep look at Luffy and the others and left. Seeing this, Luffy scratched his head in confusion and said, "Then the old man agreed, why does Curly Eyebrow not agree?" Ike naturally knows about Luffy's problem. Zippo was once a pirate, and Sanji was a trainee cook on a merchant ship. The two have nothing in common. The only thing they have in common is that they have the same dream, All Blue. All Blue is a mysterious sea area with all the marine ingredients from all over the world. It is the dream place of all sea chefs. Naturally, as long as they have the same dream, they will not be bound. What really created the bond was that Sanji fell into the sea and Jeep sacrificed his life to save him, and even lost a leg in the end. The nickname of the pirate Zepp is Red-Footed Zepp. You can imagine what a foot means to him. The two were living on a deserted island. Jeep gave Sanji the only food he had, but he just sat there and held on for a long time. It is precisely because of this that Sanji chooses to stay with Jeep. Even if there is a chance to touch his dream, he has to choose to give up. He wants to repay Jeep for his life-saving grace. Seeing Luffy's confused look, Ike told the story of Sanji and Zep. After listening to Sanji's story, Luffy put a hand on his straw hat and said with a smile, "Sanji? He is the chef on our ship." On the contrary, Usopp was a little curious after listening to the story told by Ike. "Ike, how do you know that chef's past story? And it's so detailed, as if you've seen it with your own eyes." After hearing Usopp's question, others also looked at Ike. Regarding this question, Ike just said, "I have super intelligence ability," and dismissed it. While Ike and the others were chatting, Sanji finally brought out delicious food one after another. Naturally. During this period, Luffy once again made a crazy invitation to Sanji, and Sanji said that even if he died and jumped from here, he would not join the pirate group and leave Barity. Regarding Sanji's words, Ike said 2 words in his heart: "It smells so good." Everyone was satisfied with this meal except Fenbudi. I have to say that Barati's food is really delicious. Fenbudi, on the other hand, could only hold his empty wallet and cry secretly. Fenbudi also didn't expect that just Luffy's food intake would make his small wallet slimmer. Not to mention adding Zoro, Ike, Usopp, and the Sword Master. Just when Fenbudi was thinking about how to make extra money next, a marine covered in blood suddenly burst into the restaurant. "Finn! Captain Fenbudi, no! It's bad, Krieg's men who were captured before have escaped." Upon hearing this, Fenbudi immediately slapped the table and stood up. "How is this possible? When we caught him 3 days ago, wasn't he almost starving to death? He hasn't been given anything to eat these days, so how could he still have the strength to escape?" Just as Fenbudi finished speaking, a gun barrel was aimed at the marine soldier's head. Ike knew that the almighty Ajin should be here. The reason why he is called the omnipotent Ajin is because as long as the character does not show his face, he can be said to be Ajin. Before Aiken could shoot, Ike knocked the marine soldier to the ground with a wave of his wind-turned whip. It was also at this time that gunfire rang out. Then Ajin walked into the restaurant with a still smoking musket. Aiken lowered his head and glanced at the frightened marine soldier. He did not choose to continue shooting, but slowly walked into the restaurant and sat on a chair. "Hurry, everything is ready, let's serve." At this time, Ajin's expression was very terrifying, and he looked like an extremely vicious existence. Seeing this, Usopp hid behind Zoro and said to Fenbudi, who was also a little scared, "I said Iron Fist Fenbudi, aren't you Captain Marine? Hurry up and capture him." When Fenbudi heard this, he quickly denied it. "Hey, don't slander me. What an iron fist, what an iron fist, my name is Cotton Fist Fenbudi. Remember, Cotton Fist. Okay. Any punch is good, but you should go over and take down that pirate," Usopp said again. Instead, Johnny took out the wanted poster he carried with him and began to rummage around, and soon found one. He is the Krieg pirates, the ghost manjin with a bounty of 12 million berries. Fenbudi naturally knew Akin's information. In fact, if he hadn't seen Akin starving to death at that time, he would not have sent people to arrest him, because the pirate with a bounty of 12 million was not him at all. Can be dealt with. He, the distribution captain, is a pure parallel importer. I'll go out and call someone, please wait." After saying this, Fenbudi looked like he was leaving the restaurant and wanted to go to the warship to call someone. Akin will definitely be arrested, but Fenbudi will never put himself in danger. Just when Fenbudi was about to leave, the chef from the sea restaurant came to Akin and asked him if he had any money. When Ajin pointed his gun at the chef named Patty beat him up and even smashed the chair Akin was sitting on. The other chefs and restaurant guests around him cheered when they saw this scene. Only Sanji returned to the kitchen alone and silently made a portion of fried rice. After Patty beat Ajin wildly, he threw him on the deck of the back door. Fenbudi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. At the same time, he also planned to go back to the warship code and then capture the dying Ajin. This Ajin is his hope for further promotion. And now is when he is at his weakest, so he must not be allowed to run away like this. But before he could walk out, Ike grabbed his shoulder. Don't be so impatient, there will be big fish taking the bait soon. After hearing this, Fenboldi was a little confused, but he still sat back in his chair. The big fish that Ike is talking about is naturally Krieg, the captain of the Krieg pirates. Krieg is a despicable villain who does all kinds of evil. If he is defeated and caught, he will definitely gain a lot of justice. After pulling Funbudi back to his seat, Ike discovered that Luffy was missing. At this time, Luffy was on the deck at the back door of the restaurant, looking at Jin, who was crying and eating fried rice. This scene also let Luffy know that Sanji is really a very good guy, and he became more determined to get Sanji on board. Chapter 20 The Decision is Yours, Funbudi. After Luffy returned to the restaurant, he told his other friends what he had just seen. You said that Curly Eyebrow made a fried rice for that ghost man Ajin. Fenbudi had an incredible look on his face. It was already difficult to catch Ajin, and it would be even more difficult to catch Ajin if he was full. At this time, Fenbudi looked at Ike again with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Seeing this, Ike smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? There are big fish behind you." "Are you talking about Krieg?" Fenbudi asked with a frightened expression. "That's right. If you catch Krieg, it won't be appropriate for him to get promoted or make a fortune." Ike's words directly petrified Fenbudi. What kind of existence is Krieg? He is the overlord of the East Daxia Sea. The East Daxia Sea Marine sent out troops to encircle and suppress him many times but failed to capture him, and his fleet became larger and larger. Just when Fenbudi wanted to leave this dangerous place immediately, the door of Barity's restaurant was opened from the outside again. Two people came in this time, one was Ajin, whom he had seen before, and the other was the pirate Admiral Krieg, who was wearing a coat and golden armor lining. At this time, Krieg looked extremely weak, not as domineering as rumored, and he was swaying when he walked, feeling like he would fall down if pushed. "Hug, sorry." Krieg, who was supported by Ajin, said weakly, "I haven't eaten for a long time. Please give me some water and food." As soon as he finished speaking, Krieg fell limply to the ground. At the same time, people around him also began to discuss Krieg's affairs. "Is this the pirate Admiral Krieg? He looks so embarrassed. I heard they just escaped from the Great Line, the pirate graveyard." "Really? No wonder, after experiencing the baptism of the Grand Line, I guess I have no intention of continuing to be a pirate in the future." "Hey? Is this guy back from the Grand Line?" Luffy is very interested in matters related to the Grand Line. "Humph. They just escaped. They entered the Grand Line without the determination to die. They are just small characters." It was Zoro who spoke. Zoro is such a person. Since he has set a goal, he will have no regrets if he really dies on the way to achieve the goal, but it is absolutely impossible for him to turn back, so he looks down on Krieg a little. While everyone was talking about it, Sanji came out with a bowl of fried rice and placed it in front of Krieg. Krieg smelled the aroma of the food and immediately wanted to reach out to take it, but Ike snatched it away in advance. Ajin on the side was very angry when he saw this. "Boy, what are you doing? This is the food Mr. Sanji gave to the captain." Sanji also frowned and looked at Ike. Ike smiled and said, "You always have to pay for meals. I think Mr. Krieg is wearing good gold armor, it should be quite valuable." "Hey, this is the food I cooked," Sanji said unhappily. "Hey? I know, but you are the chef on our ship, and I am the deputy captain, so I can naturally do business with your meals." Sanji. "That's right. Sanji is our ship's cook." Luffy also smiled and agreed. "Ahole, who is going to be the cook on your ship?" Ike ignored Sanji and left Sanji to Luffy, while he looked at Krieg lying on the ground. However, Ike knew that Krieg would not recognize anyone when he was full. In order to avoid trouble, Ike still had to prepare in advance. If Krieg didn't have the golden armor on his body, he would be no different from an ordinary pirate with brute strength. As for why not kill Krieg now? Of course it was to leave a good impression on Sanji. Sanji and GP are the kind of people who can't help a hungry person without helping them. If he really beat up Krieg, who was so hungry that he fainted, it would definitely leave a bad impression on Sanji, so it was better to prepare in advance and let Sanji see the true face of this guy. After all, don't offend the chef if you offend anyone, especially a chef who can make super delicious food. Regarding Ike's request to take off his golden armor, Krieg only thought about it for a moment before agreeing. He used his last strength to look at the entire restaurant and found that the biggest threat to him was probably the Iron Fist Fenbudi. After spending so many years in the East Daxia Sea, he has naturally heard of Iron Fist. As long as the sea area where Iron Fist is located, he will not provoke him, because all the pirates touched by Iron Fist have been destroyed, especially near the Kingdom of Goa, which is completely a restricted area for pirates. As long as you step into the waters of Goa Kingdom, you will basically be GG if you encounter Iron Fist. However, Krieg felt that the Iron Fist in front of him was not as strong as he thought. As long as he was full, he should be able to handle it. After thinking about everything, Krieg asked Ajin to help him take off all the gold armor. Krieg's golden armor is all made of real gold, and there is also a pair of diamond gloves. These are very valuable, and it is definitely not a problem to sell them for millions of belly. After putting all the golden armor into his cozy cabin, Ike handed the fried rice in his hand to Krieg. After Krieg took the fried rice, he didn't use a spoon and just grabbed it with his hands and put it into his mouth. Within 5 minutes, Krieg devoured all the fried rice. People in the pirate world are very strong, just like Joseph before, but after eating a little bit, Krieg regained all his strength, and murderous intent burst out in his eyes. "Thank you so much for your hospitality." Krieg lowered his head and thanked Sanji. Just when Sanji was about to light a cigarette, Krieg kicked him in the chest, sending Sanji flying several meters away. Seeing this scene, Luffy frowned. It turns out this guy is really a despicable person. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike nodded and said, "Yeah, or do you think why he couldn't stay on the Grand Line for a long time? It's because he is too despicable and has a bad character. You might disturb people's rest wherever you go, and then you'll be chopped down." "Oh. So despicable people can't enter the Grand Line?" This was also the first time Luffy heard this statement. Ike nodded solemnly and said, "That's right, so don't imitate him." The conversation between Ike and Luffy was not too quiet, so Krieg could hear it clearly. He was very angry. He didn't expect that he would be judged by two brats, especially the BD who took off his golden armor. Krieg pointed at Ike and said, "Boy, give my equipment back." Hearing this, Ike pretended to be horrified and hid behind Fenbudi. Fenbudi thought that these private marines would choose to deal with Krieg. But who would have thought that this BD who wanted to fish would be hiding behind him? Fenbudi looked at Luffy, who was a little at a loss. Luffy had beaten him so hard that he was unable to fight back. He must be a strong man. But before he could speak, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sword Master and others stood behind him. "The meaning is obvious, Captain Marine, it's time for you to perform." At this time, Krieg and the surrounding chefs and restaurant guests also focused on Fenbudi. This forced Fenbudi to step forward. He adjusted his collar a little, and then said in a stern voice, "Krieg, I am Captain Fenbudi of the Marine Branch. If you want to do anything wrong, you have to ask my fist first if I agree." Fenbudi's words immediately ignited the audience. "Lord Fenbudi, capture this despicable pirate quickly." "That's right. Master Fenbudi is so handsome." Chapter 21 Fenbudi vs Krieg. My name is Fenbudi. I was originally just an ordinary marine. I finally became a captain of the Marine Branch by constantly giving gifts and seducing my boss's daughter. But now, I'm facing the biggest dilemma since I became a Marine, which is, to challenge the pirate Admiral Krieg with a bounty of 17 million belly. My name is Krieg. I was originally the leader of a large pirate group with 50 pirate ships. Unfortunately, I was unlucky. As soon as I entered the Grand Waterway, 49 ships were overturned by some inexplicable guy. Pirate ship. I was about to starve to death when I met a mentally retarded cook who gave me a bowl of rice. Originally, I wanted to bring some food back to my men and then rob the restaurant on the sea. But, I met a man with the nickname Iron Fist, and now I have to challenge him to a duel. I'm a little panicked without the golden armor. Fenbudi and Krieg looked at each other, and the onlookers around them became more and more nervous. Fenbudi, come on. Beat him. Nami, who doesn't take things too seriously, raised his fist to cheer for Fenbudi. Luffy also cheered, beat this despicable guy. Just when Fenbudi was extremely nervous, Ike stepped forward and handed him a candy. Eat a candy. Sugar can relieve tension. Hearing what Ike said, Fenbudi nodded and then ate the candy handed over by Ike. But what he didn't notice was that there were 3 words written on the candy: no pain. After eating the candy, I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Fenbudi felt less nervous inside. Looking at the people cheering for him, Fenbudi finally chose to stand up. Seeing this, Krieg showed a despicable smile and said, Ajin. I leave this guy to you. Ajin nodded after hearing this. Ajin did not dare to disobey his own captain's orders. But before Ajin could stand up, Sanji stood in front of him. Ajin, your opponent is me. Mr. Sanji. When he saw Sanji, Akin was speechless and didn't know what to say. He felt very sorry for Sanji, after all. Sanji gave him food and saved his life, but Akin came here with Krieg, and most importantly, attacked his benefactor Sanji. Seeing Ajin being stopped, Krieg twisted his neck and had no choice but to take action himself. Krieg took advantage of Fenbudi not paying attention, strode up to Fenbudi, and then kicked him out. This kick was so powerful that it directly kicked Fenbudi away and smashed 2 tables. Fenbudi thought he would be knocked out directly by this kick, but what he didn't expect was that Krieg's kick didn't hurt at all. It doesn't hurt? Am I overestimating Krieg? Thinking of this, Fenbudi stood up, and his expression suddenly became extremely cold. Humph! Pirate Admiral Krieg, is this all you have? It seems I overestimate you. Seeing Fenbudi like this, Ike wanted to complain, brother, can't you wipe the blood off your mouth before you show off? You're really affecting your personality. Krieg also didn't expect that his full force kick with the nature of a sneak attack did not cause much damage to Iron Fist. As expected of Iron Fist, Fenbudi, who felt that the opponent was not very strong, took the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Krieg also put up a posture, and the next battle between the two was a passionate hand-to-hand fight with one punch and the other. Krieg is full of power, but Fenbudi does not dodge at all. While Krieg beats him with a punch, Fenbudi can also give Krieg a punch with his fist with his finger. After a while, both Fenbudi and Krieg had a lot of bruises on their faces. The people around him felt excited when they saw this fist-to-fist fight. Especially Luffy. At this time, Luffy was already standing on the table and started to cheer Fenbudi. However, this bloody battle only lasted less than 10 minutes and ended, and it was Fenbudi who fell in the end. Fenbudi was very confused as to why he didn't feel anything in his body, but his body didn't have the strength to stand up anymore. Seeing Fenbudi lying on the ground with a bruised nose and face, Krieg naturally would not miss this opportunity. He raised his big foot and planned to hit Fenbudi directly with a headshot. At this critical moment, Luffy took action decisively, hitting Krieg's stomach with a rubber rocket launcher that had no armor at all. Krieg rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Fenbudi also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was almost scared to death when Krieg raised his feet just now. Although Fenbudi lost the bloody battle, he still received many respectful looks from those present. After all, Funbudi was facing the pirate Admiral Krieg, who had a bounty of 17 million belly. Not being able to win is not a shame, the real shame should be the deserters who dare not face it. Funbudi reluctantly sat up, and when he saw the people around him looking at him with admiration or reverence, he felt very happy in his heart. It was also his first time to experience being looked at with admiration by so many people. Just when Funbudi was feeling happy, a pain that made his soul tremble came from all parts of his body, making his breathing stagnate. Funbudi wanted to scream, but he had to grit his teeth to maintain his image. The painful areas were all areas where he had resisted Krieg's attack before. This also let Funbudi know that it was not that Krieg was weak before, but that he had no pain. Thinking of this, Funbudi looked at Ike. The change in his body was probably due to the candy given by Ike. Just as Funbudi was holding back the pain all over his body, a group of Marine soldiers came over and looked at Funbudi with admiration and envy. Then the Marine Lieutenant Junior grade standing at the front saluted, trying to impress Funbudi. De helped him up from the ground. They also saw the previous battle between Funbudi and Krieg. They thought that their parent was a sultry man who only flirted with girls every day and showed off his coolness under the guise of an iron fist, but they didn't expect that he also had such a manly side. In the end, Funbudi endured the pain all over his body and was helped out by several Marines. Just when these Marine soldiers were about to take the unconscious Krieg away, Ajin got rid of Sanji, knocked Marine to the ground with several moves, and then tried to escape while carrying Krieg. Ike didn't stop him when he saw this, but Aiken was stunned when he rushed out with Krieg on his shoulders. Why? Why? We have all fled back to the East Daxia Sea, and this man still refuses to let us go. There was a single person boat on the sea in front of Ajin. There was a man sitting on the boat. The man was wearing a black and red coat, carrying a cross on his chest, and carrying a long knife like a cross on his back. This is none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Jorakol. My Hawk, also known as Hawkeye. Chapter 22 The reason why Hawkeye pursues the Krieg pirates. In the Barity restaurant, everyone heard Akin's somewhat desperate voice. Looking along the window, people in the restaurant also saw the expressionless Hawkeye sitting on the boat. This is the East Daxia Sea, and naturally few people know what kind of existence Eagle Eye is. There were only two people present who knew Hawkeye's identity. One was the red-footed Zepp who had been in the Grand Line, and the other was Zoro, who only went to sea with Hawkeye as his goal. Zoro's expression suddenly became extremely excited when he saw Hawkeye. Finally let me see you. When Ike saw Zoro's expression, he knew that this guy was definitely going to challenge Hawkeye. In fact, Ike wanted to stop Zoro from committing suicide. But Zoro is not the kind of person who gives up when faced with difficulties. He may have known at the first sight that he was no match for Hawkeye. But even if he knows, he still has to choose to challenge. He wants to see how big the gap between himself and the world's #1 is. In the original book, Hawkeye did not kill Zoro, but, now that Ike is a butterfly flapping its wings, it is not certain whether Zoro will survive. Therefore, just in case, Ike must be prepared. Other side. Ajin looked at Hawkeye with a horrified look on his face and said, Why on earth are you staring at us? Our pirate group didn't provoke you, right? Hawkeye made a helpless expression and said, There is no special reason, just because you disturbed my rest. Just as Hawkeye finished speaking, Krieg, who had just been knocked unconscious by Luffy, opened his eyes in a daze. The first time he opened his eyes he saw Hawkeye. Maybe because he was a little confused, after seeing Hawkeye, Krieg immediately pointed at Hawkeye and shouted, Didn't I just see you shitting? Are you chasing me like this? After Krieg finished speaking, the scene became very quiet for a while. Hawkeye, who was originally expressionless, instantly became murderous. Immediately, he pulled out the black sword from behind, and a flash of sword light flashed, and Krieg's head branched out from his body. Even Aiken, who was supporting Krieg, was killed directly. Only then did Krieg realize that he had said the wrong thing. Fen Budi, who had just returned to his warship, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Krieg was beheaded, so he would be able to take the credit secretly. In the restaurant, Ike naturally heard Krieg's words. He first looked at Hawkeye, then at the boat at Hawkeye's feet, and then suddenly realized. Maybe it was because Eagle Eye was accidentally seen by Krieg while defecating in the open on his ship, and then Eagle Eye chased him all the way to the East Daxia Sea. Although Hawkeye is the world's greatest swordsman, he still has to poop. His small boat doesn't even have a cover, so it's normal for him to poop. Ikdu suspected that Hawkeye might be paddling at night with his black knife while no one was watching, but that's not necessarily the case. This also explains why Hawkeye, the majestic 7 warlords of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman, hunted down a pirate in the East Daxia Sea with a bounty of only 17 million. I just don't want anyone to find out about my embarrassment. I don't know, because how many unlucky people have accidentally seen Hawkeye rowing a boat and pooping. Other side. Hawkeye glanced coldly at the Barity restaurant and the marine warship not far away. At this time, he was considering whether to kill everyone here. Just as Hawkeye was deep in thought, Zoro walked out of the restaurant. The greatest swordsman in the world, I want to challenge you. Hawkeye looked at Zoro and said, if you challenge me now, you will definitely die. Are you sure? My purpose in going to sea is to become the world's best swordsman. As he spoke, Zoro took the turban off his arm and put it on his head. Ike, who was still in the restaurant, saw that Zoro had already challenged the angry Hawkeye, and he was a little anxious. It looks like we're going to speed up the process. Luffy Usopp, open their mouths, I'm going to speed up. When Luffy and the two heard this, they immediately opened the mouths of Johnny and Joseph, while Ike held the candy box and kept pouring candies out. Every time he poured out one, Ike would take a look at the abilities it could bestow. Becoming mute. Avoid water. Super spicy. Clairvoyance. The candies that gave them abilities were eaten by Johnny and Joseph. Although they couldn't be hurt, the candies also had some weird effects. For example, it is super spicy, super smelly, makes the body smell bad, aphrodisiac. Ike doesn't want to do this, but the mechanism of the candy box is that if you want to infinitely refresh the effect of the candies, you have to eat the previous candy. Just after Hawkeye accepted Zoro's challenge and stepped onto the Barity deck, Ike finally drew the candy that could save his life. The candy says resurrection. If you die within 15 minutes after eating it, you can be resurrected once in full health. Zoro's battle with Hawkeye will definitely be defeated in seconds, and the battle will never drag on for 15 minutes, so this candy couldn't be more suitable. Seeing Hawkeye pull out the knife he was carrying, he said in a casual tone, I don't have any smaller knife, so I'll just use this knife to play with you. Hawkeye's words naturally made Zoro feel humiliated. Just when he was about to take action, Ike's voice came and stopped him. Zoro, eat this and fight again. After saying that, Ike threw the resurrection candy to Zoro. Zoro, on his side, held the biting Wado Ikimonji in his hand, opened his mouth and swallowed the candy. Zoro didn't ask what Ike gave him to eat. After eating the candy, he rushed towards Hawkeye again. Three-sword style, ghost slaying. Zoro was one of his signature skills when he came on stage, but he was easily blocked by Hawkeye. Moreover, he still used the knife in his hand to hold the focus of the three knives at the same time. Such a nonsense scene shocked Zoro. He continued to wave three knives in disbelief, but no matter how he attacked, Hawkeye could easily resolve it with the knife in his hand. This also made Zoro know how big the gap between himself and the world is. At this moment, Hawkeye yawned out of boredom, and then said, I'm tired of playing. After saying that, Hawkeye no longer gave Zoro a chance to attack. He easily waved the knife in his hand and struck Zoro with a nearly 2-meter-long flying slash. The goal was to cut Zoro in half. Everyone watching the battle held their breath when they saw this scene. They know. Roronoa, the pirate hunter of the East Daxia Sea, Zoro, is about to die here. When Luffy saw that his crew was in danger, he wanted to rush out, but was held down by Ike. Luffy, calm down, I took out insurance, Zoro will be fine. As for the Sword God and the Sword Master who should most come forward to look at Hawkeye, they turned into two fish and chased Nami. Just when Zoro challenged Hawkeye, Nami took advantage of this opportunity and drove the Golden Melee away from here alone. Ike had long noticed Nami's little move, but he didn't stop him. After all, he and others were going to take out the dragon pirates sooner or later, so it didn't matter if Nami went over to take a look first. The most important thing now was Zoro's safety. P.S. The signing is completed. Chapter 23 Zanpakuto Kuina. On the deck, Zoro watched a flying slash coming towards him. He wanted to avoid it, but only then did he realize that he couldn't move at all, let alone avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as the slash hit him. At this moment, the light strike he held in his right hand suddenly emitted a gleam of light, and an illusory figure suddenly appeared, blocking Zoro. It's really embarrassing. Zoro. The figure stretched out a hand to block the flying slash, then turned back to look at Zoro with a smile. Zoro looked at this familiar figure with a look of disbelief on his face. Are you Kuina? So am I really going to die? I'm sorry, Kuina, I didn't fulfill my agreement with you. Kuina. Idiot. Kuina scolded, Zoro, you shouldn't be the kind of person who gives up easily. If you don't want to lose so easily, then accept my power. While speaking, Kuina turned into a stream of light and re-entered the shallow fight. Say my name and let's become number one in the world together. Although Zoro saw Kuina, to outsiders, it was Zoro's knife that suddenly floated up and blocked Hawkeye's attack. Eagle Eye was also a little shocked when he saw this scene. Is there a spiritual knife? Being recognized by a spiritual sword looks like it's not easy. At this time, Hawkeye became somewhat interested in Zoro, and the original embarrassment due to being exposed by Krieg was somewhat downplayed. At the entrance of the restaurant, Luffy suddenly became excited when he saw Zoro's knife actively helping to block the attack. Zoro, he's fine. While talking, Luffy patted Ike on the shoulder and asked, is this the backup move you were talking about? It's so awesome. Ike wanted to say, my second plan is to let Hawkeye hack Zoro to death and then resurrect him. However, Ike didn't expect that the shallow striker would recognize Zoro so quickly, and even help Zoro withstand the fatal blow. I just don't know if Zoro has communicated with the Zanpakuto, or has he already known the name of the Zanpakuto and allowed Isuru to truly become a Zanpakuto. While Ike was deep in thought, Zoro picked up the squid floating in the air again. Kuina, let's fight together. Just as Zoro finished speaking, the shallow light bloomed again. The originally black Zanpakuto instantly transformed into a white-handled and black-sheathed Zanpakuto. Because of the soul of Kuina, the name of this Zanpakuto is also called Kuina. It seems that you are a little different from before. While speaking, Hawkeye put away the knife and took out the black knife behind him. Boy! Tell me your name. Hawkeye said solemnly. When Zoro saw Hawkeye finally pulling out his weapon, he also put on his strongest move and said, Roronoa Zoro. I will remember it, the long-lost strong man. I will use this most powerful black knife in the world to bury you in the sea. After hearing what Hawkeye said, Zoro still said expressionlessly, then I'm really grateful. Let's go. Kuina. The secret of the three-tongue style. The 3,000 worlds. As he spoke, Zoro began to spin the two knives in his hands. At the same time, Hawkeye rushed over with a black knife in his hand. The fight between the two lasted only for a moment, with blades intersecting, Zoro and Hawkeye standing back to back. There was a slash mark on the brim of Hawkeye's hat, while Zoro's chest was slashed. And the ordinary tachi in his left hand was shattered to pieces. Kuina, the world, is really big. While talking, Zoro put Kuina and Wado Yuman back into the scabbard, and finally spread his arms to signal Hawkeye that he could take action. Since Zoro stood up to challenge the strongest in the world, he was prepared to die. Seeing Zoro's movements, Hawkeye was stunned for a moment. Then I heard Zoro laugh and say, "The wound on the back is a swordsman's shame." Zoro's words made Hawkeye even more interested. "Amazing boy!" Hawkeye praised and then swung his knife. Blood immediately spurted out from the wounds on Zoro's chest and abdomen. An average person would definitely die from such an injury. When Luffy saw this scene, he roared with splitting eyes and rushed towards Hawkeye. Ike jumped into the sea and fished out Zoro, who had fallen into the sea due to inertia. Seeing that Luffy was also desperate to fight Hawkeye, Ike quickly said, "Luffy, wait, Zoro is still alive." When the eagle saw Zoro being fished out of the sea, his eyes suddenly became sharper. "It's too early for you to die. My name is Mihawk, see yourself clearly, understand the world, and become stronger. No matter how long it takes, I will be waiting for you in the strongest position. Surpass the sword in my hand, surpass me. Luo Luo no Zoro." Hawkeye's words prove that he has recognized Zoro's existence. At this moment, Ike discovered something was wrong, that is, there was no response from Zoro at all. According to the plot, he should be holding a knife and saying something like, "I will never lose again." Usopp brought the first aid kit, and when Usopp and Ike checked on Zoro's condition, everyone was in bad condition. Zoro is now completely dying and unconscious. This makes Hawkeye, who has made a long series of passionate remarks, a little embarrassed. After all, from Hawkeye's point of view, it is very easy to kill him or not with his own micromanagement. Zoro will never lose consciousness. Or seriously injured and killed. What everyone didn't know was that Zoro did not actually lose consciousness, but his soul entered the space of the Zanpakuto. Kuina. Still lost. Inside the Zanpakuto, Zoro has transformed into the person he was when he was a child, while Kuina is still the person she was before her death. Defeated, "I remember you haven't beaten me yet," Kuina said with a smile. Kuina's words immediately made Zoro blush. "I said I will surpass you sooner or later." Having said this, Zoro's expression froze and he smiled bitterly and said, "Forgot, there is no chance anymore." "Kuina, what state are you in right now?" "The state." Kuina looked at her hands and said, "I don't know, I've been here since you got that knife." "Is it really a shallow fight? It looks like I'm going to ask Ike about it." Just as Zoro finished speaking, there was a pulling force that wanted to expel him from this world of Zanpakuto. At the same time, a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms and a face like Shura appeared behind Kuina. Seeing this, Kuina casually pulled out the knife stuck on the ground and started fighting with it. Zoro, who had been sucked into the air, was a little anxious when he saw this scene. He wanted to go down and help Kuina, but his body was completely out of control. "I'm awake. I'm indeed awake. Ike, how did you do it? I didn't expect that killing people can also save people." Chapter 24 Stab Zoro to death. Ike. "Zoro, his heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker," Usopp said anxiously while bandaging Zoro's wounds. "Damn, how could this happen?" Ike was also a little anxious. In the original book, Hawkeye slashed Zoro in the same way, but nothing happened. At this moment, Hawkeye and Luffy also came to Zoro and took a look. When Luffy found out that Zoro was really about to die, he once again wanted to fight Hawkeye to avenge Zoro. "Wait." Ike stopped Luffy again, and then raised his hand to look at the time. "I found that the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye only lasted about 10 minutes. If we really kill Zoro now, we should be able to save him." Zoro had eaten a candy that had a resurrection effect. As long as you die within 15 minutes, you can be resurrected with full health. But if it takes more than 15 minutes, it's useless. Thinking of this, Ike took Zoro's Wado Ikimonji and wanted to give Zoro another knife and kill him directly. Seeing this scene, Luffy immediately became anxious. "Hey, Ike, what are you doing?" Hawkeye, on the other hand, was meditating the whole time. He was thinking, is it because his control has weakened? No way. I just shaved with a black knife this morning, but there was no problem at all. Or Zoro's vitality is too weak. Other side. Ike also explained to Luffy about the resurrection candy. After learning the effect of resurrection candy, Luffy no longer stopped him. Ike raised the knife again, and then stabbed Zoro in the heart without hesitation. His heart was penetrated, and Zoro's vitality immediately began to dissipate. Within 10 seconds, Zoro passed away. When Zoro completely lost his life, the wounds on his body began to heal slowly, and his heart gradually resumed beating. Usopp, who had been paying attention to Zoro's pulse, suddenly became excited when he felt Zoro's heartbeat. Then, Zoro's eyelids began to twitch. "I'm awake. I'm indeed awake!" Usopp shouted excitedly. "Ike, you are so awesome, this is bringing the dead back to life. I didn't expect that killing people can also save people." Hearing the noise around him, Zoro finally opened his eyes. "Kuina, there's danger." While speaking, Zoro looked at Ike. "Ike, what happened to the knife you gave me?" "I saw Kuina, and I entered the world of the knife. There was also a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Now Kuina is in danger, tell me how to do it again, enter that world." Zoro's words immediately stunned Ike. Of course Ike knew what the knife he gave Zoro was, but it belonged to Kuina and the 3-headed monster. For a moment, Ike was really confused. Seeing that Ike was a little confused, Zoro told him about Kuina's appearance just now and his entry into the Zanpakuto world. After listening to Zoro's story, Hawkeye, who had been silent for the whole time, also looked surprised. He knew that Zoro's sword had a spirit, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Hawkeye has seen a lot of spiritual swords, and the most classic one is probably the demon sword. A sword with a soul will choose its own owner, but I have never heard of a sword with a soul, and it can also come out to chat with the sword holder. Thinking of this, Hawkeye thought of his own Black Blade Knight. What would it be like if Black Blade Knight also had a soul? After Zoro's narration, Ike was also a little confused. After all, he was not a Shinigami, so he only knew a little about Zanpakuto. Zoro, I don't know what's going on with you. But I think Kuina won't be in danger. If she is, the knife in your hand will probably be useless. If you want to know what's going on, you still need to do some research yourself." Unable to get the answer from Ike, Zoro didn't ask any more questions and instead looked at Hawkeye. At the same time, Hawkeye also looked at Zoro. Originally, Hawkeye planned to make another passionate speech while Zoro was awake, but, after thinking about it carefully, so many people here just heard it, so it would be a bit embarrassing if he said it again. In the end, Hawkeye just said, "Don't let your sword down," and left here in his coffin-like boat. Zoro recovered, Krieg gave the head, and this battle was completely over. The only embarrassing thing was that Echo did not gain justice points in this battle. There is no other reason. The Krieg pirates were destroyed by Hawkeye, and Krieg was also killed by Hawkeye. He was almost the whole story. The biggest beneficiary of the entire battle was Captain Cotton Fist Fenbudi. Ajin was captured by him, Krieg's head was taken away by him in exchange for merit, and the pirates of Krieg's pirate group who were still alive and had become soft-footed shrimps were also captured by him. The most important thing is that Fenbudi also gained great reputation in this battle. It can be said that fame and profit are both harvested. "Sanji, get on my boat." After the battle, Luffy stalked Sanji again. And Sanji still said, "I will never leave Baratie." Now that Luffy has identified Sanji, he will definitely not give up, so he uses the tactics of stalking. Ike found GP and hoped that GP could help find a solution. GP also knew what Sanji was thinking. He didn't want to drag Sanji down to fulfill his dream, so he naturally agreed happily. Next, GP and a group of Baratie's chefs began to act together, saying that the food cooked by Sanji was unpalatable and brought trouble to the restaurant every day. Baratie would be better off without Sanji. These words naturally angered Sanji. After getting angry, Sanji overheard the true thoughts of GP and the chefs. In fact, they didn't want him and Baratie to drag Sanji down. Going out to sea to find all blue was what Sanji should do, and that was Sanji's real dream. After learning everything, Sanji also decided to join Luffy's pirate group and become the chef on the ship. That's it. Sanji successfully joined the group. Just as Sanji made his decision, two strange-looking fish jumped onto the deck. This is also the first time that the chefs have seen someone so brave that they dare to jump into the fish in the sea restaurant. Naturally, several chefs caught two big fish. Boss Luffy, Boss Ike, Boss Zoro, Boss Usopp, help! At this time, the two fish screamed. Everyone looked around after hearing the sound, and Ike was also stunned when they saw the two fish. Hey! Johnny, Joseph? Why haven't you changed back yet? Ike was confused. It had been an hour or two since they ate the candy, but they still hadn't changed back. But it's normal if you think about it carefully. After all, they ate dozens of pills at once, and maybe the effects can be superimposed, but they don't know when they will change back. After learning that these two talking fish were friends of Ike and the others, Patty and the other chefs let them go. Chapter 25. Is it reasonable for the Straw Hat Pirates to ride on a marine warship? It was learned from Johnny and Joseph that Nami drove the Golden Mary alone into the realm of the dragon. Luffy, who had just left the sea, naturally didn't know what the dragon realm was, but Sanji, Zoro and the others did. Evil dragon. It should have the highest bounty in the entire East Daxia Sea, Zoro said, rubbing his chin. So, why would Ms. Nami go to the territory of a vicious pirate? Sanji has a very deep impression on Nami. To be precise, he has a very deep impression on any beautiful woman. No matter what, we have to find Nami. Our golden Merly is still with her. Usopp was a little angry. In his opinion, Nami was already a partner, so why did he leave alone, and also took away his most important Golden Mary? Luffy smiled and said, "Of course we have to find her back, she is our navigator." Just like that, the Straw Hat Pirates set off again. But what's a little embarrassing is that, there is currently no ship that can carry them. Ike, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Johnny, Joseph, a total of 7 people. The purchasing boat provided by Baratie can only seat 4 to 6 people at most. Although Johnny and Joseph are still in the shape of fish and can swim in the sea, there is no guarantee that they will turn back into humans midway. Knowing that the boat was not big enough, Luffy immediately raised his hand and said, I can ride a bicycle." Ike and Zoro decisively rejected Luffy's proposal. At this moment, Ike saw the 2 marine warships still moored next to Baratie. "I've thought of a way. We can go there on a warship." After hearing what Ike said, Sanji looked confused. "Hey, we are pirates, right?" "Haha." Ike smiled and said, "We are not only pirates, but also, private marines." After saying this, Ike took out the private marine appointment letter and motioned for Sanji, who had just joined the group, to sign it. As long as you sign, Sanji will also be a member of the private marine. As for Sanji's position, like Ike and Zoro, he is a marine general. When Usopp saw that Sanji was also a general, he immediately said unhappily, "Ike, why am I a lieutenant general?" "Oh? Aren't you a sniper?" Snipers are all lieutenant generals. Ike replied casually. Oh, that's it. Although Sanji was still a little confused about what the private marine was, he still followed Ike and the others onto the marine's warship. On board the marine warship, Fenbudi has just completed treatment. It has to be said that the human physiques in the pirate world are relatively strong. Even if Fenbudi is just a sidekick, he can still recover in a short time after being beaten so wildly. Fenbudi also trembled when he saw Ike. After his post-war review, he guessed that the reason why he felt no pain when fighting Krieg was probably because he ate the candy given by Ike. Although, he did get a lot of benefits from this battle, but the pain really hurt. The person taking care of him next to Fenbudi was the beauty in the red dress named Amina. Judging from the way the two get along, it is obvious that Fenbudi has successfully attracted Amina. The soldiers on the warship didn't have any objections to Ike and the others jumping onto the marine warship. The story of privately owned marines has been spread among these low-level marines. Especially the marine soldiers from Shields Town spread the word about the private marine into the light of marine. Along the way, the private marine captured the evil-doing marine captain Monka the Axeman, defeated the buggy pirates entrenched in Orange Town, and completely annihilated the Black Cat pirates. These achievements can definitely promote an ordinary marine soldier to a major in the marine branch, or even higher. Therefore, many marine soldiers showed admiration and respect for several private marines in Ike. Soon, Fenbudi, who was in a wheelchair, was pushed over by Amina. Haha, guys, I'm sorry, I'm seriously injured and can't entertain you properly now. Although he knew that Ike had tricked him, Fenbudi still chose to greet him with a smile. Not only because the other party has a relationship with Lieutenant General Garp, but also because he has indeed gained a lot of benefits from this beating incident. It is estimated that after returning, he will be promoted and raised in salary soon. Ike smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The first reason we came here is to see Captain Fenbudi's physical condition, and secondly, we want to borrow your warship to go somewhere." "Oh. It's just a warship, right? No problem." Fenbudi decisively agreed. Before that, Fenbudi asked his subordinates to notify the nearby marine branch to send marine warships to take over the Krieg pirates. Anyway, the credit has been taken, and the funeral arrangements can be left to others. Knowing that Ike wants to borrow a warship, he can use this excuse to leave here, so that he can do a lot less work. Everyone obeys orders. Currently, I will hand over the command of this marine warship to a few private marines. Upon hearing Fenbudi's order, all the soldiers responded at the same time. Just a few miles after marines set out, Johnny and Joseph turned back into humans. Seeing this scene, Luffy and Usopp looked envious. "I really want to become a fish too. Yeah, it will be fun." Ike hit Luffy on the head and said, "Don't be stupid, you are a devil fruit user." While several people were talking, Fenbudi asked curiously, I wonder where you are going specifically." Hearing Fenbudi's question, Ike decisively answered Dragon Realm. People in Fenbudi were dumbfounded when they heard Dragon Realm. The evil dragon domain is currently considered a marine restricted area. No one can enter except for the greedy mouse colonel. As long as other marine warships enter, they will be scuttled by the fishmen on the island. Don't even think about surviving. Fenbudi also knew that the mouse must have a secret pie deal with the dragon. Why are you going to such a dangerous dragon realm?" Fenbudi asked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Our partner is in the dragon realm, and we are going to bring her back." Luffy didn't care at all about Fenbudi saying that the dragon realm was dangerous. All he cared about was Nami. Fenbudi thought for a moment, and then told Ike and others about the general situation of the evil dragon domain. The dragon territory of the East Daxia Sea is a territory that even the pirate marine will not enter, and the fishmen in it are not something that humans can deal with. "I think your companion can enter the evil dragon realm. Either she is a person in the evil dragon realm, or she may have encountered something unexpected after entering. In Fenbudi's view, all the ordinary people in Kokozia village in the evil dragon's domain should have been killed. In fact, Fenbudi had never seen a fishman before. He just relied on his imagination to guess that fishmen were extremely cruel. This is indeed the case. The evil dragon and his men were quite cruel, but they did not massacre all the people in Kokozia village. The reason is also very simple, because the evil dragon wants to experience the feeling of enslaving humans. Chapter 26 Departure to the Dragon Realm. After persuading him to no avail, Fenbudi could only follow Ike and the others in fear. Originally, Fenbudi wanted to take a few people to leave first in a small boat, and leave the warship to Ike and the others. But, thinking of the glorious image he had just established, Fenbudi gave up again. I, Fenbudi, will become the light of the East Daxia Sea Marine. After shouting in his heart, Fenbudi decisively went back to his room and prepared a white flag. If the ship was really scuttled by that group of vicious fishmen, he might still be able to survive by raising the white flag. On board the marine warship, Luffy and Usopp were wandering around, wanting to see what the inside of a marine warship looked like. When marine soldiers at work see Luffy or Usopp, they will take the initiative to salute to show respect. This makes Usopp feel very happy. After all, who would be so respectful to Marine when he is a pirate? It would be nice if he doesn't give a big DK. Luffy. Is it really okay for us to pretend to be Marine like this? Usopp asked Luffy in a low voice. Hey? Who said we are fake? We are a real private Marine. The letter of appointment in Ike's hand is also real. In fact, Luffy was quite uncomfortable with his identity as a private marine at first. But, after this period of travel, he discovered that sometimes the identity of a private marine is really useful. There is no need to fight when you meet Marine, he will also entertain you with delicious food and drinks. As soon as he thought of this, Luffy and Usopp walked to the dining hall of the marine warship. Smelling the aroma of the cafeteria, Luffy's stomach suddenly rumbled. On the ship deck, Ike is trying to practice telekinesis. But he held the Neon ability training manual and read it for a long time, but he still didn't master it. It's hard to imagine that Luffy got started after just watching it for a few hours. At that time, Ike thought that it was not difficult to practice telekinesis, so he spent most of his energy cultivating the flowing rock-breaking fist that could be combined with the dragon-slaying magic in the sky and quickly increase his combat power. But now it seems that it's not that practicing the ability is easy, it's just that Luffy is too evil. But this is normal, after all, Luffy is the son of destiny. The time from going to sea to the war on top was less than a year. In less than a year, Luffy went through various battles and developed first gear, second gear, and third gear. After about a year of training, Rayleigh mastered the three-color domineering force. Then I sailed for another month, completed Katakuri's small class on seeing and hearing, and several large classes from Kaido-sensei, learned how to use Conqueror's entanglement with armed Sakura, and successfully awakened Luffy's Fruit Nika form, the final upgrade to the new Four Emperors. There are many strong pirates among pirates, but there is absolutely no one who can become as strong as Luffy so quickly. Thinking of this, Ike took another deep look at Zoro and said to himself, Zoro should be one of them. Don't think too much, since he has the system by his side anyway. He picks up the mindfulness training manual again, and Ike continues to try meditation. Other side. Zoro sat cross-legged on the deck with his eyes closed, Kuina placed on his knees. He was meditating, hoping that he could enter the world of Zanpakuto again and see Kuina again. But, at this time, Zoro couldn't find the feeling of being connected to the sword, as if Kuina was offline. While everyone was doing their own thing, a sailor hurriedly came to Ike and said, Mr. Ike is not well. Hey? Could it be that the fishmen are here? Ike asked with a frown. No. Sailor swallowed and said, It's Mr. Luffy. What happened to Luffy? Hearing that Luffy had a problem, Zoro and Sanji both looked over. He ate all the food we stored. Ike was speechless after hearing the sailor's report. Isn't it just some food? Ike said it in an understatement. It's not easy to get food in the vast sea. Fish can't be caught casually. There are many great shipping routes with abnormal weather conditions. Even in the Grand Line, there are many strong men who dare to jump into the sea to catch fish. The marine soldier was also speechless when he saw Ike's understatement. Just when Ike wanted to reassure the marines not to panic, there was a sound of waves, and then a strange-looking Murloc jumped onto the marine warship. Where are you marines? Don't you know this is the realm of evil dragons? The fishman said arrogantly as soon as he jumped onto the warship. The sailors on the watchtower saw the fishman jumping on the boat and immediately sounded the alarm. The alarm sounded, and all the sailors took up their weapons and came to the deck. Even Fenbudi, who was in a wheelchair, was pushed out. Seeing such a big movement, the arrogant fishman knew that these marines were definitely not friendly forces. Just when the fishman wanted to jump back into the sea, Ike grabbed his neck. The fishman's neck was very thick, and his skin was slippery, so he was able to break free just by exerting force. Knowing that he could not jump back into the sea, the fishman planned to summon his companions to scuttle the warship. How could Ike let him get his wish? His fist was entangled in the airflow and shattered his jaw, making him unable to open his mouth to speak. Zoro, there should be fishmen down there. After saying this, Ike used a wind dragon's protection and cast it on Zoro. Zoro felt a soft airflow around his body. He knew that this was Ike's method. In fact, even if Ike didn't protect him, he planned to jump directly into the sea to fight the fishmen. If he couldn't even deal with a few little Murlocs from the East Daxia Sea, how could he stand in front of that man again? Zoro decisively jumped into the sea, intending to clean up all the fishmen at the bottom of the boat. The surrounding sailors and Fenbudi were all shocked when they saw this. Fighting fishmen in the sea is definitely an act of seeking death. Seeing this, Sanji said to Ike, "I'll go down and help too." After hearing Sanji's words, Ike pointed to the sea. Sanji looked where Ike pointed, and saw a bunch of blood flowers blooming in the sea, and then the corpses of fishmen floated up. Ike looked carefully and found that there were no cotters of the dragon pirates among these dead fishmen. In fact, the reason why Ike added a buff to Zoro was to make it easier for Zoro to deal with the leaders of the dragon pirates. After all, cotters are not on the same level as ordinary fishmen. In the original work, Sanji was tortured by fishman cotters under the sea, and he finally fought back when he returned to the shore. With the protection of Tianlong, Zoro can not only breathe in the sea, but also move as freely as on land without much resistance from sea water. Some are like the effect of water avoiding sugar, but the buff time depends on Ike. Chapter 27, Landing in Kokosia Village. Zoro quickly killed all the 20 or so fishmen at the bottom of the boat. At this time, Luffy and Usopp walked out of the cabin with their big bellies. "Is there an enemy attack?" Luffy said, shaking his shoulders. Ike pointed at the more than 20 fishman corpses floating on the sea and said, "The enemy has been annihilated." "Oh. Forget it." The marines and Fenbudi on the deck were all shocked when they saw the fishman corpse floating on the sea. Pirate hunter Zoro, so strong. Yeah, those are fishmen, and Mr. Zoro can actually kill them underwater. With Mr. Zoro and the others, we may be able to take down the entire dragon pirates this time. After seeing Zoro's strength, many marine soldiers began to imagine the scene where their branch of marine captured all the strongest dragon pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Even Fenbudi had such fantasies. If he really captures all the dragon pirates this time when he comes to the dragon realm, and if he does a little bit more to give gifts, he can definitely become the colonel of the marine branch. Thinking of this, Fenbudi couldn't help but swallow. What no one noticed was that there was a huge figure swimming towards the warship on the seabed at this time. After dealing with the patrolling Murlocs outside the evil dragon's territory, there was nothing much to say about the next journey, directly arriving at the island where Kokozia village is located. There are several fishermen on the edge of the island looking at this side, but they have no intention of taking action. There is no other reason. In their opinion, Marines cannot break through the outer patrol defense line. Being able to come in means that these Marines are their own. The warship quickly approached. As soon as they reached the shore of the pier, Zoro and Sanji jumped off the warship and killed all the fishermen on the island. Just when Marine, Ike, and Luffy were about to land on the island, a medium-sized wave suddenly appeared behind the warship. When everyone looked back, they saw a huge sea beast with a bull's head staring at the people on the deck of the warship. This sea beast is the pet of the dragon pirates Mu. Mu's size is not that big in the Grand Line, but, if it were in the East Daxia Sea, it would definitely be the #1 beast under the King of the Offshore. The King of the Offshore was also captured by Garp from the Grand Line for his 2 grandsons. The purpose is to prevent his grandson from going to sea until he has the strength to defeat the King of the Sea, which is a kind of protection for his 2 grandsons. Mu is also wise. He knows that the killed fishmen are his companions. If his companions are killed, he will naturally take revenge. After Mu surfaced, he directly hit the warship with his body without saying a word, hoping to sink the warship directly. But how could Ike and Luffy let it succeed? Luffy stretched out his arms to grab Mu's 2 horns, and then used the elasticity to hit Mu's head with his whole body like a cannonball. This blow directly knocked Mu backwards. At the same time, Ike also took action. A magic circle appeared in his right hand, and then he made an uppercut. Tenryu's Namikaze. This punch directly caused a tornado comparable to the size of Mu, which rolled up Mu's huge body and flew far away. When it fell into the sea again, it had lost consciousness. Ike, why did you knock it away? I want to catch it and ask Sanji to make sea beast meat for me. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike was also a little helpless. Originally, Ike's plan was to kill Mu directly. As the dragon's pet, he probably did a lot of bad things in Kokozia village. We can know from the original work that Mu destroyed many village houses and was called the monster of the Grand Line by the Icelanders of Kokozia village. When mentioning Mu, every villager hates it. I guess if you kill it, you will get some justice value. But, although dragon slaying magic is very powerful, everything requires strong enough physical fitness. So the blow just now did not directly kill Mu. As for how to improve physical fitness, then you have to rely on Liashui Rock Breaking Fist. The basic chapter of Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist is body training. After taking care of Mu, Ike and Luffy also got off the ship. Originally, Fenbudi wanted to stay on the warship, but after careful consideration, after Luffy and the others got off the warship, the most dangerous place might be the warship, so he also got off the warship. After everyone logged in, they walked directly towards the Dragon Paradise, where the dragon pirates were based. As for Nami, there is no need to look for it at all. As long as the dragon pirates are eliminated, the shackles that imprison Nami's mind and body will be cut off. After all, Nami is already a companion of the Straw Hat Pirates. As for Marine, who also got off the warship, they were directly allowed to enter Kokozia village to protect Nami. By the way, they could appease the civilians and change Marine's image in the hearts of the villagers in Kokozia village. After all, they can't just do nothing. Just when Ike and the others had just left the port, a warship that was several times larger than Fenbudi's warship sailed towards this direction. Standing on the deck of the warship was Colonel Mouse, who was colluding with the evil dragon. Ha ha ha! This deal is so sweet. As long as you take away the 100 million Baileys from the orange orchard, I can get 50 million. The mouse was very happy at this time. Although he had been cooperating with the dragon, this was the first time that he could make a net profit of 50 million without doing anything. The 100 million belly that the mouse mentioned was naturally the 100 million belly that Nami had accumulated. When the evil dragon discovered Nami's ability to draw navigation charts, he forced her to join the dragon pirates and promised her that as long as Nami could come up with 100 million belly, she could buy back her Kokosia village. At first, the evil dragon did not think that Nami could come up with 100 million. But today, a few years later, Nami actually collected 100 million, which surprised the dragon. However, the evil dragon said that I keep my promise. As long as you give me 100 million, I will hand over Kokosia village to you. But, if someone else gets the 100 million first, don't blame him. Therefore, the evil dragon contacted Colonel Mouse and said that as long as he poached Nami's 100 million, he could share half of it with the mouse. Just after the mouse's warship entered the evil dragon's territory, he became a little confused. Hey? Why are there no patrolling fishmen today? Although he was very confused, the mouse didn't think much and arrived at the port in a familiar way. As soon as they arrived at the port, the mouse saw a warship. Seeing this warship, the mouse suddenly frowned. Could it be that the evil dragon found someone else to make this deal? Mouse never thought that there was actually a marine attacking the dragon pirates, because in his opinion, no one in the entire East Daxia Sea could take down the dragon pirates. Not only because of the power of the dragon pirates, but also because this pirate group has such a deep background that even the major generals of the headquarters have to give face to it. No. It looks like I have to speed up. If someone gets there first, my 50 million will be gone. With a murmur, the mouse ordered his men to speed up. If the treasure is really taken away, he, the rat, will take it back. Chapter 28 Confrontation. The Dragon Paradise is where the dragon pirates are stationed. Most of the fishmen of the dragon pirates are active here, and the person sitting in the main seat is the leader of the dragon pirates, Dragon. The evil dragon is tall, has blue skin, a jagged nose, and a sun-shaped tattoo on his chest. Just now, Nami left the dragon paradise, and the purpose of her coming here was to inform the dragon that he had collected 100 million, hoping that the dragon would keep his promise. The evil dragon said, "We fishmen have the heaviest promise. As long as Nami gives out 100 million, Kokosia village will return it to her." After hearing the dragon's promise again, Nami went back to dig for money. Evil dragon boss, do you really want to let Nami and Kokosia village go? The fishman named Kruby asked in a serious tone. He. The evil dragon smiled and said, "Then she must be able to afford 100 million. I've asked the mice to dig up Nami's treasure. Nami won't be able to get a penny out by then." Upon hearing the evil dragon's despicable words, all the fishmen present laughed. Nami is a treasure, how could I let her go? Just as the evil dragon finished speaking, the door of the evil dragon paradise was punched open. The people who came were none other than Luffy and his group, and it was Luffy who had just taken action. The evil dragon narrowed his eyes, turned to look at Luffy and the others and said, "Humans, what are you doing here?" Just when Luffy wanted to say, "We are here to find Nami," Ike took out his private marine appointment letter again and said, "We are private marines, and we are here to arrest you, the dragon pirates." Ike's words immediately silenced the scene, and then bursts of laughter came from the dragon pirates. "Ha ha ha, are these guys here to arrest us? Are they idiots?" Sure enough, human beings are not only weak physically, but also mentally weak. Listening to the Murloc's ridicule, Ike put away the letter of appointment and said, "Don't let it sit in the air, just do it." After hearing Ike's words, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji rushed out at the same time, while Usopp ate a candy and started to pull the slingshot. Facing several humans, the evil dragon and his cotters had no intention of taking action. Naturally, those minions would not let their king take action so quickly. In their opinion, they were just a few humans and had no qualifications at all. After Zyobaki in the back saw all his companions rushing out, he started calling his pet Moo Moo. But after calling for a while, I didn't see Moo Moo. Hey? Did Moo Mo go out to look for food? While talking, Xiao Bie looked at the evil dragon and said, Boss. Moo shouldn't be nearby. Don't be angry. At this time, the evil dragon's eyes were a little red, which was a sign of anger. Zioba thought it was because Moo didn't come over. Just when he wanted to plead for Moo, he heard Crowbie say, "Zioba. It's time for us to take action." The long-mouthed murloc named Ju also said, "It seems like these humans are not simple." When Hachi heard the words of his two companions, he immediately turned around and saw that his compatriots were already lying on the ground, but not one of Ike, Zoro, Luffy, Sanji and the others were injured. The MVP who eliminated the minions was not a few main players, but Usopp, who always stood behind holding a slingshot. Before the battle, Usopp ate the candy given by Ike. The effect of the candy was that the attack had a burning effect. Usopp's next attack, even if he just throws ordinary stones, can set fishmen on fire. And at such a close distance, Usopp can hit the target with perfect accuracy with a slingshot. In addition, fishmen are most afraid of fire, and they will basically go offline as soon as they are hit by Usopp. There were only 4 or 5 murlocs left that had not yet fallen, and they were already thinking of retreating. At this moment, Crowbie stood in front of the minions and said, "Get back. They are not something you can deal with." At the same time, Ju and Zioba holding 6 swords also stood up. "Humph! The main force has finally appeared." Zoro sneered, "The previous battle wasn't even a warm-up." Sanji looked at Zioba and lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Fresh octopus is first boiled in salt water and then sliced, and then seasoned with olive oil and chili powder. It is most suitable for wine and food." Luffy, on the other hand, simply ignored the 3 leaders of the dragon pirates and walked towards the dragon. Seeing this, Crowbie and Hachi wanted to block Luffy, but were blocked by Sanji and Zoro before they even got close to Luffy. Ike also stood in front of the fishman Ju, making him unable to stop Luffy. Usopp, on the other hand, continued to use his slingshot to attack the fishman who had not yet fallen. Luffy came to the evil dragon, and the evil dragon looked at Luffy with a sneer. "Evil dragon. Ike said that if he wants Nami to return to the ship, he must defeat you." "Oh? Really? Then how are you going to defeat me?" the evil dragon asked teasingly. "With fists, of course." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy turned sideways and punched the dragon on the cheek, sending the dragon flying away. Luffy's punch also heralded the beginning of the battle. Crowbie vs Sanji. Zoro vs Xiao Hachi. Ike vs Chirp. At the same time, the evil dragon also climbed up from the ruins of the wall he knocked down. The evil dragon is very arrogant. He has been in the Grand Line and knows how terrifying the strong people among humans are, but there is no such strong person in the East Daxia Sea, so he looks down on Luffy. Luffy's fists he had no intention of evading. After this punch, the evil dragon knew that the boy in front of him should not be underestimated. Just when the evil dragon was about to use his true skills to kill the Straw Hat Boy in front of him, Ike, Zoro, and Sanji have finished fighting. The battle between the 3 of them was very fast, and it could basically be said to be an instant kill. Zoro's strength itself is stronger than that of Xiao Hachi. The reason why the fight in the original work was so hard was entirely because he was injured. And even though he was seriously injured, Zoro still chopped Zioba down to the ground with one big move. The same is true for Sanji. The victory was quite easy. There was no scene where Luffy fell into the bottom of the sea. Sanji didn't have to jump into the sea to check on Luffy, and then was tortured by Crowbie in the sea. This time, Sanji went all out and gave Crowbie a whole fish meal and took him away. Ike's final victory was even less suspenseful. Ju is positioned as a shooter. He can spit out high-pressure water cannons, but, if he is approached, he will become very passive. Just like playing LOL. No matter how well equipped you are as a shooter ADC, if you are approached by an assassin or a warrior, without flashing or moving, you will definitely die. When the evil dragon saw that all 3 of his cotters were knocked to the ground, his bloodshot eyes became even more violent. Luffy didn't care how angry the dragon was, he raised his fist and charged towards the dragon without saying a word. P.S. Thank you to new and old readers for your company. I think the book is good to read. I hope to give it a 5-star review and click on it to remind me to update it. Chapter 29 Luffy vs Dragon. Humans, stop pushing your limits. As he spoke, the evil dragon opened its mouth wide and bit Luffy's neck. Luffy dodged nimbly, and then kicked the dragon on the chin. At this time, Luffy's power is much stronger than in the original work because he has awakened his telekinesis ability. This kick shattered the evil dragon's steel teeth and also kicked him away. The dragon crashed into the house and made a roaring sound. Although the force of this kick is strong, it is not enough to directly KO the evil dragon. When the evil dragon walked out of the ruins again, not only had its steel teeth recovered, but it also had a huge serrated sword in its hand. Usopp, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, suddenly felt weak in his legs when he saw such a large serrated sword. "Well, why don't we go up and help Luffy?" Usopp asked. After hearing Usopp's words, Sanji lit a chimney. Soldiers versus generals. Our battle is over. The next step is the victory or defeat of the generals and generals. Ike also nodded and smiled. Have some confidence in Luffy, he can win. After hearing what Iktu said, Usopp stopped talking. Zoro, on the other hand, took out a wine gourd and drank while watching Luffy's battle with the dragon. The evil dragon took out his weapon, and Luffy was indeed a little passive at first. But, that was only temporary. After a little adapting to the dragon's attack rhythm, Luffy started to counterattack. Luffy focused all his energy on his fists and feet to increase his attack power. Just as the evil dragon slashed out again, Luffy clasped his hands together to catch the serrated sword. Then he exerted force with both arms and broke the serrated sword with a click sound. Seeing this scene, the evil dragon also looked incredulous. The serrated sword in his hand can be made of extremely high-quality fine iron, and it is definitely not a junk weapon that can be easily broken. Just when the dragon was surprised, Luffy moved again. Luffy stretched his arms back and then pushed out suddenly. Rubber rocket launcher. This rubber rocket launcher hit the dragon's abdomen, causing him to crash into the building of the dragon paradise again. Luffy had already seen the powerful defensive power of the evil dragon, so after knocking it away, he chased after it directly. The evil dragon that was knocked away climbed up from the ground with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and planned to walk out again. But at this moment, Luffy rushed up to the dragon and shouted "Rubber machine gun!" His rubber fists struck various parts of the dragon's body like countless afterimages. The sound of broken bones came from all over the dragon's body, and blood continued to spit out from the dragon's mouth as if it was free. Soon, the entire dragon paradise began to collapse due to Luffy's violent attacks. By the time Luffy stopped his fist, the dragon had completely lost consciousness. The entire dragon paradise buildings also collapsed one after another. The dark clouds in the originally dark sky gradually dispersed, and the long-lost sunshine shone on the entire dragon paradise. "Hey? Who won?" Usopp asked doubtfully. "Of course Luffy wins." As he spoke, Ike ran forward and dug out Luffy, who was basically uninjured, from the rubble. At the same time, in Kokosia village, Marine, led by Finbudi, was going door to door, explaining the purpose of his and others' visit. People in Kokosia village do not trust Marine. They all know that Marine is colluding with the dragon pirates. But after Finbudi's constant persuasion, they finally believed that Marine came here to destroy the dragon pirates this time. And there are strong men from the private marine fighting against the dragon pirates. Nami naturally noticed the movement here. He was surprised. He didn't expect Luffy and the others to actually catch up here. "You fools, why are you chasing after me?" Nami covered her head helplessly. She truly regarded the Straw Hat Pirates as partners. She didn't want her fellow Straw Hat pirates to be killed by the dragon. Thinking of this, she picked up the weapon and rushed out of the house, planning to find the evil dragon. Just as she rushed out of the door, she ran into Colonel Mouse, who had just arrived. Colonel Mouse naturally saw Fenbuddy and his men, but he didn't care at all. Fenbuddy is just a captain, and his sailors are pitifully few compared to Colonel Mouse. As for Fenbuddy saying that someone can defeat the dragon pirates, it's even more nonsense. He ignored Fenbuddy at all and walked straight towards Nami's orange grove, aiming directly at the 100 million belly in the orange grove. Nami tried to stop him, but was forced to retreat by a group of sailors with guns drawn. When Nami saw these sailors walking directly towards the orange grove with shovels, she knew it must be the evil dragon's trick. Just when Nami was about to give her all, Fenbuddy, who was in a wheelchair, also came with someone. Not only Fenbuddy but also his navy soldiers, there are also a group of villagers from Kokozia village behind them. This huge crowd immediately surrounded the mouse who was planning to dig up the treasure. The mouse's expression changed greatly when he saw this. "You unscrupulous people want to rebel." After hearing Colonel Mouse's words, Jian walked out of the crowd with a windmill on his head and scars all over his body. "Nami carries the hope of our entire village, and we all see her pain. I will never allow you to bully Nami again." After hearing Ajian's words, the villagers behind him also raised their hoes, shovels and other farm tools and echoed, "That's right, our Nami will never let you bully her again. Kokozia village is not only Nami's, it's also ours. Nami, I've suffered so much for you these years. Nami, you have done enough for us." Hearing what the villagers said, Nami shed tears of confusion. The mouse, on the other hand, was even more panicked. Just when he was about to give the order to fire, the sword god and the sword master took action. Not only Johnny but also Joseph, even Fenbuddy who was sitting in a wheelchair stood up. In fact, after landing, Ike used the healing power in the sky magic to heal his injuries. Fenbuddy is very good, but that is also for strong men like Echo Luffy and Zoro. Facing ordinary sailors, he is still very brave, or he cannot convince the crowd. After Fenbuddy stood up, he suddenly rushed towards Colonel Mouse, and punched the mouse in the face with a fist with an iron glove. After beating the rat, Fenbuddy stepped on the rat and said to the rat's soldiers, "Everyone put down their weapons, or I will turn this rat into a dead rat." His boss was under control, and the sailors under Mouse also put down their weapons one after another. Those who had not yet put down their weapons were chopped down to the ground by the sword master. Haha! Colonel Mouse, with your skills you can become a colonel. It seems like you don't need too many gifts, right? You are a captain. If you dare to do the following, you are finished. I will report you and kick you out of Marine. Fenbuddy smiled coldly and said, "I think you don't know who you are facing." In Fenbuddy's view, a Marine officer like Mouse, who relied on gifts and various nepotisms to rise to the top, would definitely be scared to death when he knew that Lieutenant General Garp was behind the private Marine. But Fenbuddy completely forgot that he also relied on gifts, all kinds of flattery and nepotism to get to the top. Chapter 30 Nami Signs. The mouse and his Marine were taken down, and Nami was relieved. Then she looked at the Kokozia villagers holding various farm tools. Through the words of the villagers, Nami knew that everyone in Kokozia village knew why he joined the dragon pirates and everything he had to bear. After wiping away her tears, Nami decided to go find the dragon. Seeing this, the villagers also took up arms one after another and decided to resist the rule of the evil dragon together. They don't want a little girl like Nami to continue to bear such a heavy responsibility. Nami wanted to stop it, but everyone in the village looked determined, and she knew she couldn't stop it. At first, the villagers were suppressing their emotions, waiting for Nami to complete the 100 million task. But, through the incident with Colonel Mouse, they knew that the evil dragon had been deceiving Nami from the beginning to the end, and he had no intention of letting anyone go. This emotional outburst made them desperate. Seeing the leaving figures of many villagers, Nami knelt down weakly on the ground. His hand touched the dragon pirate's tattoo on his shoulder, his eyes filled with hatred. Evil dragon, evil dragon. While gritting his teeth and growling the dragon's name, Nami stabbed the tattoo on his shoulder crazily with a knife. At this moment, Fenbudi, who had successfully controlled Colonel Rat and the others, came behind Nami and stopped Nami from continuing to harm himself. Your name is Nami, right? There's no need for you to do this. You can try to trust your partners and believe that they can defeat the dragon. Don't forget, they came here to fight against the powerful dragon pirates because of you. Fenbudi said it beautifully. In fact, he also said this to himself. Fenbudi has always relied on his own hypnosis and deceived himself into believing in the strength of the private marine, so he did not do such a shameless thing as sneaking away. After hearing Fenbudi's words, Nami stopped harming herself. Seeing this, Fenbudi asked the medical soldier to bandage Nami. After the bandaging was completed, Nami rushed to the dragon paradise as fast as possible. But when they were still some distance away from the dragon paradise, they saw a villager from Kokozia village flying towards here holding the broken pirate flag of the dragon pirates. Behind him, there were many people crying with joy. The villagers. As they ran, they shouted, "The dragon pirates have been defeated." When Nami heard that the dragon pirates had been defeated, the faces of Luffy, Ike, Zoro, and Usopp suddenly appeared in Nami's mind. Thinking of this, Nami's feet became a little faster. When she ran to the dragon paradise, what she saw was the dragon domain that had become ruins, and Luffy who was thrown into the air by many villagers cheering. Ike saw Nami, walked over with a smile and said, "Have you, the navigator who ran away from home, decided to return to our big family?" After saying this, Ike once again took out the private marine appointment letter and a pen and handed them to Nami. Nami did not make any excuses this time and directly took the letter of appointment and signed his name on it. This seems to be an unspoken rule. Only those who sign the private marine appointment letter can truly join the Straw Hat Pirates. And Nami's agreement to sign means that she will officially join the Straw Hat Pirates. When Nami signed, others also noticed her arrival. The first one to rush over was Sanji. After Sanji rushed over, he immediately knelt down on one knee and kissed his hands as a gentleman. "Dear Miss Nami, I am your flower knight Sanji." Nami was also stunned when she saw Sanji. Then Ike explained, "Sanji is the chef of our group. You can just ask him for whatever you want to eat in the future." Sanji nodded and said, "That's right. Miss Nami, tell me what you want to eat in the future. It's my honor to cook for a beautiful lady like you." Seeing Sanji acting like this, Zoro hugged his shoulders and mocked lightly, "Hey! You're a BCH licking cook. Hey! What are you, a green algae head, talking about?" "I'm talking about your dog licking cook." "Humph! It's an honor for me to be Miss Nami's licking dog." "What do you know, a green algae head?" Luffy ignored the quarrel between Zoro and Sanji. As the saying goes, the more quarrels there are, the better the relationship will be. He walked directly to Nami and said with a smile, "Ike told me that as long as you defeat the dragon pirates, you can come back." Before Luffy could finish his words, Nami hugged Luffy. "Thank you, Luffy." The dragon pirates were completely defeated. Kokozia village and other entities on the island were caught up in the carnival. Each village took out all the food and started a several-day banquet to celebrate. As for the dragon pirates, the surviving fishmen were all escorted back to the marine branch by Finboldi. Finboldi still chose to fish and have a banquet with Luffy and the others. The only thing that made Fenbudi depressed was that the rat escaped in the end. After the mouse learned that the evil dragon had been defeated, he tried his best to escape back to his warship. Although Mouse is not very strong, he is quite good at escaping. As soon as he returned to his base, he reported the Straw Hat Pirates' affairs directly to the Marine headquarters. He also stated that the Straw Hat Pirates are a more vicious pirate group than the Dragon Hizawa in the East Daxia Sea, and their captain, Monkey D. Luffy, must be wanted. In addition, Captain Fenbudi of the Marine East Daxia Sea branch has an ulterior pie deal with the pirate Monkey D. Luffy, and he applied to have all of Fenbudi's positions revoked. In the Marine headquarters, Luffy's wanted order was basically agreed to without much discussion. After all, Luffy was flying the Skull Pirate flag, and he was just a small pirate from the East Daxia Sea. There was no need to notify the authorities if he was wanted. The banquet in Kokosia village lasted for several days and finally came to an end. After the banquet, Ike also began to summarize the justice value he had obtained this time. The island where Kokosia village is located is not small in the entire East Daxia Sea. After all, there are several large villages on it. The size of this island is at least 4 times larger than that of Silob village, so the justice points gained from saving the island residents are naturally quite high. 1,000 justice points were obtained when saving Ziluabu village. Saving the island where Kokosia village is located will directly gain 5,000 points of justice. The reason why there are so many is, firstly, because this island is relatively large and has many villages, and secondly, the people on this island have been exploited by the dragon pirates for too long. Compared to these 6,000 justice points, defeating the evil dragon is a small feat. The justice points gained from defeating the dragon this time were more than 100, and together with all the fishmen in the dragon pirates, they also had more than 1,000 justice points. I have to say that a powerful and cruel dragon like a dragon is really worth a lot of money. Chapter 31 Wanted. In front of a tomb on the top of a hill in Kokosia village, Aegeon was holding a bottle of wine and pouring himself a glass of wine. Belmir, the evil dragon has finally been defeated. Haha. Nami looks so much like you. Back then you just ran to become a marine without telling anyone. But it seems that the private company she joined is called Marine. Do you think it's weird for Marine to be wearing the skull and crossbones flag? Jian kept talking about the grave of Nami's adoptive mother Belmir. Just when Taken was about to pour the remaining half bottle of wine in front of the grave, Luffy and Ike came over. Uncle Windmill, are you looking for us? Pouring the wine in the bottle in front of the tombstone, Jian said without looking back, Nami wants to go with you, I can't stop you, but, if you make Nami lose her smile, I will definitely kill you. Oh? That's not possible. Luffy pressed his nose and said calmly. Feeling that Luffy's tone was very nonchalant, Ken turned around and yelled, "Be more serious, UBD." Seeing Ken so excited, Luffy was also stunned. Taking a look at Luffy's appearance, Ken also touched his forehead. After a few days of getting along at the banquet, Ken already knew Luffy's temperament. Then he looked at Ike and said, "Ike, you are the deputy captain of this ship. Nami, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. She is our partner." Ike's answer still satisfied Aegeon, but his tone changed and he asked curiously. "But I still have a question, what exactly is a privately owned marine?" "Private marine. A marine that serves the people." Ike's answer was concise and clear, and Jian quickly understood it. When Ike explained the private marine, Luffy didn't say anything. He just took 2 pieces of flesh and bone and kept chewing them. Ike has told Luffy before that if you invite Nami, don't do it in the name of a pirate. After all, Nami's hometown has been devastated by dragons for so long. If you invite Nami in the name of a pirate, even if Nami agrees, the villagers of Kokosia village may not agree. It was precisely because of this that Luffy remained silent. Time comes the next day. Today is also the day for the Straw Hat Pirates to set off. At the port, Funbudi's sailors were helping to move supplies, while the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were leisurely waiting for Nami's arrival by the ship. After the sailors finished transporting all the supplies, Nami's figure also appeared at the port. As soon as they arrived at the port, Nami shouted, "Set the ship quickly." After hearing Nami's words, several people were a little confused, but they still obeyed and pulled up the anchor and lowered the sail to prepare to set sail. Nami, on the other hand, was running wildly, planning to have a different farewell ceremony. Nami is very fast, although many people try to stop her, hoping that Nami can stay in Kokozia village for a few more days. But Nami swerved left and right, giving the villagers no chance to catch her. In just 10 seconds, she rushed to the edge of the port, and then jumped suddenly, planning to jump directly to the edge of the deck of the Golden Melee. But what is a little embarrassing is that the wind may have been a bit strong today, and the ship was accelerated as soon as the sail was lowered, so Nami was not able to successfully jump on the Golden Melee. Ah! With an exclamation, Nami fell into the sea. Just when she was about to fall into the sea, a small tornado picked her up and sent her to the deck. It was Ike who took action. Nami patted her chest with lingering fear, then lifted up her clothes, and colorful wallets fell out of her clothes. The villagers on the shore were relieved to see that Nami did not fall into the sea. However, when they saw the wallet dropped from Nami's clothes, they were stunned for a moment, and then started to check the wallets they were carrying, and found that many people's wallets had been stolen. What followed was a burst of laughter and farewells. After leaving Kokozia village, the Straw Hat Pirates began their leisurely travel again. I have to say that sailing on the sea is actually quite boring, and there are not many things that can be done. Ike looked at his justice value of more than 8,000 points and felt a little itchy in his heart. How about a wave of 10 consecutive silver draws? No. I can collect another 2,000 justice points to perform 10 golden draws. Ike is very entangled now. He really wants to draw a lottery, especially before entering the Grand Line. He must definitely improve his strength again. And the best way to improve your strength is to draw a lottery. Thinking of this, Ike came to the observation tower. He planned to take the initiative to look for traces of pirates. Maybe he could collect the remaining justice points by killing a few more groups of pirates. Just when Ike was looking for pirates with a telescope, Nami's exclamation came from the deck. Ike looked down and saw Nami, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji gathered together to look at a reward notice. Ike jumped down from the observation deck with some curiosity, and was stunned for a moment when he saw the reward notice. Hey! Luffy, why is there a bounty on his head? And it's still 30 million. After hearing Ike's words, everyone looked at him. Yeah, isn't it a private marine? Why is there a bounty on it? Nami asked with a frown. In fact, Nami really likes the atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates. They say they are pirates, but what they do is more marine than marine. The biggest advantage of joining the Straw Hat Pirates is freedom, and the second is not being afraid of being wanted. After all, Ike has a private marine letter of appointment stamped by Marine Headquarters. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ike scratched his head. As a last resort, he had to take out the buggy phone again and plan to call Lieutenant General Garp to ask about the situation. After all, Lieutenant General Garp is also considered the superior of the private marine. In Marine Headquarters, Garp was drinking tea and chatting with his old friends Sengoku and he in the lounge. Garp wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to chat to tell Sengoku about the private marine and to confirm Luffy's identity. Just as Garp and Sengoku were fighting for the last piece of senbei, the phone bug in Garp's arm suddenly made a puff, puff, puff sound. Hey? Who is calling me at this time? While talking, Garp took out the phone bug, and Sengoku also took advantage of this moment to grab the last piece of senbei. Although Sengoku is usually very serious, he is actually a complete joker at heart, but his funny side is only shown in front of his two old friends Garp and he. When he retires as Marine Fleet Admiral, his funny side will be completely released. Chapter 32 Garp, my marine warship flies the skull and crossbones flag. Hello? Lieutenant General Garp. Garp knew who it was when he heard the voice. Ike. Who did you beat up again? I'm not beating anyone up. I just want to ask why Luffy is wanted. When Garp heard that his grandson was wanted, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Warring States. Warring States naturally heard it. He shrugged and said that he didn't know. After all, such things were done by people below. Especially for the wanted orders in the 4 seas, the 4 seas in the southeast, northwest, and southeast basically decide who should be wanted and who should not be wanted. Then, the headquarters will be notified of the wanted object's information and any violations of laws and disciplines it has committed, and the headquarters will be responsible for printing the wanted order and sending it to all parts of the world. Before Sengoku could get the latest wanted order, he had already taken out Luffy's wanted order from the freshly released wanted order. Seeing that his grandson was indeed wanted, Garp became even more curious. "What did you do before?" Garp asked. After hearing Garp's question, Ike told him about the evil dragon that had ruled Kokosia village for many years, and how he had collaborated with Colonel Mouse to exploit the people. After hearing what happened, Senguo stood up first before Garp could say anything. Since he knew that there was a scumbag marine officer who was smearing Marine's image, as a Marine Fleet Admiral, he naturally couldn't just sit idly by and ignore it. Naturally, he would not listen to Ike's words. He first looked at the report written by Colonel Mouse. The report said that Luffy was a vicious pirate and extremely powerful, and that he did not take Marine seriously. It also said that Captain Funbudi of the East Daxia Sea Marine Branch was in cahoots with the Straw Hat Pirates. In short, it is all kinds of slander and all kinds of dirty water. After reading this report, Sengoku immediately called the Lieutenant General of the Marine Branch stationed in the East Daxia Sea and asked him to investigate the Kakasha village, Colonel Mouse, Captain Funbudi. Just after Warring States finished his instructions, Garp also walked into his office. "Garp, tell me, what happened to your grandson?" "Ah? My grandson? Because he admires me as a marine hero, he aspires to become the king of marine. But I saw that he was still young, so I let him go on his own adventure on the sea first, and gave him a private marine identity." Warring States period. Regarding Garp's explanation, Senguo was speechless, and then he slapped the table angrily and said, "A hole, Garp, your marine has a skull and crossbones flag." Seeing Sengoku's angry look, Garp laughed a few times, then pointed at a dog-headed marine warship in the harbor outside the window and said, "Yes, my marine is flying the skull and crossbones flag." Warring States looked in the direction of Garp's finger, and his nose almost became angry. Garp's warship actually hung the skull and crossbones flag, but the skull and crossbones flag was a dog-headed skull. "Ha ha ha! Our marine is the one who flies the skull and crossbones flag. BD Garp, you. Sengoku pointed at Garp and really didn't know what to say. "Don't be angry." While talking, Garp took out a piece of paper and started doodling on it. The content of Garp's graffiti is exactly the skull and crossbones flag wearing a straw hat. Look, this is not just a skull and crossbones flag. In fact, there is a mystery hidden in it. Seeing that Garp's tone suddenly became serious, Sengoku frowned, then stepped forward and began to observe the somewhat abstract straw hat and skull pirate flag. After looking at it for a long time, Warring States didn't find any clues in it, and then he asked curiously, "There's nothing wrong with this flag except that it's ugly." Alas! Garp pointed to the straw hat painted in the logo as if he didn't understand what art was during the Warring States period, and explained, "Did you know that there is actually a sword in this straw hat, and the blade of the sword pierced the skull?" Head, actually, this flag is completely an anti-pirate flag. Warring States period. Sengoku thought there would be some good reason for Garp to suddenly become serious, but he didn't expect. BD Garp, are you kidding me? At the same time, at Crescent Harbor at the Marine headquarters, many people saw Garp's warship hoisted the dog-headed skull and crossbones flag. Of course, he didn't take off the Marine flag either. Many Marines stopped to watch when they saw this strange Marine warship. "Hey? This is Vice Admiral Garp's warship, right? Why is it still flying the pirate flag? Idiot! Do you think Vice Admiral Garp will become a pirate? Even if he becomes a pirate, will he park his ship in front of the Marine headquarters? I think. Lieutenant General Garp, this is a brand new way to capture pirates. Hang up the skull and crossbones flag to make the pirates relax their vigilance, then get closer, and finally sink the pirate ship with a big iron ball. Many Marine generals nodded when they heard someone's idea. Well, this is indeed a good way. Although it is a bit despicable, but, to eliminate pirates, no matter how despicable the method is. Yet, I'm going to hang a skull and crossbones flag on my warship later to try the effect. Naturally, Sengoku, who was in the office, didn't know about the discussion among Marine generals. If he knew about it, he would definitely be even more angry. Maybe in a few days, the port of the Marine headquarters will be filled with Marine warships flying the skull and crossbones flag. There is nothing he can do against Garp. After all, the Marine regulations do not say that Marine warships cannot fly the skull and crossbones flag, and Garp is still making excuses, saying that this flag is actually an anti-piracy flag. Well, Warring States sighed and said, I won't care about your grandson Luffy. Once the investigation results come out, if your grandson did nothing wrong, I will have his bounty removed. But one thing you have to remember, if Luffy really does something he shouldn't do, I will never condone it. Hearing this, Garp burst into laughter and said, Don't worry, Sengoku. I understand my grandson. If he really does something he shouldn't do, I will let him experience what an iron fist full of love means. His eyes returned to the Straw Hat Pirates. Don't worry. It's probably Marine's mistake. In my opinion, it's the guy named Colonel Mouse who is causing trouble. Nami gritted her teeth when she heard Colonel Mouse's name. So, my reward order will be gone soon, right? Luffy said weakly. Hey, Luffy. Do you really want to be rewarded? Nami hit Luffy on the head with a bang and roared. Luffy, who was hammered, immediately denied it. At this moment, Zoro said helplessly, Actually, even if Marine withdraws the bounty, we will probably still have a lot of trouble. Marine has withdrawn Luffy's bounty, so he can only stop issuing new bounties. In the eyes of bounty hunters who don't understand the information, Luffy is still a 30 million fat sheep. Oh? Really? Luffy didn't care at all that he was being targeted by bounty hunters. Instead, he wanted to eat. Chapter 33 In the Name of the People. The matter of Luffy being wanted was ignored by the Straw Hat Pirates. On the contrary, in other places, there was quite a commotion about Luffy being wanted. The ones who were most shocked were the Marine branch in Shields Town, which had good relations with the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Marine branch where Funbuddy was located. After all, they all know that Luffy and others are very good people, and they are also officially certified private Marines. Logically speaking, they should not be wanted. After learning the news, the two branches contacted the Lieutenant General of the Donghai Marine headquarters and reported everything they knew about the private Marine and Luffy. Lieutenant General Donghai Marine happened to be going to Kakosia village to investigate, and by the way, he arrested Funbuddy and asked about the situation. After receiving the report from Shields Town, he knew that he might have been deceived by the Mouse Colonel. Monkey D. Luffy should not be wanted at all, but is the star of hope of Tokai Marine, although I don't know why it is a private marine. But even if it is a private marine, it is still their Donghai Marine. That's it. The branch lieutenant general's investigation speed is faster. He needs to give Luffy proof and then cancel the wanted order. At the same time, an unknown island somewhere along the Grand Line. The one-armed Shanks held Luffy's bounty list and smiled and said, Luffy, are you finally here? You are embarking on your own path as a pirate. Ace, who had just decided to leave the Whitebeard pirates to hunt for Blackbeard, also saw the wanted poster for his brother Luffy, so he decided to go see his brother whom he had not seen for 2 years. One day later, the investigation into the Kokosia village dragon pirates incident is finally over. The Lieutenant General of the East Daxia Sea branch, who was originally going to capture Finbudi, was changed to capture Colonel Mouse, and Finbudi was successfully promoted to replace the position of Colonel Mouse and became the Colonel of the Marine branch. Naturally, the investigation report on the East Daxia Sea was also sent to the Warring States Fleet Admiral. Warring States was relieved after knowing that Garp's grandson had not done anything illegal. As for Luffy's use of the skull and crossbones flag, he no longer intends to pursue it further. The main thing is that Marine's internal regulations do not say that Marine cannot fly the skull and crossbones flag. The most important thing is that many Marine ships have recently hung the skull and crossbones flag. But these skull and crossbones flags have also been designed. The most common one is a flag with a long sword pierced through a skull. Most of those flying these flags are Eagle Marines. It was also because of this incident that Sengoku called Garp to the office again and had a chat. Garp's identity is too special. He is the hero of the Marines and has a great influence on other Marines. Whatever he does, other Marines will surely imitate him. The Marine flag hanging this time is the best example. However, no matter how Garp was criticized, he always responded with an indifferent attitude. In the end, he even returned to the East Daxia Sea directly on a warship. It is still dozens of nautical miles away from Rog Town. There were screams from a pirate ship flying the pirate flag. The reason for this is that Ike is on board to deliver justice. This is already the third pirate ship that Ike has attacked. Ever since he arrived near Rog Town, Ike began to let the Golden Mary wander around. Many pirates who want to enter the Grand Line will rest in Rog Town, so this is also the place where pirates are most likely to encounter. Naturally, Ike would not give up such a good place. This is a lot of justice. However, the justice points earned by directly solving each pirate group are really not too much. On average, each pirate ship can earn at most 300 to 500 justice points, which is good. This is also thanks to the fact that this is the entrance to the Grand Line, and generally only pirate groups with some strength choose to come here. If it were a rookie pirate group, let alone a ship with a justice value of 300 to 500, it would be good to have a justice value of more than 100. Zoro, who had just killed the pirates with Ike and headed back in a small boat, asked curiously, "So what we are doing is really what Marine should do?" "Of course, we are a righteous private Marine." Zoro doesn't care about camps and the like. The main reason why he came with Ike is because it can increase combat experience. But after taking down the 3 ships, Zoro discovered that these pirates were basically weaklings, and few of them could take on his demon-slaying move. After returning to the Golden Melly, Ike said that he would no longer continue to hunt pirates, mainly because the efficiency was too low. It would be more convenient to go directly to Rog Town and then block the port in Rog Town. Just over 1,000 points of justice points are needed to achieve 10 golden draws. No matter what, 10 consecutive draws must be completed before entering the Grand Route. After learning that Ike would no longer accumulate merit, under the command of Nami, the Golden Mary sailed to the town where it started and ended, Rog Town. The reason why Rog Town is called the town of beginning and ending is because One Piece was born on this island and was also executed on this island. When they were still a few nautical miles away from Rog Town, everyone had already seen the general outline of Rog Town. This town is really big. There should be a market selling fresh ingredients. Sanji expressed that he wanted to go to the food market to take a look. Luffy is also eager to try. "I'm going to see it with my own eyes, to see the execution platform of One Piece." Zoro looked at the 2 knives on his waist and thought to himself, "I should also buy a new knife here." Now Zoro has 2 swords in his hands, Kuina and Wado Ikimonji. When he fought Zyoba in the Dragon Realm before, he always used the double sword style. Hearing Zoro say he wanted to buy a knife, Nami immediately came over and said, "Do you have money to buy a knife? Do you need me to lend you some? My interest is very reasonable." Zoro refused to borrow money. Previously, Ike and Ike swept away 3 pirate ships, which did not improve our strength, but, we did collect a lot of money. Buying a nice knife is definitely more than enough. Ike ignored the comments of his companions. At this time, his eyes were all focused on the several pirate ships docked at the port of Rogue Town. If I remember correctly, the current boss of Logia Town is Colonel Smoker, who ate the Logia smoke fruit. As a user with Logia ability, Smoker can be called invincible in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line without haki. So since Smoker took over Rogue Town, there have been very few pirates who can get out of here. Knowing this, Ike planned to strike first and deal with the pirates who came to Rogue Town to stock up on supplies even though they knew Smoker was here. Luffy, I'm going ashore first. After saying these words, Ike took the lead and rushed to the port of Rogue Town, fearing that Smoker would come to snatch his head. Every time Ike's feet step on the sea, it will bring up a wave of water and a hurricane. The wind allows Ike to fly on the sea, and the speed is not slow. Seeing Ike stepping on a whirlwind and rushing straight towards the pirate ship at the port, Usopp couldn't help but curiously asked, "Does Ike have a deep grudge against pirates?" Every time he sees a pirate, he rushes towards him. Luffy smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you before? Ike's dream is to be a marine." Chapter 34 Clearing the Port. Smoker and Luffy meet for the first time. Rogue Town Port. There are 4 pirate ships anchored here at this time. Many pirates are carrying supplies to their pirate ships. Seeing their anxious looks, Ike knew that they should also know that this town had Smoker, the great waterway gatekeeper. However, even though they knew it was very dangerous here, they still chose to supply materials in Rogue Town, which was really a bit retarded. Ike jumped to the roof of the tower in the port, and soon saw many sneaky people holding phone bugs staring at several groups of pirates in the port. Seeing this, Ike guessed that these should be marine spies, just reporting to the superiors on the pirate situation in the port. "Move quickly, the White Hunter will be here soon." "Captain, since you are so afraid of the White Hunter Smoker, why did you come to Rogue Town?" Hearing what his subordinates said, the leader of the gangster pirate group slapped him in the face and said, "Ahole, as a pirate in the East Daxia Sea who is going to the Grand Route, of course I have to start from Rogue Town. This is where it starts and ends. Town. All the pirates." Many pirates are speechless about their boss's brain circuit. Not only this captain, but also the captains of other pirate groups. This is like a student preparing for the college entrance examination, knowing that worshipping God is useless, but still chooses to pray 3 times and 9 times to pray that he can get good grades. It's just that their sense of ritual may result in their own wealth and life. Ike also heard the conversation between the pirates and their captain. I didn't expect these pirates to have quite a sense of ritual. Just when Ike was about to jump down and deal with these pirates, he suddenly thought of the fashion he had drawn in the lottery before. Thinking of this, Ike took out the homemade fashion that he had drawn. After extraction, it will be a pure white t-shirt. Just put it on and imagine what fashion looks like. It's just that this dress can only change its appearance once. If you accidentally get distracted while imagining it, it will probably be useless. It would be too embarrassing if I suddenly thought of JK, maid uniform, stockings, etc. Naturally, Ike believed that it was absolutely impossible for him to lose his mind. Ike put on this large t-shirt without hesitation, and then began to think about what the 4th Hokage God robe would look like. Soon, in Ike's imagination, the t-shirt turned into the same style of the 4th Hokage God robe that was worn outside. It's just that what's written on the back of this royal robe is not 4th Hokage but in the name of the people. As for why it was in the name of the people, it was mainly because Ike was indeed a little distracted. Marine's cloak says justice, but they do not enforce justice for the people, but for the world government. So Ike thought that his private marine was definitely the kind of company that would execute justice for the working people, that is, the people, in the name of the people. Then I thought of the name of the people, then I thought of Secretary Dokang, I thought of Secretary Dokang, and then I thought of Ho Yang Ping. When I think of Ho Yang Ping, I think of Zhao Dahan, and when I think of Zhao Dahan, I think of fried noodles. When I think of fried noodles, Zhao Dahan eating fried mask almost appears on the royal robe. At this time, Ike just came back to his senses, but luckily, in the end, Ike came back to his senses, and at the last moment, he changed Zhao Dahan, who was eating fried noodles, into In the Name of the People. After putting on the god royal robe, Ike's overall personality instantly improved by several levels. After finishing changing his clothes, Ike jumped down from the tower. At the same time, Smoker also received a report from his subordinates and was rushing to the port. He bumped into a little girl on the way and made his pants eat the ice cream in the girl's hand. Ike's sudden fall from the sky caused many pirates armed with weapons to focus on him. Before the pirates could ask Ike's identity, Ike pointed to the captain of the nearest pirate ship and said, "I am General Ike of the Private Marine. You have been surrounded, so let's capture him without mercy." Ike? I remember the white hunter's name is Smoker. One of the pirate captains frowned and said, "The captain doesn't seem to be a white hunter. Legend has it that a white hunter has white hair and holds at least 2 cigars in his mouth. And we don't seem to be surrounded. Oh? So this kid is playing tricks on us." After muttering something, the expression of the pirate whose head was worth 7 million suddenly turned ferocious, pointing at Ike and shouting, "Kill him!" Upon hearing their captain's order, a large group of pirates rushed towards Ike with their swords drawn. As soon as Ike stretched out his hand, Lake Toya appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then he wrapped the airflow around Lake Toya and rushed out. Every time Lake Toya is swung, several pirate minions will be blown away, and then smashed to the ground or a nearby wall, where they will not know whether they are alive or dead. With Ike's current ability, he is definitely at the level of the early pirates of the Grand Line, and is simply not comparable to these young pirates who have never even entered the Grand Line. The captain of the pirate group also noticed that Ike's strength was not something he could compete with, so he approached the captains of the other 3 ships. Because the other 3 pirate groups also heard what Ike said before, the other 3 pirate groups didn't have any objections to dealing with this powerful enemy together. Seeing that the minions of the other 3 pirate groups were also attacking, Ike took a deep breath and then spit out a full-power dragon roar. The roar of the sky dragon, which was several meters in diameter, was simply a powerful weapon for clearing the area, and it cleared out most of the pirates in the blink of an eye. The justice value is also constantly recorded. "Damn, this guy is too strong. Let's go together." The captains of the 4 pirate groups couldn't sit still. They knew that Ike could not be solved by the human sea tactics. In Ike's opinion, the 4 million level pirates are no different from minions. Echo took care of everything with just 1 strike from Tianlong. The speed of the 4 people rushing over was very slow, but the speed of flying back was super fast. After the 4 people collapsed the 4 houses at the port, there was nothing more. They are not evil dragons. They have such physical fitness that they can withstand beatings. It is estimated that there is no good place in their bodies after Ike's attack. Several Marines monitoring the port saw everything and were a little shocked by Ike's strength. It was also the first time that they saw that someone other than Colonel Smoker could defeat the pirate group so easily. At the same time, at the entrance of the port, Smoker led a group of sailors towards the port, and happened to meet Luffy, who was lost because he was looking for the execution platform. When Luffy saw a group of Marines, he walked up to them very familiarly and asked, "How can I get to the execution platform? This town is really big. I don't know why I walked to Port Road." Smoker looked at Luffy quietly and asked, "Why are you looking for the execution platform?" Luffy showed a smile and said, "I want to see where One Piece died." Luffy's words stunned Smoker for a moment. Smoker had witnessed the execution of One Piece with his own eyes. The way One Piece calmly faced the execution and the smile he gave him left a deep impression on him. The Straw Hat Boy in front of him just now gave Smoker the illusion that the Straw Hat Boy in front of him was the same kind of person as One Piece Gold Roger. It would be a big problem if he became a pirate. Chapter 35 Preparing for the Second Brush of Buggy. Luffy saw Smoker suddenly stunned and said helplessly, "You don't know either? Then forget it." Just when Luffy was about to leave, Smoker spoke again. "If you go in the direction of the smoke, you can see the execution platform." Luffy thanked him, just said thank you, and ran in the direction of the smoke without hesitation. After Luffy left, Smoker shook his head slightly and said to himself, "Just a kid, how could he remind me of One Piece?" Ignoring Luffy, Smoker continued walking towards the port. "Before I even got to the port where the pirate ship was parked, I saw the mess here." "What is going on?" Smoker asked with a frown. At this moment, a marine soldier in plain clothes came to Smoker and saluted. "Report to Colonel Smoker, there was a young man who claimed to be a private marine and defeated all the pirates here." Private marine. Smoker also heard of private marine for the first time. In Smoker's opinion, it should be marine colleagues who can take the initiative to deal with the pirates in the port. Just when Smoker ordered all the pirates lying in the port to be tied up, a marine soldier handed Smoker a new reward order. "Colonel Smoker, the boy who just asked for directions is the new bounty criminal Monkey D. Luffy, worth 30 million. He is currently the pirate with the highest bounty in the entire East Daxia Sea." Smoker's pupils shrank when he heard that the Straw Hat Boy was actually a pirate. "I'll leave this to you, I'll catch that Straw Hat Boy." After giving instructions, Smoker ran towards the execution platform. At the same time, on the sea, a ship flying the pirate flag of the Buggy Pirates had just arrived at another port in Rog Town. The pirates on this ship are the Buggy Pirates who were defeated by Luffy and Ike before, and Arita, who has already eaten the slippery fruit. Previously, although Marine captured all the crew members of the Buggy Pirates, Buggy was not captured together because he was blown away. In the end, Buggy single-handedly rescued his crew from the Marine branch. In fact, this is normal operation in the East Daxia Sea. After all, the East Daxia Sea branch is composed of some ordinary Marine soldiers, and although Buggy is a bad guy, he is still someone who has been in the Grand Line New World, and he is also a devil fruit user. It was easy to rescue a few pirates from the Marine branch in Shields Town. After rescuing his companions, Buggy plans to take revenge. He knew that Luffy wanted to enter the Grand Line, and since he wanted to enter the Grand Line, he would definitely come to Rog Town. They happened to meet Arita on the way, who also wanted to find Luffy and Ike. The two coincidentally took a boat to Rog Town together. "Buggy, will Straw Hat and the others really come to Rogue Town?" Arita, who had turned into a slender beauty, asked while looking at the ships moored in the port. "Haha. I believe that the Straw Hat Boy will definitely come here before entering the Grand Line." Buggy is still very confident in his intuition. Just when the two of them led their men into Rog Town, Ike happened to arrive at the port. Rog Town has a total of 3 ports. The port that Ike cleaned up before was considered the largest port. Because Ike was cleaning up pirates there, Nami and the others parked the ship at another small port that was closer. And Buggy and the others are in the 3rd port. The first thing Ike saw when he arrived here was Buggy's pirate ship. "Hey? It's the Buggy Pirates? Weren't they captured?" But soon, Ike figured out what was going on. Although the crew members of the Buggy Pirates were captured, Buggy was not captured. It is still very simple to rescue the crew members. Ike came to Buggy's pirate ship and found that there was almost no one inside, leaving only 2 or 3 pirates guarding the ship. After eliminating these pirates in 3 strokes, 5 divided by 2, Ike took out Buggy's special Buggy cannonball and ignited it, which blew up Buggy's ship. Ike plans to launch a second wave of Buggy pirates, and if his guess is correct, there will probably be Arita. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in port number 3, which made Smoker, who was planning to go to the execution platform to find Luffy, stunned for a moment. "What happened over there?" Smoker asked the sailor behind him. I don't know. Such a violent explosion is probably caused by pirates." "Yet. Smoker nodded and walked towards the location of the explosion. Although Smoker hates and arrests pirates whenever he sees them, if he has to choose between catching pirates and protecting civilians, he will choose to protect civilians without hesitation. The explosion there was so violent that it might affect civilians, so Smoker planned to go to port number 3 to check it out first. When Smoker arrived at port number 3, he saw a bombed ship sinking, with several pirates tied to the edge of the port. Just at this time, the sailor behind Smoker noticed Ike's leaving figure. In the name of the people? Colonel Smoker, this seems to be done by the young man who calls himself a private marine. After saying this, the marine pointed at Ike who had walked away. Hey, boy over there, wait a minute. Smoker called out to Ike. Ike turned around with some confusion and saw Smoker walking towards him with 2 cigars in his mouth. Hey! Are you Marine? Smoker asked. Ike nodded, then took out the private Marine appointment letter and handed it over. I am General Ike of the private Marine. Smoker's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard General Marine. There is no other reason. Smoker was originally a Major General. After all, he possesses the extremely rare and powerful Logia fruit ability. The reason why he was demoted and sent to Donghai was because he contradicted his superiors and disobeyed military orders. When he heard that the boy in front of him called himself General Marine, his expression naturally became a little strange. This was the first time he saw someone conferring the title of Marine General on him. The most important thing was, this so-called letter of appointment was genuine, and it really had the seal of the Marine headquarters on it. Although I don't know which Marine headquarters general was so bored that he created a private Marine, but, since he calls himself a Marine and is still fighting pirates, he can be considered half of his own. Smoker returned the letter of appointment to Ike and asked, Did you blow up that pirate ship just now? Yes. Ike nodded and said, They are the buggy pirates with a bounty of 15 million. I plan to catch them now. Smoker nodded when he heard this and said, Let's go together. It just so happens that I also want to catch a troublesome little pirate. Chapter 36. He actually laughed. Rogue Town. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were all wandering around. After many inquiries, Luffy finally got lost again. Zoro found a weapons store, bought his third sword 3rd generation Kaititsuo and met Tashiki who looked very similar to Kuina. Perhaps because he had seen Kuina in the form of a sword spirit before, Zoro did not crush her glasses in excitement when he saw Tashiki, who was very similar to Kuina. But even so, Tasca still entangled Zoro, for no other reason than the Wadu Ikimonji and Kuina on Zoro's waist. In fact, Tasca is more curious about Kuina than Hideo Yuan. Because with her knowledge, she has never heard of Kuina, which is comparable to the Supreme Sharp Sword. But when it comes to quality, Kuina is definitely a top performer, and its ranking is definitely not low. Dashki is also a little curious about Zoro who can hang 2 famous swords. What do you do? Zoro thought for a moment and replied, I'm a private Marine. Marine? Private Marine? Is that a branch of Marine? Dashki asked curiously. Dashki was relieved to learn that the other party was a Marine. In her opinion, if such a famous knife fell into the hands of lawless people, she might cry. Even if the knife didn't cry, she, a knife fanatic, would. Private Marine, is the Marine that fights for people's rights. Hearing Zoro's explanation to the private Marine, Dashki suddenly fell silent. Although Dashki is young, he also worked at the Marine headquarters. He also has his own understanding of what kind of organization Marine is. Marine definitely has its own meaning of existence. Without Marine, the sea would become very chaotic, but there are also some chaos that originate from Marine, or to be precise, world government. Thinking of this, Dashki also knows what the private Marine is. He is probably a righteous person who does not want to be limited by the world government. Private Marine. That's great. Just don't forget to take the right path. If you become a pirate, I will risk my life to take back the famous sword in your hand. Zoro smiled and said, "It will depend on your strength then." At the same time, Sanji also participated in a East Daxia Sea chef competition. Originally he didn't want to participate, but, because the final prize of this chef competition was an elephant tuna from South Blue Waters. For this fish, Sanji must win the championship. Because this fish has an unusual meaning for his dream. Sanji's dream is to find all blue. The legend of the Blue Sea is that it has all the sea ingredients in the 4 oceans. In the town of Rog in the East Daxia Sea, you can catch South Blue elephant tuna. Doesn't it feel like a blue ocean? Sanji plans to use this elephant tuna as the starting point of his dream, so he is bound to get it. The cooking competition is said to be a cooking competition in the entire East Daxia Sea, but in fact most of the chefs are from Rog Town. With Sanji's level, he passed 5 levels and defeated 6, and won the cooking competition championship without much effort, and won the elephant tuna. Just when Sanji, Usopp and the others wanted to take a stroll, Nami asked everyone to return to the ship early. Because she felt the change in the weather, it was estimated that there would be a storm soon. Just when a few people were planning to return to the Golden Melee first, there was quite a commotion in the distance. There are pirates fighting over there on the execution platform. Really, let's go and see the excitement together. It's better not to go, it seems quite dangerous. After hearing the conversation between several passers-by, the first thing the 3 of them thought of was Luffy. Nami, Usopp, you guys go back to the ship first, I'll go find Luffy and the others. Hearing that Luffy might be in trouble, Sanji handed the elephant tuna to the 2 of them and ran towards the commotion. In the execution platform square, Luffy stood on the execution platform, and below were Buggy, Arita, and the pirates they brought with them. After Buggy met Luffy, he began to tell about his sad journey after Orange Town and how he rescued his friends from Marine. Luffy was a little confused when he saw Buggy. What is your name? Porky? Boogie? Basie, also called Nose. Oh, I remembered, your name is Jiba. Seeing that Luffy had forgotten his name, Buggy became even more angry. What the hell? Stop pretending to be stupid, Laozi is Buggy. He is Buggy. The melon eaters around who were looking at human brains immediately became commotion when they heard Buggy's name. Ah, he's Buggy. Run. It's the Buggy Pirates. Inform Marine quickly. At this time, Luffy was also stunned. Oh, it's you. Buggy. Just as Luffy finished speaking, Kabaka from the Buggy Pirates fell from the sky and cuffed Luffy's hands and head. Straw Hat Boy, don't you want to see the execution platform? Today I will let you experience an execution. After saying that, Buggy the Clown climbed onto the execution platform with a knife. Seeing that there was a lot of fun to be seen, the melon eaters who had already left stopped one after another. Just as Buggy climbed onto the execution platform, many Marines were already hiding in the darkness around him. These Marines were all arranged by Smoker in advance. Ike and Smoker are also hidden in this. Seeing that Luffy was about to be executed, Ike naturally couldn't stand by and watch. Although I know that Luffy's father, Drago, may be nearby and Luffy will be saved this time, but I can't guarantee that it will cause a butterfly effect due to his own fault. If Drago doesn't come, then Luffy will it really hung up. Seeing Ike about to rush over, Smoker grabbed his wrist. What are you going to do? Hey? Of course it's to save people. Ike said matter-of-factly. Are you talking about saving that Straw Hat Boy? He is my captain, and he is also the Marine Fleet Admiral of the Private Marine. Of course he must be rescued. As soon as he finished speaking, Ike shook off Smoker's hand and rushed towards the execution platform. Private Marine, Fleet Admiral. Smoker also looked confused. Damn, this guy turns out to be a pirate too. At the same time, Sanji and Zoro also came to the execution platform, and they were a little anxious when they saw that Luffy was about to be executed. However, they could not rescue Luffy immediately because of the obstruction of the buggy pirates. Buggy, on the other hand, had already raised his machete, preparing to chop off Luffy's head with one swing to avenge his shame. Luffy struggled a few times and found that he couldn't move at all. He smiled and shouted below, "Ike, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp. I'm sorry, I'm going to die." Smoker, who was not far away, was stunned when he saw this scene. Straw Hat, he smiled. Just when the long knife in Buggy's hand fell, a roar of the heavenly dragon came from mid-air. Ike released the Tianlong roar in reverse, and his whole body hit Buggy like an arrow from a string. At the same time, the sky changed suddenly, and a sudden lightning strike hit the execution platform, electrocuting Ike and Buggy, who collided with each other, and the entire execution platform collapsed due to this strange lightning strike. P.S. Please give me a 5-star review, there are only 25 left to break through 50. Please give me a thumbs up. Chapter 37 Dalag appears. Zitsizi. A burst of electricity passed through his body, and Ike could smell the burnt smell on his own body. Fortunately, his physique has improved recently, and he was not seriously injured after being struck by lightning. Instead, the collapsed execution platform hit him, making Ike feel like his whole body was falling apart. Buggy on the side was also scorched black by the electricity, and he couldn't recover for a while. On the contrary, Luffy was not only fine with it, but he was also holding his waist and laughing. "I'm so lucky to have saved my life." After saying that, Luffy pulled Ike up. "Thank you, Ike, thank you." "Hey, can you please stop thanking me after saying how lucky you are?" Ike yelled at Luffy in displeasure. Then he caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure out of the corner of his eye. This man was wearing a green cloak that could cover most of his face. He was standing on the roof of a building opposite the execution platform and looking over here. Ike knew that this should be Luffy's father, Monkey D. Drag. Ike regretted a little. If he had known better, he would have looked around to look for Drag, or he would not have received a wave of electrotherapy for no reason. At the same time that Ike and Luffy fell from the execution platform, the marine soldiers who had been ambushing around them rushed out one after another. The leader, Smoker, immediately came to Ike and Luffy. Seeing Smoker, Luffy said hello to him. "Hey, aren't you the uncle who showed me the way? Although the way you pointed out is not very correct, I still want to thank you." Smoker, ignoring Luffy, because Luffy was destined to be caught by him, he focused his attention on Ike. "So, you are also a pirate, right?" Ike waved his hand and said, "We are not pirates. This is all a misunderstanding. We are a private marine." After hearing Ike's words, Smoker took out Luffy's wanted poster and continued, "Is this also a misunderstanding?" "Of course." Ike nodded and explained, "This is the wrong marine wanted. You really think I'm an idiot? Also, was it a misunderstanding that the Straw Hat Boy just said he wanted to become One Piece?" Ike: "Well, actually what he said is that to become a man in One Piece, you must pay attention to the key points." Smoker: "Yes, I want to be a One Piece man." Luffy also nodded seriously. Smoker put away the wanted poster, and then took out the 10 hands carried on his back. He didn't plan to follow these two little pirates anymore, so he might as well just take it. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I'll know as soon as I catch you." Hearing this, Luffy stroked his hat and said, "I still want to enter the Grand Line. I can't be caught by you here." There was originally something to talk about, but because of Luffy's words, he suddenly had to take action. "Haha, the rules here are that if you want to enter the Grand Line, you must defeat me first." Smoker looked around and found that many pirates from the Buggy Pirates had been captured, and the two main criminals, Buggy and Alita, had already escaped from the encirclement with several people. But looking at the direction Buggy and the others were escaping from, Smoker knew they couldn't escape Rogue Town because their ship had been blown up by Ike. Luffy heard that he had to defeat the Smoke Man in front of him in order to enter the Grand Line. And he gave up the idea of escape. At present, Luffy still doesn't know how difficult and powerful the so-called Logia fruit users are. In his opinion, he can defeat the Smoke Man in front of him. At this moment, Sanji and Zoro also broke through the siege of the pirates and marines and came behind Luffy and Ike. Ike, Zoro, Sanji, you go first. I'll hold this smoking man back. Hearing Luffy's words, Ike wanted to say that you are no match for him, but when he thought that this kid's father was watching nearby, he gave up. Zoro and Sanji didn't want to leave Luffy, but they were pulled by Echo. Let's go. Luffy will be fine. Seeing that the vice-captain had spoken, the two had no choice but to leave. But just a few hundred meters away, there was another roadblock in front of us, and it was also a tigress. The person who came was none other than Smoker's deputy, Dashki. Just as Dashki stopped in front of the three of them, it began to rain lightly, and judging from this situation, the rain would get heavier and heavier. Zoro Roronoa, I didn't expect you to lie to me. The rain on Dashki's face looked like tears, and coupled with her pretending to be resolute and biting her lip, it was as if Zoro had done something bad to her and was not responsible. A whole green algae head, what did you do to this beautiful lady? After hearing what Dashki said, the one who had the biggest reaction was Sanji. Sanji's knight knew never to allow a beautiful woman to cry in front of him. Zoro also heard that something was wrong with Dashki's words. The most important thing was that he felt Kuina trembling slightly in his waist. He knows that Kuina is a sword with a soul, and the soul is Kuina herself. Thinking of this, Zoro looked at Dashki and said quickly, "Hey, woman, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, Dashki looked at Zoro with firm eyes, then pulled out Shiger's hand and pointed at Zoro and said, "Wado Ikamon and Kuina, I want to take it back." Seeing that the other party had drawn his sword, Zoro's expression became serious. "Ike, Sanji, you go first, I will follow you soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro also drew his sword and prepared to fight. "A whole Zoro, if you treat this beautiful Miss Marine." Before Sanji could finish what he said, Ike covered his mouth and dragged him away. At this time Zoro also experienced a different Shura field. Zoro has gained a lot of CP along the way. Dashki, Perona, Hiri. This is just heterosexual CP. In addition, there is also the biggest homosexual CP Sanji. So, Kuina has quite a few love rivals. His eyes returned to Luffy. Luffy used all his rubber moves, but no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't hit Smoker. After each attack, the area where Smoker was attacked will turn into smoke, which makes Luffy very depressed. Useless Straw Hat Boy, the world is big, but the only place that can accommodate you is prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker launched a counterattack, stabbing Luffy in the stomach with 10 hands without hesitation, sending him flying out. Due to the sea stone at the tip of the 10 hands, this blow caused a lot of damage to Luffy. Luffy stood up again holding his aching stomach. Smoker didn't expect that his full blow just now could not make this little boy lose his fighting ability. Just when Smoker was about to use a suppressing technique for his next attack, Luffy rushed towards him again. Rubber, pistol. A hit from the most ordinary rubber pistol, Smoker didn't even bother to dodge, he walked towards Luffy's attack. He planned to completely suppress Luffy with the 10 hands with sea stone in them, and then handcuff him with sea stone handcuffs. Just when his fist was less than 1 meter away from Smoker, his heart suddenly tightened, and his instinct told him to avoid the punch. But when he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The punch hit Smoker firmly in the stomach, knocking him back several steps. How is this possible? Has this kid mastered domineering? Thinking of this, Smoker looked at Luffy's fist, but saw nothing. Chapter 38, each has their own goals, heading towards Upside Down Mountain. Luffy didn't use Haki, but Nianchi. Nianchi and Bachi have different names and different usages, but they are indeed different approaches to the same goal. To awaken Nianchi, you need a strong enough body and spirit. Similarly, to awaken Haki, you also need strong enough physical fitness and mental strength. Both abilities belong to the development of one's own potential, so naturally those who can seize the Logia fruit ability can do so. Moreover, the ability of reading energy and domineering energy are also similar. The color of entanglement in the mind ability is similar to that of the weapon. The circle is similar to the color of seeing and hearing. Kamui pressed hair is similar to Conqueror's. The most important thing is that the way to use Luiying is similar to the Nian ability. At this time, Luffy simply mastered entangling, which is to wrap his mind energy around the surface of his body, which can increase his attack power and defense power. However, Luffy himself is a rubber man and doesn't care about blunt force blows at all, and if the opponent uses sharp weapons, Matanga's little defense is of little use. Therefore, when fighting, Luffy rarely uses Nian. To be precise, he always forgets to use it. But today, he knew that Nian can capture people with abilities that cannot be captured like Smoker. Not only were Smoker and Luffy shocked that they could attack Logia fruit users, but even Drago, who was always looking at this side, was a little shocked. Drago can be sure that Luffy was definitely not using his Haki just now, because he was always watching the battle between the two with a look of knowledge. At this moment, Drago's far-reaching vision revealed that Luffy's companions had already boarded the ship. Thinking of this, he stopped looking and jumped directly behind Smoker, putting a hand on Smoker's shoulder. Originally, Smoker wanted to continue fighting Luffy, but with Drago holding his body down like this, he was completely unable to move. Smoker tilted his neck and looked at the person behind him. When he saw who was controlling him, his pupil shrank. The world government has always wanted your head. Durag. Hearing Smoker's words, Durag grinned and said, "The world is waiting for our answer." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange wind started blowing. Luffy saw Drago, and just as he was about to ask who you were, he felt a strong wind coming and blew him away. Luffy in midair saw Zoro, who had just defeated Tashigi. Zoro. After shouting, Luffy stretched out his arm and grabbed Zoro's calf. Zoro still wants to resist. After all, every time Luffy pulls him away like this, nothing good will happen. But, the wind got stronger and stronger, and Luffy's strength was also huge. He was dragged directly into the sky by Luffy. Due to inertia, Luffy just let go at this moment. Just like that, Zoro flew towards the port at an extremely fast speed. He flew all the way to a tower in the port, and hit his head against the tower with a bang. Ike saw Zoro immediately. When he walked over, he saw Zoro with his mouth wide open and muttering, "Idiot Luffy, I will chop you to death sooner or later." Seeing this scene, Ike could guess what was going on. Carrying Zoro on his shoulders, Ike used the healing magic in the sky magic to heal Zoro's wounded heart, and jumped onto the golden merly. Just at this time, Luffy also ran over. After everyone arrived, Ike pulled up the anchor, Sanji lowered the sail, and Usopp controlled the rudder. When the sails were lowered, the golden melee flew out of the waters of Rog Town with the help of the strange strong wind. Dalag looked at the golden Mary that was gradually sailing away, spread his arms, and said like an oath, "Go, if this is the path you choose." Smoker knew that he was not the opponent of the man recognized by the world government as the most dangerous man. He did not try to continue provoking, but shouted in confusion, "Why would you help that man, Durag?" After hearing Smoker's words, Drago did not reveal his relationship with Luffy, but said in a very pretentious manner, "What reason can stop a man from setting sail?" As soon as he finished speaking, Durag's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Seeing Drago leaving, Smoker said calmly to his subordinates, "Prepare the warship and chase the Straw Hat Boy." I want to go to the Grand Line. After hearing Smoker's words, several Marine soldiers looked shocked. But, Colonel Smoker, Rogtown is under your jurisdiction. How will you explain to the headquarters if you leave? Smoker heard this and said coldly, just say, don't try to order me around. In this way, Smoker also left Rogtown despite the storm. Less than an hour after Smoker left, the Marine branch in Rogtown received a notice from the Marine headquarters cancelling Monkey D. Luffy's wanted order. Other side. Not long after the Golden Melee sailed out of the waters of Rogtown, everyone saw a tall lighthouse in the distance. That lighthouse is used to guide ships into the entrance to Upside Down Mountain. Seeing this tower, Ike and the others knew that they and others were about to enter the Grand Line, and they couldn't help but get a little excited. At this moment, Sanji took out a wooden barrel and said with a smile, we are about to enter the Grand Line, so let's hold a sea entry ceremony at the entrance. After saying this, Sanji was the first to put his feet on the edge of the barrel. I'm here to find all blue. Second Zoro. We are here to become the world's greatest swordsman. After saying that, Zoro put Kuina's scabbard on the barrel. The third one is Nami. I'm here to create a complete map of the world. The fourth Usopp. Usopp seemed a little nervous. In his opinion, he was the only ordinary person among all the crew members. But he still stated his goal. I are to become brave sea warriors. Seeing this, Ike also put his feet on the barrel and said with a smile, I am here to carry out real justice and change this twisted world. Finally, everyone looked at Luffy. Luffy also stroked his straw hat and then put his feet on the barrel. I want to become One Piece, and become the Marine King. I want to be the freest man on the sea. While speaking, Luffy glanced at Ike. We are not only a pirate group, but also a private marine. Originally, Luffy's goal was One Piece. But after this period of experience, he found that there was nothing wrong with King Marine. On the contrary, he was more free and could even hold banquets on marine warships. Moreover, the dream of his important partner Ike is to become a marine, which Luffy has never forgotten. If Luffy knew what Ike was thinking, he would definitely say sorry, I didn't say I wanted to be a marine. It's just because the system is a justice marine system. After everyone stated their goals, everyone headed towards the lighthouse on the Golden Mary. P.S. After entering the Grand Line, there will indeed be some like-minded people who truly yearn for justice. Who do you hope will join the private marine? Chapter 39 The first 10 gold draws in a row. More than an hour later, the storm finally stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed one after another. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has entered their daily routine again. Hey? We can obviously see the lighthouse, why haven't we arrived yet? Usopp said while holding up his binoculars and looking in the direction of the lighthouse. This shows that the guidance lighthouse is quite large, but at our speed, we can reach Upside Down Mountain in a few hours. Just as Nami finished speaking, Usopp pointed to a sea area not far away and said, look over there, why are there so many birds? Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Usopp and indeed saw many seabirds hovering there. There must be a big fish there. As he spoke, Sanji looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, let's see if we can catch a big fish. When he heard about the fish, Luffy immediately became interested. Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed the birds where they were hovering. Caught. Luffy immediately retracted his arm when he felt that he had caught something. But when the arm was retracted, it was a little crooked. Seeing this, Sanji and Usopp immediately hid in a hurry. Just as Sanji and the two ducked away, there were only two bang, shoe sounds, and Zoro, who was sleeping beside the boat, was knocked down. When Luffy saw this, he knew that he was in trouble, and he quickly made an insincere apology regardless of whether Zoro heard it or not. Sorry. Zoro. Ike ignored the commotion on the deck because he was performing a ceremony in the cabin. As for what kind of ceremony it is? Of course it is the ceremony before the lottery. Ike has collected 10,000 points, and he plans to have a wave of 10 golden draws. Ike first washed his hands, then changed his clothes, lit the incense he bought in Rog Town, and finally sat down cross-legged to start the lottery. After making all preparations, Ike began to draw the gold 10 consecutive draws. The lottery wheel started spinning at Ike's prayer. Soon, item information appeared in his mind. Obtain, Marrow Cleansing Pill Gold Level Item, it comes from the world of cultivating immortals. After use, it can wash the essence and cut the marrow to improve your own cultivation qualifications. Obtain, Sharingan Silver Level Item, from the Hokage Ninja world. After use, you can get a Megatama Sharingan that can be upgraded, up to the Eternal Mangeki. Obtain, Monkey Talisman Gold Level Item, from the world of Jackie Chan's Adventures. It can turn the target into the animal the holder wants to turn into, and at the same time, it can also change back to its original form. Obtain, Bamboo Dragonfly. Obtain, Brutal Suit Set Silver Level Item, it comes from a certain science fiction world. After wearing it, it increases the wearer's strength, speed, and defense. Obtain, Gotha Duck Silver Level Item, from the world of Pokemon. Get a Pokeball with a Gotha Duck. The Gotha Duck can evolve into a Gotha Duck. Obtain, Spiritual Bow Gold Level Item, from the Shinigami world. The Spiritual Bow is the weapon of the Quincy in the Shinigami world. When used, it can automatically generate spiritual light arrows. If you use physical arrows, the power of the arrows can be increased. Note, already based on the system of the One Piece world has modified the usage conditions of this item, changing the usage conditions from spiritual power to physical strength. Obtain, Taigu 10,000 Miles of Flight, a gold level item from the world of Jean Crimson Eyes. After use, it can fly at super high speeds, shoot out feathers to attack, and can rebound any flying props including cannonballs. Obtain, Shrinking Flashlight, a silver level item from the Doraemon world. You can freely shrink it after use, and you can also change the smaller people or objects back to their original appearance. Obtain, Gourmet Tree Sapling Silver Level Item, from Prisoner of Gourmet. As the name suggests, it is a magical plant that can grow all kinds of food. The draw is complete. There are 4 gold level items in 10 draws. They are, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Monkey Talisman, Spiritual Bow, and Flying Thousands of Miles. These 4 gold level items, like the Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal, can also directly increase combat power. Needless to say, after taking the Marrow Cleansing Pill, Ike's own physique will definitely increase dramatically, and most importantly, his qualifications will be improved. Ike is not greedy, as long as he can enhance his qualifications to be similar to Luffy's. The Monkey Talisman, a bug level item, can directly turn enemies into animals. However, in Ike's view, the Monkey Talisman is not very useful when facing 2 strong enemies. After all, seeing, hearing, color, and domineering is not a vegetarian. It is quite simple to avoid the changing light of the Monkey Talisman. The reason why the Monkey Talisman is gold level is probably because this item is too powerful. Compared to the Monkey Charm, Ike hopes to get the Cow Charm or the Rabbit Charm. The Spiritual Bow increases destructive power, but is actually not very suitable for Ike's fighting style. Compared to the Spiritual Bow, I really like Flying 10,000 Miles Ike. The ability to fly is extremely rare in the pirate world. The most important thing is that he is so handsome. Flying 10,000 miles is so damn handsome. Ike directly extracted 4 gold level props. They are a round golden elixir, an octagonal stone with a monkey pattern, a cross bracelet, and a pair of wings. Ike first put the monkey charm into the cozy cabin, and then put the bracelet on his hand. Just when Ike touched the Taigu Banli Flying turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Ike's body. At the same time, there was a pair of wings tattooed on Ike's back. Now Ike can summon 10,000 miles flying with just a thought. Ike did not eat the Marrow Cleansing Pill immediately, but was checking to see which other silver level items could be used now. Immediately, Ike extracted Sharingan. After Sharingan appeared, it floated in front of Ike. It was a pair of ominous eyes. When Ike's hand touched it, these eyes penetrated into Ike's eyes. Ike subconsciously covered his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had turned into a blood-red Sharingan with a Megatama. After turning on Sharingan, Ike felt that he could see things more clearly. He could even see the legs of mosquitoes flying by clearly. Sharingan is also a good ability. It just needs to be upgraded. If you can directly obtain the Eternal Mangeki, that would be awesome. If it is really the Eternal Mangeki, it is probably not a silver level item but a gold level item. Just like a shallow attack, if it is not a shallow attack, but a complete Zanpakuto, it will not be a silver level item but a gold level item. Ike did not continue to extract other drawn items. These successfully drawn items will remain in a state of being placed as long as they are not extracted. Ike plans to eat the marrow cleansing pill now. But before that, I still need to inform Luffy and the others. After all, I don't know how long it will take to cleanse the marrow with this marrow cleansing pill. When Ike came to the deck, he found that there was no one on the deck, and then he went to the kitchen and dining room. Chapter 40, The Money-Sucking TX Hut, in progress of cleansing and marrow removal. As soon as Ike walked in, he saw a little girl who heard Luffy say that he was a pirate and fainted from fright. Seeing this little girl, Ike knew that he had reached the Millennium Dragon branch. "Hey! What were you doing in the cabin just now, Ike?" Nami looked at the unconscious little girl and found that she had just fainted. She looked back at Ike and asked curiously, I am summoning magical items." After hearing Ike's words, Luffy and Zoro all looked at Ike. Currently, the only people who know that Ike can summon magical items are Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Zoro knew that his Kuina was summoned by Echo through item summoning. When Luffy heard Ike summoning items again, he came to Ike with excitement and asked, "Ike, have you come up with something interesting again? Show it to me." What does item summoning mean?" Usopp asked curiously. Hearing Usopp's words, Nami explained, "At this time, one of Ike's abilities is that he can summon some magical items every time. For example, the sea bicycle placed in the warehouse, Zoro's wine gourd and knife were all summoned by Ike. Oh, by the way, there is also a training manual for telekinesis that can be practiced." Hearing that Ike still had such abilities, Sanji and Usopp also looked at Ike expectantly. "We'll talk about this later. I have some things that I need to retreat for a while. I'm not sure when it will end." After saying that, Ike came to the wall and pressed one hand on the wall. While Ike pressed his hand on the wall, a pink wooden door with a penguin pattern appeared on the empty wooden wall. This is the entrance to the cozy hut. There are two ways to enter the cozy cabin. One is to use Ike as a medium and directly open the space door to enter. However, one drawback is that you have to exit where you entered. If you enter while sailing, when you come out again, you won't know where the ship has drifted. The second way is to directly summon the physical portal, just like now. After Ike entered the cozy hut, Luffy, Nami, Sanji and the others also walked in. "I didn't expect you, Ike, to still have a girl's heart," Sanji teased after seeing the pink hue of the cozy cabin. "Ike, I feel pretty good." Nami looked around the cabin and found that not only was it fully furnished with all kinds of furniture, but it also had bathrooms, a study room, a tea room, and other rooms. Ike was also a little unhappy with the pink tone, and then he opened the control panel of the cozy house and started to recharge. A lot of money was seized when fighting pirates before, and now the money is stored in the warehouse of Wengzin Hut. Directly recharging the money into the system, Ike began to rearrange the cozy cabin. The first thing is to change everything that is pink to blue or white. After changing the basic color scheme, Ike planned to add a few more rooms to the cozy cabin. Because looking at Nami's current appearance, he probably wants to live here. But when he added a room, it seemed to prompt insufficient balance. What the hell? What's wrong with the insufficient balance? I just recharged at least 10 million belly. Although I knew that this TX Penguin cozy house would be a waste of money, I didn't expect it to be so wasteful. More than 10 million Baileys turned out to be just a change of color. Ike, this bathroom is nice. I want to take a bath here later, okay? At this moment, Nami opened the bathroom door, looked at the luxurious configuration in the bathroom, and said with some anticipation, "Oh. Yes. It's no problem to live here." When he heard that he lived here, Nami shook his head and said, "Forget it. I am a navigator on the ship. If I live here, I cannot pay attention to the ship and the sky at all times." The fact is just as Nami said, she is the only navigator on the ship. Without her watching, the ship might have drifted nowhere. If Zoro were to be a navigator, Ike guessed, he would be able to reach Ravdrua directly without the need for 4 coordinates and historical text. After everyone finished visiting, they returned to the Golden Merle. And Ike also chose to take medicine and go into seclusion. After Ike took the marrow cleansing pill, he sat on the ground and waited for the medicine to take effect. The protagonists in many cultivation novels would fall asleep for several days and nights after taking the marrow cleansing pill. Ike was not sure what his situation would be like, so he had to prepare in advance. After the elixir entered his abdomen, a warm current flowed throughout his body. Soon, Ike began to sweat, and soon his clothes were wet with sweat stains. In just over an hour, this warm feeling all over my body disappeared. Ike knew that his purification of essence and marrow was over, because he could feel an unprecedented sense of power. When Ike opened his eyes, the 1 magatama in his eyes turned into 3 magatama, and the clarity of his vision improved a lot again. Just when Ike stood up and wanted to test his current strength, the sticky feeling all over his body made him stagnate. Only then did he realize that his body was covered in a layer of black-red mucus. FK, that's so disgusting. Cursing secretly, Ike walked into the bathroom and started washing up. This washing not only washes away the impurities on the surface of the body, but also washes away all the hair on the surface of the body. Now Ike has become a bald head. Ike looked at his bald image in the mirror and was speechless. How come this washing of the essence and marrow has removed all the hair? Is this what you call me getting stronger even though I've become bald? But unlike Mr. Saitama, Ike's hair roots are still there, and his hair can grow back as long as he waits for a while. Gulu gulu. After taking a shower, Ike's stomach gurgled. Holding his somewhat shriveled stomach, Ike planned to go out to find some food. Walking out of the cozy cabin, Ike came to the kitchen of the Golden Merle. It was already late at night, and Ike guessed that although it felt like more than an hour had passed, in fact, half a day had passed. Ike looked around, then walked to the refrigerator, intending to find some food. There are 2 other people who have the same idea as Ike. One is the little girl who was rescued before, and the other is Luffy who came to steal some food. Just when Ike was walking towards the refrigerator, he heard a creaking sound, and Ike, who felt something bad, fell to the ground, holding on to the giant mouse trap with both hands to prevent him from falling. The movement here quickly attracted Sanji, the other person in charge of the kitchen. Turning on the light, what came into view was Luffy who was tightly clamped by the mousetrap. Ike who was leaning up and holding the mousetrap with both arms, and the little girl who looked confused. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise, please comment, and please urge me to update. One more thing, helping the protagonist group improve their strength also needs to be done step by step. If you give something, you will get it. Only when the protagonist group is strong, Ike will get more justice points. These 2 were written a little too quickly. Chapter 41, Departing from Battleship Island. Ike, Luffy, what are you doing? Sanji asked after lighting a cigarette. I am exercising. Ike laughed and did 2 presses with a giant mousetrap. Luffy, who had been struggling, echoed, "That's right. I'm also exercising. Eat on the sly, don't look for excuses." While talking, Sanji released Luffy, and Ike was able to break free from the mouse trap. Then Sanji looked at the little girl who was pale with fright and said, "Are you hungry too?" The little girl didn't speak, just shook her head desperately. She was really frightened just now. If such a big mouse trap was caught on her body, she would probably be cut in half. Just as the little girl shook her head, her stomach growled, which made her blush. When Luffy heard this sound, he forgot about the embarrassment of being caught in a mousetrap and started to slap his legs and laugh. "Ha ha ha, you are just hungry." Ike also slumped down on the chair and said, "Sanji, help me cook more meat, I'm starving to death." Sanji heard this, nodded, and then started cooking. Within 10 minutes, a feast of meat-based meals was prepared by Sanji. Luffy and Ike began to fight for food without ceremony. Seeing this scene, Sanji was a little curious. "Ike, why have you become a big eater? And where did your hair go?" At this time, Sanji began to observe the changes in Ike. At this time, not only was Ike's hair gone, his body was also much stronger than before, and even the muscles on his arms looked very distinct. In addition, Ike's height also increased by a few centimeters. Before, Ike was only about 1.75 meters tall, but now Ike is at least 1.8 meters tall. This, we'll talk about it after, we'll talk about it later. I'll finish eating first. Ike responded while stuffing meat into his mouth, noticing that Luffy was eating faster, and Ike also speeded up. Sanji looked at the little girl who still refused to move her chopsticks and said, "If you don't eat, the food will be eaten by them both." The little girl still looked a little reluctant when she heard this. While Luffy was eating, he glanced at Ike out of the corner of his eye and almost spit out the food in his mouth when he saw Ike's bald head. However, in order not to waste the food, he still swallowed it forcefully. After taking a sip of water, Luffy saw that the little girl didn't touch the food in front of her. Whether intentionally or not, he put down the water glass and reached out to pick up the plate in front of the little girl. He smiled and said, "Since you don't want to eat, then give it to me." Seeing this, the little girl immediately started to protect the food. "Who said I don't want to eat?" After saying this, the little girl picked up the plate and took a few bites. The taste of the food immediately made her smile. "This is delicious." At this moment, Nami, Usopp, and Zoro, who had been eavesdropping outside, also walked in. Nami came to the little girl and asked with a smile, "You know we are pirates, so you are scared, right?" Nami's words made the little girl smile awkwardly. "Haha. That's right. In this era, hearing about pirates will give you the same reaction. But don't worry, we are not some vicious pirates." Hearing what Nami said, although he was still a little wary, he was much more relaxed than before. At this moment, Ike, who had already eaten, stood up and said, "Say your name and where you live and we will take you home." Ike knows that this little girl is called Abizi and lives on Battleship Island, and there is also a 1,000-year dragon hidden on Battleship Island who is about to die of old age. In order to obtain the so-called 1,000-year dragon bone, Marine captured ABIs and wanted to know the whereabouts of the 1,000-year dragon. It is said that the bones of the 1,000-year dragon can make the elixir of immortality. Ike thinks it is nonsense, but some people in Marine really believe it. Ike's strength has increased, so he wants to enter the Grand Line as soon as possible, but he has no interest in this kind of branch plot. Ike's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they saw Ike's bald head, Usopp, Luffy and Zoro couldn't help laughing. Usopp covered his mouth and pointed at Ike's head and asked, "Pfft! Ike, why did you become bald? Is this the result of your retreat?" Zoro also said with a smile. Luffy didn't speak, but he kept laughing. He was about to forget about Ike's bald head, but he was infected by Usopp's laughter and started laughing again. "Hey, are you so slow to respond? I've been sitting here all the time. Ike, maybe your bald head was too bright and dazzling, so we didn't pay attention. Usopp explained with a smile. Usopp's words immediately made Luffy's laughter grow even louder. Ike saw this and punched Luffy on the head. The reason why I don't hit Usopp is because now Ike can't control his power 100%. It would be embarrassing if he accidentally smashed Usopp to death. But if you hammer Luffy, there is no risk. Luffy was knocked to the ground by Ike's punch. Seeing this, Zoro immediately put away his smile. From the punch Ike just made, he found that Ike's power was much stronger than before. After punching Luffy, Ike raised his fist and looked at Usopp. Usopp saw this and immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Seeing these people playing around, the little girl felt that these people were not bad people, so she told her name. My name is Abizi, and I live on Battleship Island. Please send me home. After hearing this, Nami immediately took out the map and quickly found the location of Battleship Island. Left rudder, go east, let's go to Battleship Island. After planning the route, Nami said to the others. Soon, everyone became busy, controlling the sails, and steering the helm. After working for a while, it was daybreak. Ike, hurry, take out the magical items you summoned before. When the Golden Mary sailed normally, Luffy approached Ike expectantly. Luffy hopes that Ike will come up with something new like a sea bike. After all, the time spent on the ship is a bit too boring. After hearing Luffy's words, others also looked over expectantly. Seeing this, Ike had no choice but to take out the things that he had no use for or that he had planned to give away. They are 5 bamboo dragonflies, an elf ball, a suit including leather shoes, an ordinary flashlight and a potted plant. While taking out things, Ike began to introduce the functions of these things. After listening to the functions of these magical items, Luffy directly picked up a bamboo dragonfly and put it on his head. Then he flew up with a thought. Just when he was about to fly away from the Golden Merly, he was caught. Nami stopped. At this time, Ike also realized that no means of transportation could allow Luffy to play alone, otherwise he would definitely cause a lot of trouble and even get lost. Seeing that no one would let him play with bamboo dragonflies, Luffy turned his attention to the Pokeball again. He picked up the elf ball and pressed the button on it, directly releasing the sleeping duck inside. Chapter 42 Reserve food up to duck and food tree. Kodakya opened his eyes in confusion. After seeing the unfamiliar environment, he covered his head with his short arms, as if he had a headache. Seeing such a fat duck, Luffy naturally thought of eating it immediately. It was also the first time for Sanji to see such a big and plump duck, and he couldn't help but murmured, such a fat duck, roasted on the outside and tender on the inside, sliced and sprinkled with special sauce, it should taste delicious. Hearing Sanji's words, Luffy's mouth almost watered. Come on, Sanji, let's bake it. As if feeling the malice, Kodakya covered his head and ran away in a hurry. Echo was also a little speechless. Echo could accept whatever Pokemon he drew, but this Kodak was really something he couldn't accept. The Gotha duck is powerful, but before it evolves into the Gotha duck, its combat effectiveness can be said to be unstable at all. Just when Ike wanted to step forward to stop Luffy from catching the duck, Luffy had already stretched out his arm and caught the duck. After being caught, Kodak let out a croaking scream, and then his eyes suddenly emitted a strange blue light, and Luffy found that his body could not move. Ike knew that at this moment Kodak felt the power of danger released. Luffy, the duck is not for food. It will also be our partner in the future. Although it is not very useful. Hearing Ike's words, Zoro pointed speechlessly at the duck that could easily control Luffy and said, "You say this is not very useful. Strong ability, but difficult to control." Ike explained. At this moment, Nami stepped forward and hugged Kodak. Although the Kodak duck looks a bit silly, it is still very cute and adorable. Nami fell in love with it the first time she saw it. The duck felt like it was being hugged and wanted to resist, but when Nami's hand touched its head, the duck immediately stopped moving. Miss Nami is so kind. Seeing this, Sanji began to circle around Nami, and his eyes became heart-shaped. After Luffy learned that the Kodak couldn't be eaten and was still a companion, he gave up immediately. There is actually a set of clothes here. Luffy picked up the brutal suit, but only looked at it twice before throwing it aside, hitting Sanji's body. Seeing this, Ike said to Sanji, "You are the only one wearing a suit on the boat, so I will give you this suit." Sanji heard this and didn't refuse. Through Ike's explanation just now, Sanji knew that this suit can increase strength and agility, and it is indeed very suitable for him. In the end, only the food tree and the shrinking flashlight are left. Luffy took the flashlight and shined it at Usopp beside him. Usopp's figure shrank directly. "Oh, this is fun." Luffy immediately found something interesting and irradiated Usopp several times in succession, and Usopp became the size of a fingernail. Ike took the flashlight over and turned on the enlargement button to change Usopp back. Luffy has already thought of a very cool operation, that is, to make himself smaller. Wouldn't it mean that he can eat meat directly and enjoy it? Thinking of this, Luffy shouted to Sanji, who was studying the food tree, "Sanji, make me a piece of meat, I want the kind with bones." "Wait a minute." Sanji replied to Luffy, then looked at Ike and asked, "Can this tree really grow delicious food? What kind of delicious food can it grow specifically?" Hearing Sanji's question, Ike replied, "It depends on how you cultivate it. To cultivate a food tree, you need to fertilize it, and the fertilizer you apply is some of the food you make. What food do you bury in the soil? It will grow whatever food it can." Ike's explanation is exactly how the food tree is used. The food tree comes from the prisoner of food, naturally. In the world of the prisoner of food, the cultivation of the food tree is not that troublesome. After all, it is a world full of food, and no one knows how much food is buried in the soil. But this food tree produced by the system needs to be planted and cultivated by yourself. After listening to Ike's explanation, Sanji had his own ideas about this food tree. For example, if you fertilize it with some spices, it will grow spices. If you fertilize with food, food will grow. In this way, there is no need to worry about lack of food on the sea. As for letting the food tree grow food directly, Sanji won't do that. Sanji is a chef. In his opinion, the most important ingredient in the dishes he makes is heart. Sanji hopes that the food his companions eat is food cooked by himself, rather than produced like an assembly line. Naturally, if conditions permit, if Sanji is really starving to death, Sanji will not think about the origin of food. The first priority is to fill his stomach. After moving the food tree to the place where the orange trees were planted in Melee, Sanji took out some commonly used spices and accessories and fertilized it for the first time. After setting up the food tree, he went to cook meat for Luffy. When the meat was placed in front of Luffy, Luffy said to Ike, "Ike, make me smaller." After hearing Luffy's words, Ike immediately knew what he wanted to do. "I said, Luffy, it's useless to do this. The shrinking light can only reduce your size and weight. Although you will eat very well, it will basically mean that you haven't eaten anything after you transform, because you eat it. The food doesn't get bigger." Luffy said he couldn't understand Ike's explanation. Seeing this, Ike could only let Luffy experience it for himself. Ike directly shrunk everyone present, including ABIs, leaving only herself on the deck. After becoming smaller, Luffy Usopp started eating meat crazily. "It feels so good!" Luffy shouted as he lay on the meat and kept eating. Others are enjoying being smaller. Ike can really come up with a lot of magical props. Zoro also ate a piece of meat, then took a sip of wine and said, "With this lamp, we can store more things on the ship." This is not possible. Regarding Zoro's proposal, Usopp directly rejected it, Didn't Ike say that shrinking and other things are time sensitive? If the time limit is reached, the Mary will be hurt. At the same time, just as everyone was experiencing the shrinking journey, a warship had already caught up with the Golden Melee. This warship is the team chasing ABIs. The leader is a major, and there is also a mercenary Eric on the ship. When the major saw the Golden Mary, he originally had no intention of pursuing it. To him, it was just a little pirate. The most important thing now was to catch the little girl ABIs. It's just a small pirate group, let's let it go for now. Just as the major finished speaking, Eric stepped forward, took out Luffy's bounty list and said, "This is not a small pirate group. Your Majesty. Major. A head worth 30 million can make waves in the East Daxia Sea." After seeing the 30 million reward list, the major frowned and said, "Headquarters has informed me that this 30 million reward has been invalidated." Eric was also surprised when he heard this. It was also the first time he heard that besides 7 warlords of the sea, there were also bounty lists being invalidated. But even so, we still have to stop them. There is only one ship nearby, and the little girl might be caught by the people on this ship. When the major heard this, he felt that it made sense. Just at this time, Ike used 1,000 miles of flying to fly to the warship. Chapter 43 Millennium Dragon. When the Marine soldiers saw Ike falling from the sky, they raised their guns and pointed them at him. Seeing this, Ike took out the private Marine appointment letter and handed it over and said, "One of my own, I am General Ike of the private Marine." The major took the letter of appointment and saw the seal of Marine's headquarters on it. He knew that it should be true, and allowing Marine to remove the reward order showed that the background of this ship was not shallow, and it was better not to provoke it. The major first made a gesture to put down his gun to his surrounding men, and then returned the appointment letter to Ike Deo. "Mr. Private Marine, have you ever seen a little girl?" Hearing this, Ike shook his head decisively and said, "I haven't seen it before. We still have a mission assigned by Lieutenant General Garp, so I won't say more." Upon hearing this, the major saluted and sent Ike flying back to the Golden Mary. Seeing that the major let him go like this, Eric said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Hey! Major, don't you even do a search? How are you going to explain to Admiral Nelson?" Although Eric is a mercenary, in this mission, he actually hopes to get the 1,000-year dragon bone the most. After all, who doesn't want to live forever? If he wanted to get clues about the Millennium Dragon Bone, ABIs was the key. Eric didn't want to let go of this clue. His intuition told him that ABIs was definitely on that pirate ship. The major shook his head and said nothing. In fact, even if ABIs was really on that ship, he would not dare to search it. How could the background of withdrawing the 30 million bounty be simple? Go back and report this matter to Admiral Nelson first. I will take the initiative to accept the punishment. After saying that, the major ordered his men to set sail and go back. After Ike returned to the Golden Mary, he used the shrinking flashlight to change everyone back to their original size. The smaller Luffy's belly became bloated due to eating a lot of meat, but when he returned to his original size, his belly also changed back. This made Luffy suddenly feel an indescribable feeling of emptiness. Seeing Luffy's slumped face, Ike smiled and said, "You can feel it. After you become smaller, you can only experience the pleasure of eating, but it won't make you full." Luffy was a little disappointed when he heard this, but it's nice to experience the pleasure of eating meat. There was a warship chasing over just now, and it seemed that it was here to hunt down ABIs. Ike recounted what had just happened. After everyone heard this, they all turned their attention to ABIs. Seeing this, ABIs quickly explained, I don't know what Marine is going to do if he catches me. I did escape from Marine before." Seeing ABIs like this, everyone knew that she must be hiding something. But since they had agreed to send her home, no one said anything else. They couldn't just throw her off the boat because of her concealment. This is not the style of the Straw Hats. The style of the Straw Hats is that thieves can cause trouble, they are never afraid of trouble, they just like to cause trouble. Just when ABI's was a little embarrassed, Nami pointed to an island in the distance that looked like a warship and said, "We are here, Warship Island." After hearing Nami's words, everyone came to the deck and saw the appearance of Battleship Island, which indeed looked like a huge warship. As soon as the Golden Melee approached the shore, it saw a group of villagers waiting nervously with weapons in their hands. Luffy laughed when he saw this and said, "A lot of people are greeting us." "Idiot." Nami rolled her eyes at Luffy and said, "It seems like they are here to deal with us." In order to avoid misunderstandings, Ike first asked ABI's to get off the boat and explain to the villagers. Knowing that the Straw Hat pirates were good pirates, many villagers also put down their weapons. In this way, everyone, led by ABI's, arrived at her grandfather's house. The old man said that he would use exclusive steamed buns to thank everyone in the Straw Hats for sending ABI's home. Of course, Luffy was also very interested in the old man's exclusive steamed buns, so he led everyone to wait and listen to the old man telling stories. At the same time, the Major and Eric returned to the main ship and informed Admiral Nelson of what had happened previously. Admiral Nelson was built like a mountain of meat and held a small folding fan in his hand. After listening to the report of his Major, his small eyes narrowed. "If you can't handle this, what else can you do? If you know that the other party has a background, then you won't pretend that you don't know and arrest the little girl on the boat first." Upon hearing this, the Major immediately lowered his head and did not dare to speak any more. Seeing this, Admiral Nelson waved his hand and said, "All troops obey the order and set off for Battleship Island." Nelson's idea is very simple. Since the little girl is from Battleship Island, other people on Battleship Island should also have clues about the 1,000-year dragon. As for what to do if you meet the Straw Hats? What else can you do? If you are in the way, of course you will kill him directly. Do you need an explanation for killing a 30 million pirate? As for cancelling the wanted order? Just say you don't know. In this way, under the order of Admiral Nelson, dozens of mighty warships sailed towards the warship island. Other side. Except for Ike, who was practicing boxing outside, the rest of the Straw Hats were basically made drowsy by the old man's story. Just when Ike was concentrating on practicing boxing, he saw ABI's sneaking into the kitchen, putting the steamed buns into a bag, and running towards the mountains of Battleship Island with the bag on her shoulders. Before Ike could catch up, Luffy opened his nostrils and followed the scent of the buns. It was obvious that he was sleepwalking. Just like that, Luffy smelled the aroma of the buns. Ike followed Luffy, and behind Ike was Nami. Several people came to a cave on the Battleship Island mountain together. A 1,000-year-old dragon that is about to die of old age is lying in this cave. When ABI saw Luffy, Echo, and Nami chasing after her, she subconsciously wanted to protect the Millennium Dragon. Luffy stepped forward and didn't look at the 1,000-year dragon. Instead, he opened the bag containing the buns and started eating like crazy. At this time, Luffy still hadn't woken up. Seeing Luffy actually eating the buns she prepared for Lord Long, ABI's face turned red with anger. "Luffy, that's what I gave to Master Long." ABI's voice immediately woke up Luffy, who was still sleepwalking. After Luffy ate the bun in his mouth and in his hand, he asked in confusion, "Where am I?" At this time, Luffy noticed that there was a huge creature in front of him. "Wow, what is this, so amazing?" As he spoke, Luffy rushed forward and stroked him while saying excitedly, "This is actually alive, so amazing." ABI's kept pulling Luffy, but Luffy didn't move at all. Luffy looked into Master Long's eyes and asked, "How awesome! Where did you come from?" After hearing Luffy's words, Millennium Dragon raised his eyelids and looked at him with somewhat lifeless eyes. It was at this glance that Luffy felt the sadness in the Millennium Dragon's heart. "I see, you want to go back to your hometown." ABI's didn't expect that Luffy could also hear Master Long's thoughts. Luffy said that he just felt it, and actually couldn't hear Master Long's heart. Ike knew that this was Luffy's talent, the talent to listen to all things. I said, "Is this really a dragon? I feel like it's more like a bird." Ike stepped forward, looked at Master Long carefully, and then said, "Master Long is a dragon. He is a 1,000-year-old dragon." ABIs said with certainty, and then told Marine the real reason for arresting her. 1,000-year-old dragon bone? Elixir of immortality. Nami was also a little surprised, and thought to himself, this old and shabby old dragon can make the elixir of life? Wouldn't that be very valuable? At this moment, the pokeball in Nami's pocket flashed with white light, and the Kodak appeared out of nowhere and began to steal the spotlight and presence. Chapter 44 4 Millennium Dragons vs Marine Fleet. After learning about Master Long's situation, Luffy planned to take Master Long away from here to find his hometown. Ike knows that Battleship Island is actually the hometown of Master Long. It is also the place where the Millennium Dragon returns to its nest and where the Millennium Dragon hatches the new Millennium Dragon. It's just that this Dragon Master is a 1,000-year-old dragon who has been lost for thousands of years, and he is too old and confused to remember this place of return. In fact, the 1,000-year-old dragon will also choose to return to its nest when it dies. The reason why Lord Long is entrenched here is because he knows that this is the place where he will return to his roots. This is the instinct of animals. Just when Ike was about to tell this, Usopp hurriedly rushed into the cave. Luffy, Ike, Nami, is not good. Seeing Luffy and the other three, Usopp leaned on his knees and panted while saying, "Marine. Marine has surrounded the warship island." After taking a moment to catch his breath, Usopp opened his eyes. Seeing the huge dragon lord, Usopp's eyes widened. "I'm going to, here, what is this?" Ignoring the surprised Usopp, Ike frowned and said, "It looks like, we are in trouble." Ike didn't expect that even though he revealed his identity and said he was Garp's subordinate, he still failed to calm Marine. But it's right to think about it carefully, after all, it is the temptation of immortality. Moreover, Marine is not the only one who wishes to live forever, but also those bastards from the celestial dragons. As long as he offers the elixir of life to the celestial dragons, that fat Admiral Nelson will probably be promoted and make a fortune. "Ike, what should we do?" Nami asked, looking at Ike. Nami knows that although she and others are pirates, they are also private marines. If they really take action against marines, the identities of private marines will be at stake. Ike also fell into deep thought after hearing this. When he caught sight of Lord Long, he immediately thought of a good idea. "Luffy, go and call Sanji and Zoro back. I have an idea." Luffy trusted Ike very much and rushed out of the cave to find Zoro and Sanji without asking what he could do. 10 minutes later, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates gathered at the cave. Ike first told Mr. Long's situation and said that he would not hand him over. After learning Ike's thoughts, Zoro pushed Hideo Yuan out with his thumb and said, "So we still want to fight?" Ike nodded and said, "We do want to fight, but, not as our identities, but, as the Millennium Dragon." Other side. The Marine fleet led by Admiral Nelson directly surrounded the entire Battleship Island. They also captured several villagers from Battleship Island and forced them to find out the whereabouts of ABIs. Haha, that little girl actually returned to Battleship Island. That couldn't be better. After hearing what Admiral Nelson said, one of his colonels asked in confusion, "Admiral Nelson, what about the Straw Hats and the gang?" "Hey? What else can we do? If they stop us, just take action and kill them." Having said this, Admiral Nelson looked at the sparse civilians on the warship island with a fierce light in his eyes and said, "If these ordinary people prevent us from obtaining the keel, I will still kill them." Nelson's men did not expect that he would be so crazy, and they were a little more afraid of this mountain of meat. "By the way, where did Eric go?" After hearing Nelson's question, Colonel Marine replied, "He seems to have gone to Battleship Island first." Just as the Marine Colonel finished speaking, a burst of beast roars came from the depths of the warship island. Along with the beast's roar, 4 huge creatures flew out from the depths of Battleship Island. They have dragon-like heads and bird-like feathers on their bodies. Although they are more like birds, Admiral Nelson recognized them at the first sight. They were exactly the 1,000-year-old dragons he had been searching for. Those are 1,000-year-old dragons, quickly, shoot them down with cannons. Nelson shouted in a very excited tone. After hearing Nelson's order, many Marines set up their cannons and started firing cannonballs at several 1,000-year dragons. Bang bang bang! Bursts of gunfire rang out, but they were easily dodged by several 1,000-year dragons. One of the 1,000-year-old dragons kicked a warship with its claws. The huge body of the 1,000-year-old dragon immediately kicked a warship into pieces. Since Admiral Nelson's marine fleet is connected by iron chains, the kick of the Millennium Dragon not only destroyed a warship, but also sank the warships on both sides into the sea. At the same time, the other 3,000-year dragons also moved. One of the Millennium Dragon's claws suddenly grew longer, and then it swept across, destroying 3 warships in an instant. There was also a 1,000-year-old dragon holding a huge piece of wood in its mouth. It spread wings and the piece of wood in its mouth formed a 3-sword flow ghost slash, which took away 3 more warships in one wave. The last one grabbed a huge stone with its claws and used it to sink a warship. In less than 10 minutes, Admiral Nelson lost most of his fleet, which also made him feel like he was having a myocardial infarction. Admiral, our losses have been too great, we should retreat. Yes. If we continue, we will be completely annihilated. These 1,000-year-old dragons are not something we can provoke. After hearing the persuasion from his subordinates, Nelson was very reluctant. After all, this was the elixir of immortality that he had dreamed of. At the same time, several 1,000-year-old dragons in mid-air also communicated with each other. 1,000-year dragon Luffy, I turned into a 1,000-year dragon, it's so fun. Zoro Millennium Dragon, I didn't expect Ike to have such a method. Sanji Millennium Dragon, but this is indeed a good idea. Usopp Millennium Dragon, ha ha ha, let's try Captain Usopp's stone attack again. Sanji Millennium Dragon, it's already like this, why don't they retreat? Zoro Millennium Dragon, it looks like we have to destroy that main ship. Luffy Millennium Dragon, I'll come, I'll come. The Marines below naturally couldn't understand the exchanges between several 1,000-year dragons. They could only see several 1,000-year dragons making roars, which made them more and more nervous, fearing that they would become the prey of the 1,000-year dragons. A goal. At this time, many Marine soldiers have boarded the warship island, because it is too unsafe on the warship. While Admiral Nelson was still debating whether to retreat, Luffy's Millennium Dragon had already flown towards his main ship. Seeing this, Nelson quickly ordered his men, quick, let me attack with the main gun. But just when the Marine soldiers were not adjusting the muzzle, Luffy Millennium Dragon was already standing on the deck of the main ship. It has to be said that the size of the main ship is more than double that of other warships, and the deck can completely stand up to the ground and fly the Millennium Dragon. Seeing that the 1,000-year dragon in front of him did not attack immediately, Nelson broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. I will withdraw my troops immediately." Luffy didn't listen to Nelson's words. At this time, he was thinking about what moves to use to sink the warship. After thinking for a while, Luffy stretched his neck. With the size of a 1,000-year-old dragon, if the neck is stretched instantly, the length will reach the sky. After pulling his neck to its longest length, Luffy's neck snapped back instantly, and his head hit the deck of the warship. Just hearing a boom, the main ship was instantly shattered. Chapter 45. It's time. In the cave of Battleship Island, Ike put away the monkey charm. The plan Ike mentioned before was to turn Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Usopp into Millennium Dragons, and then fight back as Millennium Dragons. After all, Nelson's goal is to kill the 1,000-year dragon and obtain the keel. It is reasonable for the 1,000-year dragon to fight back. This has nothing to do with the Straw Hats, a private marine group. At this time, only Ike, Nami, ABIs, and Coda Duck were left in the cave, covering their heads and walking back and forth. Can they beat Marine? ABIs asked worriedly. Hearing Abizi's words, Nami smiled and said, "Don't worry. They are very strong." ABIs turned back and glanced at Lord Long. Only then did he realize that ever since he heard the roar of the Millennium Dragon transformed by Luffy and others, Lord Long's eyes had become brighter and brighter, as if he had remembered something. Ike knew that this should be Master Long's return to the light. After it calls its companions for a while, it will be the time for its death. Similarly, the size of Battleship Island will also increase, becoming the place where the 1,000-year dragon returns home. Just when Ike was about to fly out to check how the battle was going with Luffy and the others, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. This man was wearing tiny sunglasses, a crisp suit, a purple airplane head, and he looked very cool with one hand in his pocket. The person who came was none other than Eric, the mercenary hired by Marine. Similarly, he is also a user with the sickle fruit ability, and his fingers can produce wind blades. I didn't expect that in addition to the 1,000-year-old dragon outside, there is an old dragon here. Seeing Eric, Nami took out her 3-section stick and stood in front of ABIs. Eric glanced at Ike and Nami, and said coldly, "It's really an eyesore." As soon as he finished speaking, Eric pointed his sword at the two of them and slashed at them. Then 2 wind blades flew towards Eric and Nami. When Ike saw this scene, he also pointed his sword and blocked it with the same 2 wind blades. "Haha! My name is Ike, your name is Eric, you use wind, and I use wind. Don't you think you should disappear?" Ike said coldly. Seeing Ike's methods, Eric knew that the boy in front of him might be a strong enemy, so he immediately took out the hand from his pocket and planned to fight seriously. Ike smiled, just in time to try his other golden item, the spiritual bow, on him. Ike stretched out his right hand, revealing the cross bracelet on his wrist. Then with a thought, a blue-white spiritual bow appeared in his hand. Eric had a bad feeling when he saw this. He planned to strike first and slashed continuously with both hands, and then countless wind blades flew towards Ike. "Let me chop it into pieces." Seeing this, Ike calmly pulled the spiritual bow. At the same time, "Drink wind barriers, wind dispersion." When the words fell, all the wind blades released by Eric dissipated. In wind barriers, Ike can control any form of wind, and the wind blade that Eric cuts can be said to be defeated by Ike. Seeing this scene, Eric became even more panicked. Not only because the wind blade failed, but also because the special effects on Echo were too dazzling. The continuously gathering blue arrows made Eric's legs weak. Just after Ike felt that nearly 10% of his physical strength had been drained away, his left hand released the bowstring, and then a blue arrow flew towards Eric. Such a terrifying attack shocked Eric. At this moment, he remembered running under the sunset that day, which was his lost youth. "If God gives me another chance, I will never look for some 1,000-year-old dragon bones. Isn't it better to live in the present?" After recalling his youth, Eric fainted. Ike's arrow did not hit him, but shaved off his plain head. It's not that Ike relented, but he really didn't see *M. Am I not suitable to be an archer? Just as Ike was sighing, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Ike looked along the entrance of the cave and saw that part of the top of another mountain on Warship Island had been flattened. This was caused by the attack of the spiritual bow. Hell, this spiritual bow is pretty powerful. It looks like I'm going to have a good practice with bows and arrows. Just when Ike was about to give Eric a last hit, there were gasps from behind. Ike looked back and saw Master Long standing up. Not only that, he also planned to walk out of the cave. ABIs, on the other hand, kept persuading. ABIs is a whisperer fruit user. She knows that Long Ye's health is very poor and he might die if he just goes out like this. Long Ye took a deep look at ABI's and said, "The time has come." "It's time? What time?" ABI's asked doubtfully. Lord Long did not answer, but spread his wings and flew into the air. Luffy and the other four, who had successfully repelled the warship, were a little curious when they saw Master Long flying out. At this moment, Master Long looked up to the sky and roared, "Time is up! Time is up!" Because of their transformation into the 1,000-year dragon, Luffy and the four of them can understand what Master Long is shouting. "Usopp's Millennium Dragon, what is this dragon's name? When is the time?" Luffy's Millennium Dragon stared at the old dragon who was about to expire in midair and said, "His time is almost up." Just as Luffy finished speaking, a group of Millennium Dragons flew in from a distance. After these 1,000-year dragons appeared, they began to hover in the midair of the entire warship island, and Master Long was at the center of these hovering 1,000-year dragons. Just when no one knew what these 1,000-year dragons were doing, the warship island below suddenly began to shake. Immediately, an island several times larger than Battleship Island emerged from the sea. Battleship Island only occupies a small part of this island. All the warships surrounding the island were stranded because of the sudden floating island, and the Marines on it were also panicked. Not only the Marine warship, but also the Golden Merly also ran aground on the shoal. When the island appeared, Lord Long fell from the air as if he had completed his mission. Seeing this, ABI said with tears in her eyes, it turns out that Lord Long has always been in his hometown." Nami also suddenly said, "So, the dragon's lair is indeed here." The name of the Millennium Dragon is not derived from their lifespan, but because they return to this island every 1,000 years. Millennium Dragons have the instinct to migrate, and the large-scale appearance now is not accidental, but inevitable, because this lost island only floats up once every 1,000 years. ABI's didn't listen to Nami's words. At this time, all his eyes were on Mr. Long, who was lying motionless on the ground. Chapter 46 Departure to Upside Down Mountain. Master Long! Master Long! Seeing that Master Long was motionless, ABI's ran directly down the mountain. When she got to Mr. Long's side, she found that Mr. Long was already dead. Looking at Master Long's motionless body, ABI's cried and said, "Master Long, didn't you say that you would get better as long as you returned to your hometown? Why did you lie to me?" Just then, Luffy and Zoro flew over. Seeing ABI's crying, Luffy said to her, "Master Long is a 1,000-year-old dragon who has lost his way. He has been lonely for 1,000 years. But in his last days, he met his friend ABI's. He said that the year he lived with ABI's was his happiest day in 1,000 years. Others couldn't understand what Luffy said, but ABI's, who had the whisper fruit, heard it clearly. ABI's looked at Master Long and murmured, "Master Long. I am also very happy to meet you as my friend." As she talked, ABI's started crying again. After all, it was a friend who had been together for more than a year who died, and it was not something that Luffy could resolve with just a few words. At this moment, a slight breaking sound was heard not far away. Hearing this sound, ABI's turned her head and saw a fossil-like dragon egg shattering, and then a newborn Millennium Dragon broke out of its shell. When ABI's saw this young 1,000-year-old dragon, it was as if she was seeing the reincarnation of Lord Dragon. Seeing the birth of the little 1,000-year-old dragon, ABI's seemed to have grown up several years in an instant. She no longer cried, but was happy for Master Long who could return home and the newly born little 1,000-year-old dragon. He wiped away his tears and came to Luffy, thanking him and saying, "Luffy, thank you very much for your help." "You're welcome." At this moment, Usopp's 1,000-year dragon and Sanji's 1,000-year dragon, who were going to put the Golden Merly back into the sea, also came to Luffy's side. Ike also flew over with Nami. Ike smiled and took out the monkey charm to change them back to their original appearance. How does it feel to become a 1,000-year-old dragon? Hearing Ike's words, Luffy said excitedly, "It's so interesting. Can it be different next time?" Zoro, on the other hand, took out the wine gourd and took a sip and said, "It's a very interesting experience, but I still like the feeling of fighting by myself. Usopp's idea is much simpler. Ike, next time you fight, you must turn me into a powerful monster." Sanji carefully came to Ike and said, "Ike, do me a favor. Next time there is a beautiful woman, please turn me into a cute dog or cat. Please, I want to experience the rough ocean." As soon as he finished speaking, blood started to flow from Sanji's nose. Although Sanji's voice was not loud, it was still heard by Nami. Nami punched Sanji away with a bloody nose. Zoro also commented with 3 words, "Sexy Kappa." Marine Headquarters. What? Most of the Marine fleet under a Commodore in the East Daxia Sea suffered casualties? How did he get around in the East Daxia Sea? Sengoku yelled angrily at the phone bug BG on the table. Logically speaking, in the East Daxia Sea, the Commodore with the Marine Fleet group is basically invincible, and no pirates can solve it. Suddenly, Sengoku thought of a person, Garp's grandson Luffy. If there is anyone who can make such a big noise in the East Daxia Sea, that kid is probably the only one. Hey, could it be Straw Hat Luffy who did this? Sengoku asked with some anxiety. Well, Lord Fleet Admiral, this matter has nothing to do with the private marines, and they have also rescued many marine soldiers who fell into the water and were injured. Sengoku was relieved to hear that it was not Luffy. Then what exactly happened? It's because of the Millennium Dragon. Commodore Nelson wanted to capture the Millennium Dragon, which angered the Millennium Dragon group, and then several Millennium Dragons went out and destroyed nearly half of the Marine fleet. A whole. What is that idiot Brigadier General thinking? Sengoku became even more angry when he heard that he had provoked a group of wild beasts and damaged Marine's combat power. As for the Millennium Dragon bones being able to produce elixirs of immortality or something, that's pure fart. The people in the world government were looking everywhere for natural treasures such as increasing lifespan and becoming immortal. Naturally, they found many 1,000-year dragon bones and even hunted many of them. Facts have proved that these were just rumors. Gather Nelson's men back together for me. As for that idiot Nelson, I will let Garp bring him back to headquarters for trial. After saying that, Senguo hung up the phone, and then called Garp to inform him of what happened in the East Daxia Sea. And also praised Luffy. After all, Luffy and the others also saved the lives of many Marine soldiers. Little did they know, it was Luffy and the others who defeated the Marine warship. His eyes returned to Battleship Island. After solving the 1,000-year dragon incident, the Straw Hats had a real meal of steamed buns made by Grandpa Abis before boarding the Golden Melee and continuing their voyage. The next step is to enter the Grand Line. According to Nami's instructions, everyone steered the Golden Melee towards the Red Earth continent. After arriving at the Red Earth continent, everyone was shocked by the 10,000 meter high Red Earth continent in front of them. Nami, how do we cross the Red Earth continent? This is too high. Usopp looked up and found that he could not see the top of the Red Continent with his own eyesight. To be precise, because the Red Continent was too high, he could only see the clouds. Although Nami heard that the Red Earth Continent was very tall, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. But as a navigator, she naturally had to lead the crew across the Red Earth Continent. As early as when she was in Rog Town, she had already started collecting intelligence about crossing the Red Earth continent. Don't worry. Our ship can cross the Red Earth continent. As he spoke, Nami pointed to an inconspicuous crack in the Red Earth continent. That's right. For the entire Red Earth continent, the crack is indeed inconspicuous, but it is enough to pass a large sailing ship. Zoro and Sanji were operating the rudder, and the others looked in the direction of Nami's finger, and saw that the sea water in the crack was flowing upstream, which was very magical. With the current going upstream, the boat can really climb mountains. Everyone, we must control the ship to enter the portal. If it hits the red soil continent on both sides, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. After hearing Nami's words, everyone became extremely serious. It is very difficult to operate the rudder in turbulent water, especially in the face of such strange rising currents. One mistake could result in a shipwreck and loss of life. Chapter 47 Entering the Grand Line, or being swallowed by a whale. Right rudder, right rudder. Luffy, who was standing in front, was giving crazy orders. Zoro and Sanji, who were controlling the rudder, broke the rudder hard. The turbulent water seemed to be playing a tug-of-war game with the two of them, not allowing Zoro and Sanji to complete the steering wheel. In a fit of anger, Zoro used force and broke the rudder of the ship. Seeing that the rudder of the ship was broken off, everyone looked horrified. Ike looked forward and saw that the Golden Merly was about to collide with the Red Earth continent. He immediately started flying thousands of miles behind him, flew to the side of the Golden Merly, and began to push hard. Seeing this scene, Luffy was not slow to react. He wrapped one hand around the mast of the Golden Mary and the other hand around the pillar at the entrance to the upside-down mountain. He used the same force to straighten the Mary. Come over. With both captains and captains working together, the Golden Merly entered the upside-down mountain dangerously and dangerously. When the Golden Merly entered the upside-down mountain, its speed suddenly soared, and the entire ship felt like it was on a roller coaster. Regardless of the strong wind caused by his speed, Luffy still chose to sit on the head of the Golden Mary. Nami stood on the second deck and hugged the duck tightly. This made the duck feel a little difficult to breathe, but it did not dare to flutter because it knew that if Nami let go, it might fall out and be buried in the current. The Golden Merly kept flying for several minutes before breaking through the clouds, and everyone finally saw the scenery of the summit of the Red Earth continent. Just when everyone thought that this difficulty was about to end, they saw a pirate ship rushing to the top at full speed in another rising current. There are 4 such rising currents in total, and the connected sea areas are East Daxia Sea, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue. After the 4 seas converge at the top, they will all take the only descending current to enter the Great Line. If the 2 boats continue, it can be said that they will definitely collide with each other. If they collide, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. What a coincidence, there are ships from other sea areas riding on the upwelling currents. Nami said, covering her head and feeling a little at a loss. In this way, it's like being infected by the Kodak duck. Ike narrowed his eyes, then took out the bamboo dragonfly, handed it to Luffy and said, Luffy, let's deal with that pirate ship together. Similarly, the pirate ship also saw the Golden Mary, and the captain of this pirate ship also chose to kill the other ship. It's just that they don't have the means to control the air, so they can only choose to take out their cannons and attack with cannons. But before they could fire, Ike and Luffy were already over the ship. Luffy stretched one foot toward the sky, and then struck the pirate ship with a rubber tomahawk. This blow directly shattered the pirate ship. This is not over yet. Ike knows that even if the wreckage of these pirate ships continues to ride the rising sea current to the top, it will still bring danger to the Golden Mary. So he took a deep breath, and a roar of the Sky Dragon blew all the pirate ship wreckage away. Just like that, this sudden crisis was successfully resolved by Ike and Luffy. By the time Ike and Luffy returned to the ship, the Golden Mary had just dashed out of the updraft. Next is the still exciting descending current. When the ship descended into the middle of the Red Earth continent, Ike held the shrinking flashlight in his hand. He knew he would face a whale named Laboon blocking his way next, so he had to prepare in advance. Just when Ike took out the shrinking flashlight, everyone saw a black wall in front of them, which was Laboon with his head erect. It's going to be really difficult for us to enter the Grand Line. Seeing this scene, Zoro couldn't help but sigh. Hey! I don't have time for you to sigh, hurry up and think of a solution. Usopp shouted in horror. Stop shouting! Sanji patted Usopp's shoulder and pointed at Ike and Luffy, who were standing at the front. Usopp was also stunned for a moment when he saw the shrinking flashlight in Ike's hand. "I see, use the shrinking flashlight to shrink the wall in front of you." "Wait. Can the Red Earth continent be reduced if it is so big?" Usopp asked in disbelief. "Although I don't know if the Red Earth continent can shrink, but this whale blocking the road should be able to." The members of the Straw Hats above had already seen what the object blocking the road was. It was a huge whale. After seeing the full view of Laboon, Ike, who was standing in front, turned on the shrinking flashlight. When the light shines on Laboon, Laboon's figure begins to gradually become smaller, smaller, and smaller again, until it becomes a circle smaller than the Golden Mermaid, and then stops. Laboon was also a little confused at this time. Laboon is a very emotional and very intelligent whale. His head is covered with dense scars, which are caused by BG his head against the Red Earth continent all the time. The reason for this is that it once had a group of pirate companions who promised it to come back to pick it up after circumnavigating the Grand Line. But decades later, those pirates did not fulfill their promise. He did not want to believe that he had been deceived by his companions, nor did he want to believe that his companions were dead, so he crashed into the Red Earth continent desperately. After the Golden Melee successfully entered the Grand Line, Ike activated the shrinking flashlight again and transformed Laboon back. After going through untold hardships, the Straw Hats finally successfully entered the Grand Line. At this moment, Laboon came back to his senses and turned to look at the Golden Merlee. He opened his big mouth and swallowed the Golden Merlee regardless. Ike didn't expect that he would avoid the scene of colliding with Laboon and Luffy attacking Laboon's eyes, but Laboon still swallowed the Mary. The swallowed Golden Melee did not suffer a shipwreck, but instead arrived in a new sea area. "There are blue skies, turquoise ocean, and a small island here. I thought we were swallowed by a whale. It turns out it was all an illusion," Usopp said as he wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. After hearing Usopp's words, Ike pointed to the sky. "Usopp, take a closer look at the clouds and seagulls in the sky. Those are just paintings, not real." After hearing what Ike said, everyone else looked up and found that just as Ike said, the clouds and seagulls in the sky were all paintings. Just when everyone was confused, a huge king squid suddenly appeared and wanted to sink the Golden Merlee. Seeing this scene, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and others were ready to take action. But before the three of them could take action, there were 3 bangs and bangs from the isolated island, and then 3 harpoons pierced the giant squid. Everyone looked towards the island and saw an old man with a flower-like headdress tied on his head walking out of the house on the island. Chapter 48 Crocus. The old man looked very serious, with a chilling air. This made several members of the Straw Hats look nervous, fearing that the old man would suddenly get violent and hurt someone. At this extremely serious moment, the old man suddenly sat on the recliner, then picked up the newspaper at hand and read it, paying no attention to the plans of the Straw Hat members. Seeing such a serious atmosphere, the old man just glared at himself and the others without saying a word, and he lay on the recliner and read the newspaper as if nothing had happened. The grumpy Sanji immediately roared, "Hey! I said, why don't you say something?" Hearing this, the old man raised his head and looked at the Golden Merlee, his eyes still showing a bit of ferocity. Seeing this, Zoro subconsciously pushed the knife out of the sheath, with the intention of taking action at any time. Instinct told Zoro that the old man in front of him was dangerous. The timid Usopp couldn't hold himself any longer. He pointed at the old man and shouted, "Come here if you want to fight. BD. We have cannons." When the old man heard Usopp's words, his eyes widened again, which made Ike think that the old man was about to release Conqueror's haki. But, this old man might actually have Conquerors. At least, this old man's strength is definitely not weak. It should be said that he is very strong, because he is the ship's Dr. Crocus of One Piece Gold Roger. After hearing Usopp's words, Crocus's expression remained unchanged. Stop it. Someone will die. His tone and expression immediately made Usopp weak. Even Sanji had drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Like Zoro, he could also feel the dangerous aura from Crocus. Who do you think will die? Crocus replied without hesitation, of course it's me. Sanji. Zoro. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Luffy, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst into laughter. Uncle, you are so interesting. Crocus looked at Luffy, or to be precise, at Luffy's straw hat. Just when he was about to say, this straw hat is indeed suitable for a strong man, Laboon suddenly began to hit the red soil crazily. Due to the behavior of Laboon the whale, his body began to turn upside down. Nami wanted to ask what happened, but Crocus had already jumped into the gastric juice and swam towards a gate. Hey, this should be the whale's belly, right? Why is there an iron gate? Usopp asked in disbelief. Not only that, but the paintings in the sky and the old man are also very weird. Having said this, Nami also breathed a sigh of relief and continued, but, since there is a gate, it means we can get out of the whale's stomach. Ha ha ha. That's good, I thought we were going to be pulled out by this whale. Luffy smiled heartlessly. While everyone was talking, the old man disappeared and the whale stabilized, but two strangers flew out from the small door above the gate and fell into the gastric juice. Seeing this, the Straw Hat crew did not stand by and directly fished the two people aboard the Golden Merly. After the two of them regained their breath, they also discovered that they had been rescued by pirates. So you are still here. Villains. I told you. As long as I am still breathing, I will not let you hurt Laboon even a hair. Everyone on the Golden Merly looked at Crocus. Hearing Crocus's words, Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine, who are known as villains, started laughing. Oh, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. And then they both picked up rocket launchers. Even if you say so, it's impossible for us to go back. It is our mission to kill this whale, and you cannot interfere with our whaling today. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they pointed the muzzle of the rocket launcher at the whale's stomach wall. KDA! KDA! Just when the two were about to fire, the Kodak ran out of the elf ball again and started to steal the show. Naturally, Mr. Wednesday and MR9 didn't care about the sudden appearance of the duck. Their purpose was just for Laboon. Ike on the side was holding a camera and pointed it at Mr. Wednesday, who is Princess Vivi, and murmured, "Can duck, add two funny combinations, how can it feel familiar? Oh. By the way, if Duck was replaced by Meow, wouldn't it be Team Rocket?" As for where Ike's camera came from? Of course, he drew it temporarily. Ike was quite lucky. He only drew the camera twice in a row. How could we not record this moment of Princess Vivi's dark history without a camera? But Princess Vivi is also very tired. In order to lurk in Baroque Walker, she pretends to be funny and hangs out with MR9 every day. But as long as he leaves Baroque Walker, he will turn back into the princess who is calm, intelligent and loves her people like a son, so this dark history is very precious. At the same time, Mr. Wednesday and MR9 fired at the same time, intending to make a hole in Laboon's stomach. Crocus, who was standing on the high platform, saw this scene and jumped up without hesitation, using his body to block the shells. Boom! With two sounds, Crocus fell into the gastric juice. Oh ho 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 ho! Mr. Wednesday laughed again when he saw this and said, "Pointless resistance. If you can withstand the first round of bombardment, can you withstand the second round? Ho ha ha ha, ho ha ha ha. This whale will soon be food for our town. Kita, Kita." The duck held its head and looked at the two laughing men and women, a little confused. It always felt that this scene was familiar. Will they be electrocuted by Pikachu next? Seeing that the two of them were stubborn, Kurika's also stared at him. He is a doctor. Although he has extraordinary strength, He rarely does anything to people, but if his bottom line is really touched, he will also absolutely no mercy. Just when he was about to take action, Luffy had already taken action in advance. Luffy easily knocked out Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine, and then said with a strange expression, "I don't know why, I just want to beat them up." Under the leadership of Crocus, the Golden Melly finally left the whale Laboon's body through the giant door on its stomach wall. Arrive at Twin Heads. Crocus thanked Luffy and told the story of Laboon. Laboon is a whale with human emotions. Naturally, its story also moved everyone in the Straw Hats. After listening to Laboon's story, Luffy looked back at Laboon, who had calmed down due to the sedative. Then he walked towards the Golden Merly without saying a word. When Ike saw this, he knew that these idiots were trying to help Laboon by breaking off the mast and making a rubber flower arrangement. "Wait, Luffy." When Luffy heard this, he immediately stopped. "Hey! I know what you are going to do, but you won't hurt the Golden Merly." As soon as he finished speaking, Ike waved his hand. And a miniature version of the Statue of Liberty appeared in front of Luffy. This is also the bronze level reward that Ike drew. Ike also doesn't understand why he drew the Statue of Liberty. And it's not the original version. Originally, he planned to play it with Yingchen Hai. But now it can be used by Luffy to provoke Laboon. To prevent Laboon from continuing to crash into the Red Continent, Luffy's idea is simple, that is, a promise. Since the previous Lumba pirates gave Laboon a promise, Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates can also give Laboon a new one. Commitment. And Luffy can guarantee that his promise is not a lie. He will definitely circle the Grand Route and eventually return here. P.S. There are only 55-star reviews left. Please give me a 5-star review if you read this. After all, it's already 100,000 words. Chapter 49, Departure to Whiskey Mountain. Luffy looked at the Statue of Liberty, then at the mast of the Golden Merly, and finally he picked up the Statue of Liberty and rushed towards Laboon. At this time, Laboon had a wound on his head that was bleeding. Seeing this, Luffy inserted the Statue of Liberty upside down into the wound without hesitation. Rubber, flower arrangement. When the raised right hand of the Statue of Liberty was inserted into Laboon's wound, Laboon immediately started to cry in pain, and then roared in anger. Finally, Laboon's whole whale jumped out of the sea and hit Luffy with a headlong blow, killing Luffy standing on his head. Everyone in the Straw Hats and Crocus looked confused and shocked when they saw this scene. Boy! Especially Crocus, when he saw Luffy being hit by Laboon, his eyes were splitting. "It's okay." Nami comforted Crocus, "Luffy won't die even if he gets crushed." Luffy was indeed not killed by the head hammer, but he still looked a little embarrassed. After all, they are island whales. Luffy's fight with Laboon is almost like fighting with an island. Luffy's rubber fist hit Laboon's body, but it was basically useless, so he could only choose to hit the eyes and the wounds on Laboon's head. It was also because of Luffy's behavior that Laboon became increasingly angry. In this way, this person and the whale fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Naturally, Luffy was always at a disadvantage. Usopp saw Luffy's operation and was a little confused and said, "What on earth is Luffy doing?" Hearing Usopp's question, Ike smiled and said, "He wants to help this whale." "Help it?" Ike's answer made the Straw Hats even more confused. At this moment, the battle between Laboon and Luffy also ended with Luffy being sent flying against the wall again. Just when Laboon was about to continue rushing towards Luffy, Luffy smiled and shouted to Laboon, "A draw." Laboon naturally understands human language, so he looked at Luffy with some confusion. Then I heard Luffy continue to say, "I'm strong." "Right. You want to beat me, right? We haven't decided the winner yet, so we have to continue fighting. Although your companions are dead, I will always be your opponent. We must fight again to determine the winner. We will come back to you after we have circled the Grand Line for a week." Upon hearing this, Laboon's eyes suddenly became moist. These words were so familiar, reminding him of the last words spoken by his friends in the Lumba Pirates. "We will come back to pick you up after we have circumnavigated the Grand Line." Laboon. The companions on the Golden Mary heard what Luffy said and knew what he was thinking. When Crocus saw this scene, he also showed a happy smile. Now he can be sure that Luffy is the person who inherited Roger's wool, and the person Roger is waiting for. Just when Luffy wanted to paint Laboon's head with the Straw Hat Pirates logo to prevent Laboon from continuing to crash into the Red Earth continent, he was stopped by Ike. "Idiot! If you just paint it without treating its wounds, aren't you afraid that it will be poisoned?" After saying this, Ike shook his arms, and flying thousands of miles appeared behind him. Then he flew to Laboon's head and began to use sky healing magic to repair the wounds on Laboon's head. While repairing it, Ike said softly, "You don't have to be so cruel to yourself, Brook is still alive." After Laboon heard the name Brook, his originally calm body suddenly started to tremble. "Don't get excited." As he spoke, Ike used sky magic that could soothe the soul to calm Laboon down. At this time, the wound on Laboon's head was almost repaired. After returning to the ground, Ike shouted to Laboon, "Brook is still alive, but he is now stuck somewhere on the Grand Line and cannot leave, but I can promise you that I will help you bring Brook back." Crocus was also surprised by Ike's words. "Boy, what did you say? You said Brook with the afro is still alive." Crocus felt incredible. After all, he followed Roger's ship around the Grand Line and finally determined that all the Lombard pirates were killed. "I can't say I'm alive, but I'm not dead either." Ike shook his head and explained. "Brook is a user with the ability of the Underworld Fruit, and the ability of the Underworld Fruit is that he can be reborn once after death. After everyone in the Lumba Pirates died, Brook was reborn, but he became a human being who can moving talking skull. Now he is still floating in the Devil's Triangle and unable to get out." After listening to Ike's explanation, Nami asked curiously, "Ike, how do you know so clearly? If I'm not mistaken, the Lombard pirates seem to have happened 50 years ago." Ike shrugged and said, "I just know." After Crocus heard Ike say that Brook was a user with the Underworld Fruit ability, he believed that Brook was still alive. The most excited person present was Laboon. Knowing that Brook is still alive and has now made new friends, Laboon, who is very simple-minded, begins to roll over in the sea, just like when he listened to the Lombard pirates sailing and singing together. Final. In order to prevent Laboon from crashing into the Red Continent, Luffy left the Straw Hat Pirates logo on its head. Although the painting was very ugly, Laboon was very excited. The arrival of Luffy and Ike gave Laboon a reason to continue waiting. Kurikaz was also very pleased to see this scene. After solving the problem of Laboon, Nami decided to stay at the Twin Capes for a while. She wanted to consult Mr. Crocus about the Grand Line. Although Nami is indeed a sailing genius, the sailing knowledge she has learned is all for ordinary sea areas. The sea environment of the Grand Line is different from ordinary sea areas. Just when Nami was about to speak, she discovered something terrible. That is, the compass doesn't work well, and it's spinning in crazy circles, and I can't tell the difference between north, south, east and west. Seeing Nami's look, Crocus knew that these young people in front of him had not done their homework before entering the Grand Line. Immediately, Crocus began to explain the navigation rules of the Grand Line to a few people. In the Grand Line, because each island has a lot of mineral resources, the magnetic field is very chaotic. If you want to sail here, then, you need a navigation tool called a record pointer. Every time the recording pointer reaches an island, it can record the magnetic force of the island and then point to the next island. Chapter 50 Weird Weather on the Grand Line. While Crocus was explaining, Sanji also served the dishes he carefully cooked, and the ingredients were the elephant tuna he won in Rog Town. At this time, Nami had no interest in food. All her thoughts were on the so-called record pointer. Sigh. If I had known better, I would have gone to Rogtown to find out more information about the Grand Line. At this moment, Ike stepped forward and took out 2 record pointers and handed them to Nami and said, "These are the record pointers." "Hey? Ike, where did your record pointer come from?" Ike smiled and said, "One fell off the previous MR9, and the other one I bought in Rogtown." Hearing that Ike had bought the record pointer in Rogtown early, Nami immediately hugged him and said, "You are indeed a reliable vice captain." After saying this, Nami glanced at Luffy. At this time, Luffy had already eaten all the elephant tuna. It's not like the captain, who only eats every day. Luffy thought Nami was praising him, and smiled silly at Nami. After letting go of Ike, Nami held the 2 record hands and smiled, "This way we can continue sailing." Just when Nami was about to put away the record pointer, a bang sounded from the side, and then Luffy's figure flew towards Nami at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Ike quickly stretched out his hand to pull Nami away, and then kept the record pointer in her hand. The reason why Luffy flew over just now was because Sanji saw that all the elephant tuna he cooked was eaten by Luffy. Nami didn't even get a bite, so she kicked Luffy away in anger. Fortunately, the record pointer was not damaged, but Nami still released his Nami-colored haki and knocked Luffy and Sanji away. After obtaining the record pointer, the Straw Hats set off again. MR9 and Mr. Wednesday, who could not go home without the record pointer, naturally chose to follow the boat. Nami, Usopp, and others naturally disagreed. After all, these 2 were bad guys trying to kill Laboon. But Luffy said it didn't matter. As for Ike, he naturally agreed. After all, he knew Mr. Wednesday's true identity. Saving the entire Alabasta, the value of justice is absolutely incredible. On the following voyage, the entire Straw Hats became busy. The climate of the Grand Line is very strange. Nami's navigation knowledge in the East Daxia Sea cannot be said to be useless at all, but it is of limited use. She had seen it in the East Daxia Sea, where it rained, snowed, and lost its direction due to currents for no apparent reason. "Nami, the waves are getting bigger." "Nami, it's foggy." After personally feeling the changes in the sky along the Grand Line, Nami once again held his head with both hands and entered reachable duck mode. At this moment, Kodak ran out of the elf ball in the small pocket on her waist again. Although it was a headache for the celestial phenomena of the Grand Line, Nami still tried his best to direct everyone to control the Golden Melee and leave the sea area as soon as possible. "Nami," an iceberg suddenly appeared in front. Usopp suddenly pointed at an iceberg ahead of him that was several times larger than the Golden Melee and shouted. Naturally, Nami also saw the iceberg. She immediately ran to the rudder of the ship and controlled the rudder with Sanji to avoid the iceberg. Just like on Upside Down Mountain, the strange current below made it difficult to control the boat's helm. Seeing this, Ike quickly stepped forward and took out the shrinking flashlight again and shined it on the iceberg in front of him, making it smaller than the Mary and avoiding the impact of the iceberg. After solving the problem of the iceberg, the Golden Melee encountered a strong typhoon again. Facing the strong wind, Ike used wind barriers to wipe out all the wind blowing towards the Golden Melee. With Ike's wind barriers, everyone had some time to breathe. Sanji took advantage of this time to make some energy-replenishing rice balls and distribute them to everyone. A few hours later, the originally overcast sky became clear. Nami knew that the Golden Melee had broken through the sea area with weird weather. Although it was not a lot of work, Nami collapsed on the ground tiredly. At this moment, Zoro, who had been sleeping on the deck, finally woke up. After stretching, Zoro looked at the people slumped on the deck and said, "Hey, even if the weather is nice, are you too lazy?" While speaking, Zoro looked at Nami. "I said, the ship is still on its original route, right? Don't get lost, it will cause everyone a headache if it gets lost." The expressions of Nami, Usopp, and Sanji all turned gloomy at the same time. Zoro, who had no idea what had happened before, approached Mr. Wednesday and Mr. Nine and began to interrogate them about their origins. In the end, Nami couldn't bear it any longer and unleashed her domineering force. Nami hit Zoro on the head with her fist. At this time, Nami's body was full of Nami-colored domineering energy, and there was even mental energy all over her body. Seeing this scene, Ike also looked shocked. What the hell? Are you awakening now? Nami did not notice her own changes, but glared at Zoro and said, "Thank you for sleeping so leisurely until now. No matter how I call you, you are fast asleep, and now you are still making sarcastic remarks." Zoro was still a little unconvinced and planned to resist, but the Straw Hat's combat power would be reduced by 99.999% when faced with Nami's haki. Seeing that Zoro was still resisting, Nami punched him on the head several more times, causing several big bumps on his head. As expected of Nami, "You are so domineering." Awesome. Ike couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The next voyage will be much smoother. The Golden Mary soon arrived at Whiskey Peak according to the direction pointed by the record pointer. This is the town where Mr. 9 and Mr. Wednesday are located, and it is also a bounty hunter's lair owned by Baroque Walker. After the two saw Whiskey Peak, they jumped into the sea and swam towards Whiskey Peak without hesitation. The Straw Hats naturally chose to enter the Whiskey Mountain Peak, for no other reason than that they needed to record the magnetism here before they could go to the next island. As soon as they entered Whiskey Mountain, they saw a group of townspeople welcoming the pirates. "Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our town. Welcome pirate heroes to Whiskey Peak. Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Mountain. Long live the heroes of the sea." Looking at this group of townspeople welcoming the pirates, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp were all surprised. But the surprise was followed by excitement. They didn't expect that the first stop they entered into the grand route would be to encounter a town that welcomed pirates. All they could say was, it was truly a great route. Ike looked at this scene expressionlessly. He knew that all the townspeople here were bounty hunters, including children, old people, and even women holding babies. It feels like a MLM den here. Seeing this, Zoro fell into deep thought. Luffy laughed loudly. This scene of welcoming the pirates made him feel very happy, because if he was not mistaken, there would be a big meal waiting for him next.